Sections run by the events team will be flagged. Those run by Reuters editorial will come under the trust principles. As we said yesterday, that means no questions are agreed in advance. Nothing is off the table. It's effectively live journalism for you, which is what I think we at Reuters do best. Right. Let's get started. We've had plenty of news from our first speaker over the past few days. Among other things, he has talked of the long journey ahead to bring inflation back under control to the official target. That's a very familiar refrain from central bankers around the world. Please welcome the Central Bank of Brazil President Roberto Campos Neto. He will be interviewed by Reuters emerging markets correspondent Rodrigo Campos. Come on up.
Good morning, Governor. Thank you for being here. I want to start with some comments you made earlier this week. You said the outlook for monetary policy is too clouded when you look past January. There's too much uncertainty, both locally in Brazil and globally. But also, you were among the first to see through the fog of COVID and the war in Ukraine. And Brazil was one of the countries that better navigated that spike in inflation. So what makes it different or harder this time to see through that uncertainty?
Well, I think going back first to in the process in the very beginning, I think there was a general understanding from a lot of central banks that what we were having was basically a supply shock, and that will eventually normalize as people go back into mobility. And we had a different opinion back then because we were seeing all the fiscal, all the money that were being put to work. Was 9 trillion on an 80 trillion economy global-wise. And because, seeing the history of Brazil and how fiscal works and how that gets transformed into inflation, I'm trying to simplify a lot here. But so we had a different view. We didn't think it was mainly a temporary supply shock. We thought there was a lot of things that will actually push demand, especially on goods. And that's why I think part of the reason why we acted early. And now when we see the scenario, we think there's a lot of uncertainty, and especially when you look at the scenario offshore, the international scenario, I think there's a lot of uncertainty still. I think it's very hard for me to see in a very clear way where the disinflation is going to come from. You have all the usual suspects for disinflation, but when you start looking at them one by one, like real wages, real estate. Is it going to be the excess savings that is actually decreasing? All of them, they show that the path is not that it's not that easy to see. That's globally, and the meaning of that is if you have higher interest rates and your debt is much higher, then what it means is that you need a lot more money to roll over the debt of the advanced economies, and that takes away the liquidity from corporates and from EM also. So that's one of the uncertainties. On the local part, Brazil continues to be a fiscal story. I think we have progress. I mean, we are, actually doing reforms. It's probably the only country that approved a lot of reforms during the pandemic, and continues to do that. Yesterday, we had the tax reform approved, but there was a lot of uncertainty on, whether Brazil is going to be able to actually have a sustainable fiscal path, and that influences a lot of the variables that are important for us when you take a decision in monetary policy.
Speaking about the fiscal side, President Lula said recently that there's no need to bring down the fiscal deficit to zero next year, as was part of the plan. Does an increase in fiscal risk concern you in terms of the buildup of credibility that has happened in all the policy framework over the past few years?
Well, we have joined, I think, Minister Haddad and a lot of other economic agents in Brazil in saying that there was a lot of work being done to approve a fiscal framework. And it's very important to, and the fiscal framework already establishes a lot of different paths that you can go if you are not able to meet the target. And actually, when the fiscal framework was being done, a lot of people criticized the fiscal framework for being too loose. And I think the work that was done was very important in establishing the fiscal framework. And so if you have a first barrier in the first year and you think about changing the target, for us, the worry is that people have more difficulty in estimating the fiscal results ahead, because if you face the first problem and you decide to change the target, how is it that people are going to forecast 25 and 26? So, and the problem is if you have more uncertainty on the fiscal path, when you extend the time horizon, then you start to have risk premium. And again, going back to the beginning of your question, the only reason why the central bank worries about that is not because of the fiscal itself, is because that impacts variables that are important for our decision making process. So you might have an FX that will devalue, or you might have the long end of the interest rate curve that starts going higher. So it's not a mechanical relationship between the fiscal and the monetary policy. It depends on how the fiscal influences other variables that are important for us in taking our decision.
You mentioned Minister Haddad. He told Reuters last month that his ministry and the central bank were working on a currency hedge instrument that would lure more foreign direct investment into Brazil. Can you give some details on how this will work and expectations on by what factor it could increase FDI, and if it will be better for some sectors or others?
Well, the problem of hedging in Brazil was never that we didn't have the product. The problem was that it was very expensive, because when you do a forward of FX, basically you're paying the differential in interest rate, and the interest rate in Brazil is high. So when you look at the effects that you get when you go for a forward on a very long term, it becomes very expensive. So I think what we're trying to do is how can we offer some kind of hedge at a cheaper rate, and we don't have a solution yet, but we're working on it, so I can't say much more. But I'm working with them on trying to find a way. But the problem is not the product itself, because banks can offer futures, and you can do, and even though it's not very liquid for the long term, you can do some. But the problem, and I was there because I worked with market making for a long time. The problem is the price. So when you compound the interest rate that you have to pay in the future for many years, you're buying an FX at a very high rate, and most of the companies don't want to do that, because if it costs you 8, 9, 10% a year to hedge, and your project has a return of 12%, most of your project will be paid just to hedge. And so the conversation is around how can we do that in a cheaper way.
There continues to be the backdrop of war around the world, and well, more in the last month or so. Looking at it from the commodity prices scenario, specifically for Brazil, how much has the war between Israel and Hamas altered that scenario for next year?
Well, for Brazil, when we look at commodities, and I think everybody, I think, is being, to some extent, surprised by the fact that we had the Ukraine situation, you have the Israel situation, and commodity prices haven't gone that much high. There is always the question what happens to Iran and how the whole conflict will evolve. But, and I mean, I'm not an expert on that, but for us, what's relevant is how is that going to impact commodities and how commodities will impact our outlook. There's also a conversation about food prices going down. Brazil is a big producer of agricultural products. And on that sense, I think it's harder to see that happening when you compare to the last crisis, because a lot of the markets that buy a lot of food from Brazil, like China, the per capita income has gone past a point in which just going a little bit lower in growth means less consumption of food. And you have India, which is still growing, has a per capita income that's very low, and eventually you have to buy food from outside the internal production system. So in terms of being an agriculture power, I think Brazil is in a safer spot.
Another big theme in Brazil is green finance. It was in everyone's mouth and many corporate plans as the next big thing. But recently, some big corporate names have backed out of their carbon market commitments, given some concerns over the effectiveness of this market. With that backdrop, do you think Brazil needs to regulate its own market as things stand right now? Or is it time to wait for the next iteration of this idea? Or could it come from Brazil? Could we look at Brazil as where the better idea of green markets will come?
Well, it's a very wide question, but I think one thing that collectively, globally, we have failed, or at least we haven't done well, is creating a carbon market. I think creating a carbon market would be a solution, because at the end, like we say in economics, we have this situation of people that would be willing to pay to cancel the negative externality of people polluting somewhere. And the people who are polluting, they would be willing to receive the funds to produce in a better way, in a more sustainable way, but you don't have an instrument that makes that happen. And the instrument that makes that happen is price of carbon. And I think we spend too much time talking on carbon tax, and I think the carbon market will allocate resources much better than the carbon taxes. Assuming that government does things better than markets, I tend to disagree with that. And so I think for Brazil, what we need to do is to have a wide taxonomy, because it's very hard to have a market if you don't have the set of rules. And we need to push the companies and to find a way to create a market. But it needs to be fungible with other places, because at the end, Brazil will be the big seller, and a lot of other countries will be buying. And one last comment is, one thing that we need to do is to be able to monetize the native forest. Today is very asymmetric. So if you plant trees, you get credit. But if you actually preserve the trees that you have, you don't get credit in the same way. And so once we fix those problems of putting the market and being able to monetize what we have, I think we have a great future ahead of us in terms of the carbon market. Yeah.
Yet another area where your central bank has shown global leadership is in digitalization. The PIX system we were talking about in the back, if you don't know what it is, it's like Venmo or Zelle, but run by the central bank. And it was a game changer in Brazil. And that's an understatement. But my question is actually about the central bank digital currency, because in other countries, one of the main objectives of CBDCs is to do what PIX already did to the digitalization of payments and financial inclusion. So how does the central bank digital currency there fit into PIX, and what is the main use that you see for it?
So it's, I have 2 minutes. It would be, the ideal answer would be much longer. I'm going to try to make it very short. So those things are not separate. They are part of the one plan. And the plan had 4 blocks. One is I need to build a rail so that everybody can get into that rail, and I can actually use that rail to improve the digitalization of the financial intermediation. But then I need to make that rail competitive. On the top of that, I need to make my currency more international. And then I want to make the currency more tokenized. So those are the 4 objectives. So first we come with PIX, which is a rail. We've had the other day 175 million transactions in one day, which basically we are getting close to 1 transaction per person per day, which is much higher, for example, than India, that has a system for much longer than we do. But then we have PIX. Then we put the open finance on the top of PIX, which means that people can have immediate comparability and portability of all the financial products. And that is what we're working on. But that is not enough, because you need to make that international, and you need to connect your system to other countries. So that's why we change all the regulation for FX. And the last block is the Drex, which is the digital currency. And what the digital currency does that PIX do not reach is to digitalize payments, but our digital currency is very different from what you read in other places, because what we're doing is we are tokenizing deposits. So the bank will block a deposit and issue a token on it. And that's very different and has a different degree of efficiency, because the banks will insert tokenization in their asset and liability, so they will be able to securitize assets in a better way, control risk in a better way. So the DLT universe is going to be much more connected to the legacy systems of the bank that they are today. And one other thing is the registration and contract. So today, if you buy an apartment in the US, you have to have a escrow account and this and that. And at the end, what we want to do is to have a system in which, once the smart contract recognizes the payment, it generates a registration and a contract for free. And that removes the friction of the payment, of the intermediation of assets.
A lot of interest in the audience questions about PIX. I could see that everybody wants to have their version of it. This links to one of the main topics in the event, which is AI. And I want to ask you about AI in monetary policy. Do you see space for that? Are you already using it? And do you see it being, as in other areas, transformative for monetary policy?
Yeah, we were talking in the back that AI is actually, for people who have looked at that for a long time, AI is actually very nice, and everybody talks about it today. It's kind of a node mathematical process that has been improved to better data and better computing power. We use machine learning methods in many different places in the central bank, but I think now we are able to go from those more dense models to more sparse models, which basically means that you can actually have more functionalities added to the process. We use it in analyzing data, so to that extent, it's also involved in the monetary policy functions. But what I think AI would be very useful is once we have these 4 blocks together, the PICs, the open finance, the internationalization of the currency, and the Drex, we want to insert AI into the digital space to actually improve people's life in a way of giving them better financial advice. So interacting with people, because a lot of people in Brazil don't have financial education. They don't have a way of choosing the best investments, the best allocation. So we think AI can do that in a better way to optimize the cash flow of the people, of the society.
Governor, thank you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. But thank you, and thank you all for joining us this morning.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo.
Thank you very much to both of our speakers. And just a flag, by the way, Bank of Uganda Central Bank Governor will be on later, as will finance ministers from France, the Philippines, and Angola. So do stick around for that. Keep the questions coming through on Slido as well. I am going to switch roles now from MC to moderator. This session is called Protecting the World's Children. International Rescue Committee President David Miliband and Save the Children US President Yanti Soripto joining me. Welcome to both of you. Let me take a seat here. Look, I am nice to see you again, David.
Hello.
Hi, Yanti.
Hi,
I'm really thrilled to be hosting this really important session. It sits among important and fascinating discussions about AI, about climate, about banking, but I think a frank discussion about how to protect the world's most vulnerable children really does deserve top billing at an event like this. So thank you to both of you for joining us. And I do not need to mention the increasingly violent, the fragile, the unpredictable context in which we're operating. So let me jump straight in. We had the United Nations Secretary-General sitting here on the stage yesterday, and he once again highlighted the number of children being killed in the conflict in the Middle East. He has talked about Gaza being a graveyard for children. Yanti, let me start with you. Can you give us a sense of the scale of the challenge organizations like yours face on the ground in a place like Gaza?
Thanks, Axel. Look, absolutely, Gaza is turning into a graveyard for kids. I would also say, though, that one of the risks we see is that there are many places that have turned into graveyards for kids, and there is very little, almost no attention for those. But in terms of actual conflict zones, it is nigh impossible for us to actually deliver supplies. There is no fuel in Gaza. So we have 25 staff there on the ground, still alive, still trying to do their work. We get trucks in, we do now. They are delivering door to door, they're delivering to shelters, carrying supplies on their back, using donkeys in southern Gaza to actually get supplies in. Supplies don't make it all the way up to the north or even the middle of the strip. So even when you get, everybody's talking always about, oh, the trucks, it's a nice distraction. It's important, but if you can't have the right number of people in Gaza to actually help do those deliveries, to have fuel to make those deliveries effectively and efficiently, so it's all for naught.
Yeah, and David, let me bring you in here. I don't believe you've got offices in Gaza, but we talk about challenges for organizations like yours, whether it's funding, whether it's this incredibly delicate process of helping children, whether it's barriers to access. It's barriers to access that is, I guess, top of the list here.
Well, the conflict is the biggest threat to life and limb straight away. But you're right, there are increasing parts of the world where aid workers can't get in themselves. Yanti's point about people, not just supplies. And the global context is a striking one to me. This is a world where more kids are better educated than at any time in human history, especially girls. So it's a revolution, really, if you think about the educational opportunities for girls. But striking numbers of kids are in the most dire circumstances where literally it's going to be luck if they get to the age of 5 or 10 or 15. And that's the paradox. And I think that there's just literally tens of millions of kids are falling into that gap between the resources that exist, the investment that's going, the opportunities that are being expanded, and then you find 250 million kids are out of school, large numbers of refugee and displaced kids are never completing a secondary education, and then the figures on child malnutrition, child death are haunting. So in that sense, the Gaza situation is the absolute acute crisis of the moment, but it's symptomatic of a wider set of issues.
You all put out your own reports. Stop the War on Children is Save the Children's. These constant pleas to do the right thing. There are legal instruments in place. There are frameworks in place. What is going wrong here, Yanti? Why is this message not getting through to international leaders? Why is this message not getting through to the international community?
I think, look, I think you're looking at a load of essentially broken promises. Let's start with what we spend as a world on development assistance, right? In 1970, we said, oh, it would be great if everybody would spend 0.7% of GNI on development assistance. There are 5 countries today that actually do that. 5 out of all of them. You know, US is a fantastic donor, it's a large donor. This country spends 0.18% of GNI. So even if people kept their promises made on refugee resettlement numbers in Europe or elsewhere, made, not kept. So ultimately it comes down to political will and courage. Because all these solutions that David is talking about, how to treat malnutrition, how to help girls stay in school, how to stop early child marriage, all these things are not rocket science. We actually know how to do them.
But how, and David, I guess with the sort of ex-government hat on, how do we energize and give sharper teeth to policies that place children and their protection at the center of this? Not just for organizations like yours, but for governments around the world.
I think that we've got to show that we're in the solutions business. I think that's the focus. And the temptation for charities is that we explain the suffering, and that's essential. But if all you do is that you extinguish the light, you don't actually chart a path forward. And so I think what's inspiring is to show what can be done even in the toughest circumstances. Our largest early childhood development program is in the Middle East for kids who've been traumatized by the war in Syria. In Syria, for kids who've had 10, 15, 20 internal displacements as a result of the fighting, we can show how much difference we're making because we're intervening early. It's an old lesson that was learned in the United States about Head Start. If you invest young, you'll make a long-term difference. So to give a single answer to your obviously complex question, I think that the job of NGOs, businesses, partnerships, when governments are in retreat from big problems, is to chart the solutions and to show, look, you can make all sorts of excuses, but you can't make the excuse that we don't know what to do.
Yeah, and Save the Children, I mean, I noted among your recommendations, particularly interesting is, look, we need to include the voice of children in the solution. We need to listen to children. We need to ask them what it is they want. We don't want to listen to the policymakers as much. What are the children telling you?
Always interestingly, particularly in times of crisis, children will always tell us, without exception, that they do want school. Whereas adults always think, well, yes, the water, the shelter, the food, and those things are important, clearly. And they think, well, school can wait. Kids tell us they want school because they know it is also their way out. It's where they meet their playmates. It's where they develop social, emotionally, not just academically. So those are some of the examples. We talk to a lot of kids when we are working in not just conflict zones, but also in climate change affected areas. They know what their community needs quite often before their parents do. Girls tell us they do not want to get married before the age of 18, and yet 12 million girls get married before the age of 18. Girls want to stay in school.
I just want to, I'm going to come back to that. And of course, there are many different areas we need to look at, many different regions, many different issues we need to look at. But I do want to very quickly go back to Gaza and the Middle East, because I don't want to forget to ask you this. The UN releases an annual report on children in armed conflict every year. Now, this includes a list, as I'm sure you're aware, intended to shame parties to conflict in the hope of pushing them to implement measures to protect children. The Secretary-General put Russia on that list last year. Israel is not on that list. Will it be? Should it be on the list next year? Should it already be on the list? David, let me ask you first.
Well, it depends on what the statistics show. These reports are generated from objective evidence, not from someone putting their thumb up or down in the middle of a conference. We have our own watch list. It's generated from 80 different sources. The figures don't lie, and so
you'd put Israel on the list?
Well, no, I would say follow the appropriate objective measures, and you've got to just follow through on that. I'm not going to get into the position of arbitrating a proper scientific list and then saying I know who's in which position on which list. You've got to follow the evidence trail. We do our own emergency watch list, which is being published in about a month's time. We're putting in the data. I can't tell you what the data is going to show because it's an objective process. So without fear or favor, you've got to follow through on the evidence.
Okay, spoken like a true politician, David, I've got to say.
No, I don't get that. First, unless you meant that as a compliment, which I take very nicely. Thank you very much. I was telling you the truth, which is that if you believe in evidence-based policymaking, you've got to follow the evidence.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at the evidence you've got,
even the humanitarian agrees.
You give an answer that's not.
Looking at the evidence you have in front of you, Yanti, what's your response to that, to the question?
You do have to look at the data, and it's hard currently, right? Because independent sources actually are hard to get currently, but hopefully at some point we will be able to say, okay, how many kids died in this conflict? And that's how the UN CAC report is also compiled. They looked at, 24 countries. They look at all the instances of crisis. It's very detailed. It's subnational level, right? They really triangulate from different sources, NGOs, public sources, etc., UN sources themselves. And then they publish. And that's what we take, right? Because we're not there to, necessarily double check that or triple check that or second guess it.
Yeah.
We don't have the resources for that either. It's not in our mandate.
Okay. So, maybe we can have this conversation again in 6 months and we'll get a more definitive answer from you. But, okay. Crises eclipsing crises is a sort of familiar refrain as well from your organizations. We heard it from the Secretary-General yesterday. We heard it from President Zelenskiy yesterday as well. The eyes are on one crisis and then they shift very quickly to another and the cameras turn off and the cameras fade away. How big an issue is that for you David, let me start with you, when funding and resources are clearly an issue as well for organizations like yours?
It's a massive issue, and it's a bandwidth problem.
Yeah.
Who's talking about Sudan at the moment? Sudan has got the potential to become a crisis in the whole of Northeast Africa. Afghanistan off the agenda. So I think the political and financial and organizational and leadership bandwidth is a massive issue. And that's how you end up with a humanitarian sector that too often is chasing its tail. I mean, I'd say this about our own organization, not just because I'm sitting next to Yanti, I'd say it about Save the Children. It's when your strategy is most tested, because if you haven't got systems and strategy to remain focused on the real need, you do end up just exhausting yourself rather than making an impact. And I think that's really the test. And you can't just rush around to the next crisis. You've got to be able to rely on your systems to surge where necessary, but also sustain where possible.
And how does the we'll come on to Save the Children in a second, but how does the IRC, an organization like the IRC, which has a huge remit in many parts of the world, how do you prioritize funds specifically for children, for example?
Well, you say we've got a huge remit. We are focused on people whose lives are shattered by conflict and disaster. Actually, it's quite a specific remit. We're not a generalized anti-poverty agency. We're focused on victims of conflict and disaster. Yanti can tell you that she's in 150 countries or 116 countries. I will tell you I'm proud that we're in 40 countries with 300 field sites. I don't want to be in 100 countries because I think the situation in India is different than the situation in Pakistan. Pakistan is a conflict-affected state in the way that India is not a conflict-affected state, and there are different specialist services that are needed. We're seeing that in Gaza at the moment.
Yep.
I mean, we've put out a press release overnight about the danger of communicable disease outbreak. That's an area where we have expertise from other conflict zones that can be brought to bear. And so our strength comes from not trying to boil the ocean. The ocean's boiling enough as it is. We get our strength by focusing on the places that are within our mission and within our mandate. Just let me finish this.
Yeah.
The danger for charities is they just go chasing the money. Where you really want to be is that have the smart money coming to you, because they know that you'll be really, really impactful and really, really effective in the places where your mission is central.
I would usually ask an investment banker this, but where's the smart money going then, David, in your space?
Well, here's the really interesting thing. The smart money should be going into research and innovation about how you get high productivity, high impact interventions. We now have 110 people in our research and innovation team. We do 30% of all the evidence and impact evaluations in the humanitarian sector are done by the International Rescue Committee. Now, the problem is there's not enough smart money going into those public goods of this is how best to work in these circumstances. It's a devil's own job to raise the money because the money's going straight into World Food Programme survival. It's going straight into the most basics. And we talk about raising more of the right kind of money. And the right kind of money is focused on outcomes, it's focused on sustainable change, and it's focused on scale.
And Yanti, I'm sure you'll say a similar thing. When funding is scarce, when resources are scarce, you need to be clever. You need to look for the smart money, look at where the smart money is going. Where is that for Save the Children?
Look, I spent 20 years in the private sector, and there we always also said, oh, the resources are scarce, so we need to make choices.
Yeah.
When I came to this sector is unbelievably creative and to do more with less. It is truly astonishing. Now, we are concerned there is more humanitarian need, aside from obviously developmental opportunities in many, many countries. There is not enough money. The gaps now between humanitarian need and what is available for funding is double, I think, what it was before the pandemic. So we're looking at massive choices, as in, which children are we going to serve in Afghanistan? Are we going to serve all of them with half of the portions that we have? Or are we going to focus on a smaller amount and give them what they need and not serve the other ones? Those are the stark choices that we're making. But I agree with David, you have to make those choices. We are not going to save every child. That's a fool's errand, and then you're going to do it badly.
Yeah, and a linked question here: how the private sector can be more effective in supporting these causes, other than just money and finance.
So this Mr. and Mrs. Hannah question is a really good one. We do obviously want the private sectors to support our organisation. I'm thrilled that we have rising. Our private sector support is rising faster than our government support, but what do we get from the private sector? We get skills. So when we developed our Signpost, our online information platform for refugees, where did the cybersecurity advice came from? It came from the tech sector. When we're working on our strategy unit, where do our secondments come from? They come from the management consultancy sector. When we need pro bono legal help, where does it come from? The legal sector. And I think it's really important that that we become better partners of a private sector that might be willing to write a check. We want the check to be bigger, but it's got to be a much more rounded relationship rather than just a transaction.
And you're also doing, I believe you're doing, correct me if I'm wrong, in the education sector, using technology and AI.
Yeah, I mean, this is very exciting because, look, there's loads of experience of 40 years of give a kid a computer and he'll sort of become Shakespeare, and it doesn't work, or he'll learn Shakespeare. It doesn't work like that. What we're finding is that we've now got computer-aided learning aided by the AI, but also aided by facilitators, which is delivering dramatic results for kids. And that's something that we're really excited about.
And I imagine same for you.
We see it in education, we see it in health as well. Really putting tools in the hands of community healthcare workers who are not super educated doctors who have degrees, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden they can do the diagnosis, the basic diagnosis that actually helps save lives.
But okay, let's get some real life examples here. The pandemic witnessed, I think, the largest backslide in childhood immunization in 25, 30 years. How can innovation from the private sector help in a space like that?
I would say beware technophilia in this area, right? The reason that people are not getting vaccinated is not for lack of technology.
No.
They're not getting vaccinated because they're scared, and that relates to the disinformation question that's come up here. They're not getting vaccinated because it's not accessible. If you're in South Sudan, it's 3 hours trek to a health center, you're not going to go for your vaccination. Yanti said in passing, community health workers. That means people trained who are living in the community to effectively be a community nurse, and you don't need the whole medical system to be throwing its weight behind something like that. So to take your example, you can reach what are called zero-dose kids without immunization, through non-state mechanisms with actually better value for money, higher cost effectiveness and cost efficiency than if you're just going through the mainstream system, especially in conflict areas.
And look, we addressed that disinformation point, which is an important one. Yanti, what gives you hope now? When you and I had a chat a couple of days ago, you called out 3 or 4 countries who are doing really interesting things in the health sector, in the education sector. What gives you hope, and where are you pointing the hardest with your greatest criticism?
Well, I think actions always inspire hope, right? It's not the other way around. And this sector and many others, and the private sector and governments, are still doing the right things. I said, look, a country like Sierra Leone, which was in civil war not all that long ago, then had an Ebola crisis in 2014 and 15, now is spending 20% of its budget on education. Yes, it is still a small budget, right? There's a macroeconomic issue there, but they are trying to really do the right things with the right policy, evidence-based policy. They're trying to get to universal access for early education, which is still one of the best evidence, best investments the world can make. Bangladesh has made great strides reducing poverty. Indonesia has introduced PCV vaccine. It will save millions of lives. So these are all things that, yes, SAFE is doing, IRC's been, we are all trying, but ultimately, if you can get the right policies in place with half decent levels of funding behind it, domestically mobilized, but you make progress.
All right, and that's back to my earlier question. Given the legal frameworks, given the policies with lack of teeth, what's going wrong, and where's it going wrong? What are the most glaring examples for you both of where this is going wrong?
I would say that we're living in a world where risk is becoming globalized. That's what happens in an interdependent world, a hyper-connected world. But resilience is being localized. So if you happen to live in Western Connecticut, you've got quite good resources to put into resilience against climate change, investment in education. If you live in Manhattan, you're privileged. If you're living in 30 fragile and conflict states around the world, the localization of resilience leaves you badly exposed. If you live in Somalia at the moment, there's $1 per person per year spent on climate adaptation. There's no resilience investment going on there. And essentially what's happened, the gap is between this global risks, pandemics, climate crisis, economic shocks, which we haven't talked about, but we were saying just beforehand. Remember, rising interest rates here are a problem for mortgage holders. In debt-laden countries around the world, suddenly they're in debt distress. They're spending more on debt payments than they are on education or health, or the two of them combined. So you've got these global risks that are sort of ricocheting around the world, and then you've got a reliance on local resilience. That is the breakdown of the global system that, in a way, the Secretary-General of the UN sounds like he was speaking to today. And my argument is it's just short-sighted, because this is going to come back and bite all of us, and the pandemic is the best example of that.
And I would also say we are often in danger of falling into the trap of a single story, right? As Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie always says. A country like Democratic Republic of the Congo, the largest displaced people crisis in the world, nobody talks about it. Nobody. 14 million kids in need in DRC. And we'll go like, okay, so this is a crisis. Yes, it is a massive crisis in the eastern DRC, in the Kasais. At the same time, the government of the DRC has also used special drawing rights, invested $700 million in education, in agriculture. I think that is also a story of hope. And both things are true in the same country. So it is a multitude of stories rather than, oh, that country is hopeless or there's a basket case over there.
Let's just get to this question, and then I've got a final question for you both. There's been criticism of the trickle-down effect regarding relief funding, especially in Gaza, regarding the relief funding. Where are we? Are grassroots funds better placed to help in crisis than overseas bodies?
I think this is a false choice, really. There's real local expertise. Anywhere we work, we hire locally, we do needs assessments locally, we don't use a cookie cutter. So you've got to honor the locality. But international organizations, they have systems, they have expertise, they have experience, they have research, they have innovation. That's valuable too. So from my point of view, you're looking for a marriage of the local expertise with the global expertise.
I remember this is something Martin Griffiths talked about last year when we spoke, and you were on that panel as well. It was about
at least I have message discipline and consistency. So that's
it was about leaning in and working, well, getting leaning in and working with local organizations. Absolutely critical part of this.
Of course, look, we have 25,000 colleagues all around the world, these 116 countries. 97% of them are local and usually from the community where we work. All of our staff currently in Gaza are Gazans, right? Otherwise, there's the trust building, the legitimacy, the real insight into the problems. Actually, quite often there are already solutions in those communities that we just need to adapt, pick up, and help get to scale.
The final question for both of you. What do you think are the new and emerging threats that you see facing children over the next 10 to 20 years? And how are organizations like yours preparing for those?
Look, climate change is not in the future, it's here now, and it's impacting millions of kids as we speak and will do for the coming years. So that's certainly one. There's a lot of talk about AI. I find it very difficult to be on a panel or in a conversation where that is not mentioned. And again, with AI, I think there's upside and there's downside. Of course, we're worried about the risks, but we're also doing a boatload of experiments to say, if we do focus group discussions at community level, can we use AI and augment it so we can do it faster with better insights, using native, more local languages and dialects. So there's a ton of opportunity, we think there, but we have to do it carefully. Climate change, we're working a lot on resilience, because David is absolutely right. That is the key thing. There is so little resilience in those in those local communities. And we need to that's our plea, we need to really look at the amount of funding that is going to adaptation instead of mitigation.
What about you, David? What about the IRC, the meetings you have about the future and where this might go and anticipating what might happen?
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you what I'm worried about. And what I'm worried about is that there is a mental health crisis of monumental scale rippling across the 10 to 25-year-old generation. And it's born of this weirdness that the world has never been more rich in information, but it's never been more rich in disinformation. And that is really tragic. Disinformation about Gaza or disinformation about the kid in your class is so much more successful than you are. And I think that's really something that worries me a lot. And we finished bang on.
We really did, and I appreciate it. Look, it's been fascinating. I'm sorry we don't have longer, but David Miliband and Yanti from Save the Children, thank you very much indeed to both of you. I've got to go back to the podium now. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Very good. Thank you so much to both of those speakers. As I said, I think it's really important, that conversation, and important that we gave it at such a prominent spot today. We're going to change tack now to ESG and what companies around the world are doing in this space, how they're planning in this space. Of course, much of the conversation has, over the past 12 months or so, revolved around a backlash against ESG, but we are going to hear now from Ricoh Chair Jake Yamashita. Empowering Colleagues as ESG Advocates is the title of Jake's presentation, and I do have to say here the session is in partnership with Ricoh. Jake, where are you? Come on up. Come on up. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you all for the great honor of being here today. It is humbling to be among such esteemed global leaders driving truly dedicated work in the ESG arena. While we are here from different backgrounds and experience, we have one shared goal: to tackle the big societal and environmental issues already upon us. Today, I will share some insights from my own experience and lessons Ricoh has learned along the way. Ricoh is very committed to its own ESG journey. Some of you may know Ricoh as a market-leading manufacturer of printers with 80,000 plus colleagues in 200 countries and regions. But today, we have grown into a global digital services company. During this tremendous transformational journey of our own, ESG has always been the core tenet of our approach. I want to talk about the opportunity we all have to empower our colleagues to be ESG advocates. Today's workforce is increasingly motivated by the company's social and environmental commitments. By 2025, millionaires will make up an incredible 75% of the global workforce. And the company's ESG practices heavily influence their career choices. Recent data from Deloitte 2023, Gen Z and Millennial survey underscores this. Over half of both Gen Z and Millennials analyze the company's environmental policies before taking a job. And more than 40% have or are willing to switch jobs due to the climate concerns. This shift is not just about employment. It's also affecting how business is done. In North America, nearly 60% of our clients consider ESG factors when choosing partners. We've seen a 200% surge in ESG-related requests in RFPs in North America compared to the prior year. More than just checking a box, our customers want sustainability partners with expertise to help teams reach their internal goals using our products and services. As emerging decision makers, millennials prioritize innovation, skill development, and positive societal impact in their work environments. A solid commitment to ESG is essential to remain competitive in attracting talent and meeting customer expectations. The principle of putting people at the heart of business was ahead of its time. When Ricoh started 87 years ago, our visionary founder, Kiyoshi Ichimura, formed our company guided by principles that still resonate today, treating employees with respect and equity. The founding principles formulated in 1946 are love your neighbor, love your country, love your work. For a long time now, the second principle, love your country, has been interpreted by Ricoh as love your planet. these principles have always been the heart of our success. As a manufacturer, we pioneer our own circular economy model that we call the Comet Circle back in 1994. Evaluating easy aspect of product life cycle to reduce its environmental impact. Leading sustainability in printing, our goal is to eventually have zero waste going to landfill. Businesses must continue to take robust action. Ricoh, for example, is taking aggressive steps to meet ambitious environmental targets. We recently revised our greenhouse gas reduction targets from 30% by 2030 to 63%, because we are well on track to surpass our initial goals. Implementing digital manufacturing using IoT technology has reduced power consumption by 70% in our manufacturing plants alone. And I'm proud that Ricoh was not only the first Japanese company to join the RE100, but that we encouraged numerous other CEOs to join too. As co-chair of the Japan Climate Leaders Partnership, I am strongly encouraging the Japanese government to deepen its commitment to maximize the use of renewable energy. Our other two core principles, love your neighbor and love your work, embody Ricoh's commitment to its people and to creating an environment where people can work with enthusiasm. With the rapid advancement of AI technologies, we live in a world where most of jobs currently being done by humans will be replaced by machines. Valuing our people and maintaining a people-centered management structure empowers individual team members to make the difference between simply achieving corporate goals and the vision of the livable future for every person on the planet. We linked our ESG targets and employee engagement scores to executives' compensation along with other KPIs. Before becoming CEO 7 years ago, it was my passion to effect positive change. The essential link between people happiness and business success is centered to this vision. Many organizations see the value in happy colleagues equal happy customers, which equals a strong business. But I want to take it further. For Ricoh, our mission value, fulfillment through work, drives everything we do. I'm convinced that when people are motivated and inspired by their work, they will pursue excellence. Creating that motivation requires sustained effort, and the ESG agenda is a fundamental element of this. In the book, Ikigai, the Japanese secret to a long and happy life, author Hector Garcia agrees, pointing out that if the company has a message that communicates a sense of purpose, and it is shared effectively with the staff, that will motivate employees. While this effort starts from the top, It is sustained by our people who bring these priorities to life within the communities in which we live and save globally. Our North America CEO, Kirsten Bloom, fosters a culture of excellence program comes from inspire diversity in all its dimensions. Passion drives still more passion. And the colleagues have recorded videos telling me in their own words what it means to them to work at Ricoh. These efforts have increased employee retention, engagement, and job offer acceptance. Creating an enthusiastic environment is a start, but retaining quality team members is key. One upgrading reskilling program initiated in Europe is a 9-month digital talent development program that has provided over 4,000 field engineers with technical skills and digital expertise to equip them for new digital-focused role in the company. Even beyond just Ricoh, as part of our prior B4IG coalition activities, we created a skill training program to support local women artists narrow the digital divide in rural India. Helping these artists acquire design and IT skills and sales channel knowledge enables them to generate income not possible before. Since then, we launched our own initiative to support young people in Japan and Vietnam. As people began to see connection between their roles and our ESG agenda, innovation emerged in new ways across the organization. More than 15 years ago, we began replacing virgin plastics in our core business with components made from PLA, a more sustainable, plant-based alternative that helps the environment. As our teams become more familiar with PLA, they use other technology expertise to create a breakthrough material, formed PLA seed. It is 99% bio-based, compostable, and heat-resistant. What started as a single team is the innovate concept. Is now ready to grow into the full-fledged circular economy business. Our food container pilot program launched in Japan this year with plan to expand Europe and North America after that. With ESGs in mind, we want to take on the challenge of making healthcare accessible to more people in North America. Our team saw an opportunity to develop a solution that leverage our managed service infrastructure. We used the patient image data to 3D printer replicas of the individual's internal anatomy and currently conducting trial with several medical centers. The 3D printed models can be used for aging in diagnosis, surgery prep, and educating patients and medical students. The aim is improve patient experience. On the other front, colleagues saw the opportunity to improve communication with non-hearing team members. So they developed voice recognition software package, allowing everyone to participate in the meeting equally. It works so well that it is now offered as a service in customer. The nature of these cases, our team recognized the opportunity to address challenges by leveraging their expertise beyond their everyday responsibilities. This curiosity emerged organically as team members discovered passion and purpose in aligning their roles with ESG goals rather than by management mandate. And all this means that our vision of fulfillment through work is coming to life. What we are experiencing at Ricoh is transformation not limited to us alone. It's a journey everyone can embrace. We ask team members to verbalize the relationship between the SDGs and their own work. And of the nearly 38,000 responses, 92% felt their work contributed to resolve social issues. And almost the same number said it led to their job satisfaction. More and more, it's often the small action and resonate most deeply with our people. This harmonized synergy creates win-win scenario, benefiting not only our businesses and customers, but also our colleagues and our planet. In conclusion, I want to leave you with this important message. As leaders within your organizations, you can inspire and mobilize every team member to become passionate ESG advocates. Together, we can drive transformative change, moving beyond mere business action. It's clear that the top-down approach alone cannot address all challenges. Empowering your colleagues unlocked the potential for the collective and sustainable impact. I firmly believe that motivated team members who see how ESG fit into their roles are the untapped force that can drive the creation of the sustainable society. And if we get it right, the reward for our entire planet will be more than worth it. No organization can do this alone. We have to work together across the borders and the cultures. There is an old saying that means, let me, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. At Reuters Impact last year in London, I was blessed with the birth of my first grandchild, just hours before I went on the stage. So that's who I think about the most. So let's work together to save our planet today and not just leave it up to future generations to solve. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations as well, by the way. Thank you. Jake Yamashita from Ricoh. Right, we had a fascinating day on the banking stage yesterday. Plenty of insight into the macroeconomic environment, into global monetary policy, into how tough things are on the deal-making front. Our next speaker told Reuters, I think a few days ago, that he thinks the market, the M&A market, is now bottoming out, so things are going to get better. And that message of optimism actually did come through from the banking stage yesterday. Please welcome Lazard Chief Executive Officer Peter Orszag, and he will be interviewed by our US finance editor, Lanvin Nguyen. Come on up.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Peter, for joining us.
Great to be here.
So I want to congratulate you, Peter. You just took over as CEO last month. You step into the seat during a very difficult and challenging geopolitical environment, and also during a difficult investment banking environment. So tell us, what's on your agenda, and how are you handling these challenges?
Well, first, thanks for having me. It's a really exciting moment for Lazard because it's a turning point for the firm. I've put out some pretty strong ambition for where we should be by 2030. I think we have an amazing brand. We've got a lot of really talented people, and we've got a lot of growth potential ahead of us. So my days are busy trying to move towards that vision. With regard to the world, look, it's a odd combination, or an unusual combination, of actually a pretty constructive, at least domestic US macroeconomic environment right now, with inflation coming down, the consumer still holding up, a little bit more challenging in Europe, but decently constructive macroeconomic environment combined with severe geopolitical risk. And that juxtaposition of macro strength but geopolitical uncertainty actually, frankly, plays to our advantage. Lazard has always been, now to get narrow about it again, Lazard has always been known as a firm that combines business and regulatory, government, and other insight. We have a new geopolitical unit, and that group is in very, very high demand.
Yes, and Peter, you also straddle all of those worlds as well, obviously being an investment banker now and running this firm, but also having worked in the White House and being an economist yourself. Tell us a little bit about those interdisciplinary skills and how they're coming to the fore right now. We heard from Brian Moynihan yesterday, relatively US-focused consumer bank, that geopolitics really matter. We also heard that in the M&A stage. So what are clients asking you right now, given your different hats?
I think it's pretty simple. You can't make a big business decision today without a geopolitical perspective. So if that hypothetically was ever the case in the past, it's definitively not true today. You can't decide what to do about the China end market without a view on the de-risking phenomenon. You can't decide on a strategy of energy transition without some view of how the Middle East is going to play out, and so on and so forth. So the questions range the whole gamut from very narrow, in particular countries, to the broad questions that you'd expect. But I think the fundamental point is there is no such thing as an isolated business decision today. You can't just look at the Excel spreadsheet and say yes or no. You have to have the context.
So let's go into some specific situations and how investors and businesses are dealing with them. These are big questions, but let's get through them fast. China, Ukraine, and the Middle East. So give us your assessment on each one of those situations and how business leaders are going to navigate them.
Sure. Starting with China, since you started there, couple points. The first is I personally think that the growth outlook for the Chinese economy, not in the near term where people are focused on the real estate dynamic and then whether there's sufficient government support to offset that, but rather over the medium term, the next 3, 5, 7 years, is challenged by two big things. The first is that the economy has reached the levels of income per capita where what economists call the Lewis turning point, what is often sometimes relatedly referred to as the middle income trap, that holds. You need to then move the economy towards education and technology as its growth vector. The authorities have been trying to do that, but it comes into direct conflict with a desire for state control. It is very difficult to have a growth strategy based on education and technology and also have a really, really high degree of state control, because in education and technology, some degree of free flow of information is key to success in those sectors. Second big problem is demographic. Basically, the move away from the one-child policy hasn't worked. The total fertility rate remains way below replacement levels. This is, by the way, a growing global concern, even in Africa, where fertility rates are higher. They've come down a lot. But specifically to China, the population's aging very rapidly and is declining. So those are two kind of medium-term problems. Then layered on top of that is the de-risking phenomenon that is especially relevant for technology. And I think effectively the way someone put it to me yesterday, which I found stark but illuminating, is if you were investing today as a business in expanded Chinese operations, you need to be prepared for that to go to zero overnight, just as a contingency plan. And so it may still make sense, but you need to play through those scenarios where that just gets turned off instantaneously.
And a quick follow-up on China. I saw you a lot at Davos. You're, I think a quintessential Davos man in terms of, the networking that you do with world leaders or with business leaders. And at Davos, people are very optimistic about China. And now we've come full circle. Months later, people are talking about a lost generation in China. How did business get that so wrong? And how do you game plan for China going forward, given that there's so little visibility here?
There is an almost perfectly negative correlation between the conventional wisdom at the World Economic Forum and what subsequently happens. So take the conventional wisdom at Davos each year, it's useful, and do the opposite.
Sell Davos then, right. Yeah. Okay, so now moving on to another thorny topic. Obviously, our editor-in-chief, Alessandra Galloni, interviewed President Zelenskiy in Ukraine yesterday, virtually. He talked about not wanting to compromise, really not coming to the negotiating table. How does the situation in Russia and Ukraine affect business leaders going forward, particularly in the energy side?
Well, I'd say it's one of several, very salient and important geopolitical risks. The most important thing that could happen here in the United States on this issue right now is that we provide an additional round of support for Ukraine. Without the military and financial support, it's going to be much more difficult for the Ukrainians to continue to have the pace of activity that has succeeded so far in defending their country. And that issue intersects with the polarization in the United States, because I think it's not impossible to happen over the next 2 weeks is that we're going to have a government shutdown because of disagreements over funding for Ukraine. And in particular, what's happening is there is a disagreement over whether to tie aid for Israel with aid for Ukraine. That's issue one. And then issue two is no one wants to pass spending bills to avoid the shutdown without resolution of that so-called supplemental, in other words, the aid for Israel and/or Ukraine. And so if you want an illustration of how world events affect daily life in the United States, here you have it, which is a disagreement. I have obviously a biased view of what I think should happen here, but a disagreement over whether funding for Ukraine should continue or not is likely to be, if the government shuts down, that will be the cause.
Interesting. And so let's stick on that for a moment. Let's
Sure.
move back to the domestic scene. Obviously, that is an area where you are an expert. Given the parade of shutdown threats, the downgrades to the U.S. credit rating, how do you see this playing out going forward? As someone who worked in government and also in business, what are clients telling you about the dysfunction in the U.S. political scene?
You just try to work around it. I mean, the fact of the matter is it is now one of these things that's not going to get solved. It needs to be managed and tempered or attenuated, and it will have flashpoints that affect everyone's lives from time to time. So possible shutdown. Look, the other thing that's happened is even though the long rate, the 10-year yield has come down a little bit, it's still dramatically higher than it was 2, 3, 4 years ago. And so the fiscal trajectory that the country's on looks, a lot less good today than it did 6 months ago. And there's another lesson in that, which is there were all these confident predictions, and I'm glad that Bob Rubin, Joe Stiglitz, and I, on paper, said, don't do this in 2021. that low rates would be here forever, that a undue degree of confidence about projecting recent history out into the infinite future. And what we've seen is instead a massive rise in rates that has caused a deterioration in the long-term fiscal outlook. There's now this sense that long rates are going to be here, high rates are going to be here forever. And I don't think they're about to dissipate over the next year or two. But I think we also have to be cautious. A lot of the things that led to low real interest rates previously are still present in today's world, including demographics and a whole variety of other forces. So just a little bit of humility that don't take recent history and extrapolate it with perfect certainty into the infinite future.
Nothing is forever. Zero rates aren't forever. High rates aren't forever. Neither is history forever. Right? There's no end of history for now. So let's nerd out a little bit on the economy, and let's talk about the Fed a little bit, and then we will shift into how that affects Lazard as a company. So what do you expect the Fed to do going forward, and what do you think the path of interest rates is going to be over the next year? And then we'll immediately say how that affects M&A.
Okay, so first, I will say that I think if you read one thing on interest rates and inflation, I would point you to Austin Goolsby's speech from about 3 or 4 weeks ago. He's the new head of the Chicago Fed. I think he nails what's been happening much better than any other analysis, in part because it's also my view, so it's not surprising that I think it's excellent. And basically what he says is, the pandemic has played a much larger role in both the run-up in inflation and also the run-down in inflation than the conventional wisdom suggests. And it also suggests to me that the caution that we're now seeing from the Fed is warranted. It probably should have started a little bit earlier, because what happens when you tighten monetary policy is it takes a while for that to feed through to the economy. So a lot of the tightening that has occurred to date has not yet fully manifested itself in economic activity. Those lags look like they're getting shorter, so maybe more of it is actually fed through than would have been the case like 10 or 15 years ago. But still, we've got a bunch of additional monetary policy tightening to come. That's point one. Point two is the only reason you want to really go hard and fast on tightening monetary policy, despite the fact that you don't know how long it's going to take and exactly how it's going to affect the economy, is if you're losing control of the situation. And by losing control of the situation, what I mean is that people's inflationary expectations, what they expect inflation to be, starts rising really rapidly. There has been no evidence, either from the market in the inflation-protected securities market or from consumer surveys, that there has been any risk, including over the past couple of years, of those expectations kind of becoming unhinged and blowing up. And so that's the thing to watch, in my opinion, which is and also there's this fear somehow that like, oh my goodness, if we don't do something today, all of a sudden we're going to wake up tomorrow and inflationary expectations will have risen by 10%. It doesn't work that way. These things tend to kind of work pretty gradually, and you'd see it going up and you could act very forcefully at that moment. Instead, we were seeing shadows that weren't there, and we started kind of pounding on it nonetheless. And some of the bruises from that pounding have not yet hit the economy. So I'm glad to see that my interpretation of where the Fed is right now is in a pause. Wait to see how this all plays out. That's reinforced by the fact that the 10-year yield is in the mid-4s, which is doing some of the work of the Fed for it.
Speaking of bruises, some of your colleagues in the banking industry did not manage their exposure to rising interest rates very well. Obviously, we had some very high-profile failures in the banking industry earlier this year. Yep. The dust has maybe settled a little bit, but what do you see as the potential outlook for U.S. banks going forward, given some of those troubles that we've seen and the difficulties of managing exposure, particularly in CRE as well?
Yeah, and look, the difficulty, as you know, was disproportionately focused outside of the largest banks and in the regional banking system. The situation is better than it was clearly in the spring when there was a lot of firefighting. But we're not out of the woods completely. There still is a significant amount of interest rate marks that are on the books of regional banks. They're waiting, they're hoping that the pull to par, in other words, if you hold a bond and interest rates go up and the market value of it goes down, if you just hold it to maturity, it will return to the value that, the face value. So there's sort of a rush or a tug of war between waiting for that to play out and hoping there's not another level of crisis or confidence shattering. That's point one. Point two is, in the meanwhile, there are lots of concerns rising, not just in CRE, but in consumer credit, about credit quality, which was less of a concern in the spring. So we're seeing delinquency rates on consumer loans rising. They've basically doubled or so over the past year. They're still much lower than they were during the financial crisis, but they're rising on auto loans and all sorts of other types of consumer credit. So credit is the second thing to watch. Finally, I'd say I think this is an example of where the policy imperative and the antitrust perspective are in conflict with one another. And that happens more frequently than you'd think. It happened in healthcare years ago when there was a shift to value-based care, and the antitrust authority said, I don't really believe in that, or I'm not going along with that. And I think in the regional banking sector today, there's a little bit of that too, which is what clearly has to happen is some degree of consolidation. And if you listen to hints from the Treasury and other policymakers, there's a recognition that that would be beneficial. But if you then listen to the Justice Department, there is an antipathy to consolidation, at least outside of a crisis. And so therefore, we wait for the crisis to happen and then allow the consolidation to happen at that point. So this is one of many examples where there's tension, one hand's not speaking with the other kind of thing. That
tension is playing out across the industry. I hear constantly that consolidation is needed, that there are a lot of struggling, ailing banks that would do better off if they merged or were bought out. But so far, a lot of deals have taken a long time to be approved. So what's the outlook there?
I think on the consolidation front, given the current stance of the antitrust regulators in particular, that outside of a crisis, it's still a challenging environment.
Okay, and then speaking of a challenging environment, obviously M&A has been, mergers and acquisitions have been very difficult over the last year. Yourselves, your peers have had real struggles there. Talk a little bit about that bottoming out that you see. Why is it bottoming out? What are you hearing from clients? Given this geopolitical environment, it's surprising to me that anyone would want to, pull the trigger right now.
Sure. Well, part of it's just natural pendulum. If something falls by 70%, there tends to be some momentum on the upside. That's point one. Point two is there still are lots of catalysts for activity, from technology to the life sciences revolution to de-risking global supply chain shifts to the energy transition. The list goes on and on. But there have been three headwinds. There's been how rapidly interest rates have increased, which causes a disconnect between sellers and buyers. There's been challenges over financing markets, and then there's been the biggest bad regulatory environment. And I'd say on all three, there's been some softening of the headwinds. So interest rate increases are, people are getting used to the new normal of higher rates. And the financing markets, there's some degree of thawing that's occurring, at least relative to recent periods. And on the regulatory front, the court losses, especially Microsoft Activision, has caused many boardrooms, many C-suites to say, you know what, the law hasn't changed. The regulators are interpreting the law in a new way. Worst case, we're going to litigate it. It will cause, some extra costs, and you have to pay a bunch of legal fees. Takes more time, but there's a pathway to getting a deal done that maybe 2 or 3 years ago wasn't as apparent.
Got it. And just going back to regulation for a moment, there is this thing in banking called Basel Endgame. So these draft proposals that big banks in particular are pushing back against, it would require them to raise their capital levels.
Yep.
How do you see this industry push back? And given your role as a former government person, do you think it's going to be effective? I mean, government doesn't like to be pushed around and told what to do by banks.
No, I think most of this will go into effect, and it is one of many things affecting the banking sector. And what I would say is, I think while it is going to happen, or mostly happen, it is one of many forces that is leading to alternative asset managers taking a larger share of various markets, especially in private credit. So there may be some changes on the margins, but the thrust of what's been proposed is going to take effect.
How concerned are you about private equity sort of eating the banking industry's lunch and encroaching further into these activities that were normally reserved for banks?
Well, I'd say for Lazard, this is a huge opportunity because we intermediate a lot of those discussions between corporates and alternative asset managers. I do think that it is a threat to the bulge bracket firms that are seeing increased competition, at least in the financing markets, from alternative asset managers. But
Okay.
It's not a concern, it's just a phenomenon.
And to close, I want to talk about what you're doing at Lazard. You've got potentially inorganic growth, which is code for acquisitions, and you also, at the same time, are making sure that you streamline your headcount, reducing staff by 10%. What's next?
So the key on the advisory side is high productivity growth. Adding managing directors that are very productive, that's what makes the model work. And we have lots of opportunities from technology to industrials, healthcare, and so on, private capital too, to engineer that kind of growth. And then on the asset management side of the business, we did mention we're interested in inorganic options. That's disproportionately going to be in less liquid markets, private credit, real estate, infrastructure, et cetera.
Okay, Peter, that's all we have time for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Peter, and another fascinating interview from Lanvin. Thank you, Lanvin, to you. Right, COP28 looms large, of course. The meeting starting the end of this month in Dubai. This next session is entitled Beyond Traditional Fuels. The moderator is Reuters Events Head of Global Leadership Series, Gareth Ragg. And I do want to stress this partnership, this session rather, is in partnership with Chevron. Gareth, come on up.
Thank you, Axel. Good morning, everyone. Just as the panelists sit down, just to set the scene a little for a discussion. So sustainability, climate, energy transition have been key themes over the past day at Reuters Next, and fuel and transportation very much sits at the center of this discussion. And I'm very pleased to be hosting our next discussion titled Beyond Traditional Fuels. I think if you were to ask many people right now about the decarbonization of transportation, they'd likely imagine a relatively straight line towards electrification and battery electric vehicles. However, given the size, the complexity and the cost of this challenge, I think it's becoming clear that the path isn't maybe as linear as maybe what some would assume. And this morning, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by an expert panel representing all the major stakeholder groups that are going to shape the future of this space. Let's start with Chris. For those leaders that are in the room that maybe don't live and breathe this on a day-to-day basis like you guys do, could you just frame this debate and this discussion around beyond traditional fuels, please?
Sure, Gareth. So let's start with a recognition that the future of energy is clearly lower carbon. At the same time, let's recognize that globally, energy demand continues to grow due to rising incomes as well as a growing population. In addition, energy is essential to our economy and our way of modern life. And so it's really critical to recognize finding the right balance between affordability, reliability, and ever cleaner. And over the past few years, we've seen energy markets in surplus and in shortage, and we see what can happen from a price volatility perspective as well as an emissions perspective. And none of those result in a sustainable, efficient pathway to realizing our economic as well as our climate ambitions when it comes to the energy system. I'll give you one example. So, Gareth, do you want to venture a guess when peak coal occurred? Peak coal is recognized as a form of energy that has higher emissions, and it's used for direct heat and electricity. So when was peak coal, Gareth?
I'm going to look stupid now, aren't I?
Yeah, that's all right. I put you on the spot.
2010.
Last year. And we're not done with this year. So it's an example when people can't access the energy they need to maintain their quality of life, they're going to turn to what's affordable and reliable, and that has consequences from an environmental or emissions perspective. So our opportunity is to accelerate efforts and enhance our efforts to decarbonize our existing energy system, which is massive, while at the same time developing new lower carbon products. And in order to do that, it's going to take innovation, it's going to take industry collaboration, and hopefully we're going to see policy continue to evolve to support that as well. All this applies to the transportation sector and fuels, which is an important sector. It represents over 25% of the emissions and over 25% of the demand in the US. And I'm really pleased to be here today with my colleagues from Toyota and Cummins, as well as Tammy, recognizing the policy side to have this conversation about low carbon fuels.
So let's jump in on that policy. Actually, Jose, if you'd like to make
Yeah, if I can add another piece of context of what Chris just said about how important energy is as part of our economy. If you think about the commercial vehicle space, because most of the time when we talk transportation, we think about light-duty vehicles. But when we think about transportation as in commercial vehicle applications, those trucks that you see delivering food inside a city limit, or you see these semis down the road delivering goods to America, 70% of all goods that are transported in America or are delivered in America come through a truck. And in fact, if you look at your home, look around, you'll be challenged to find a single good that was not transported by a truck. $1 trillion economy, 10 million trucks out there, so that definitely has to be part of the conversation. And you'll hear me say a lot of comments about the commercial vehicle space.
And we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's start with the policy, I think, Tammy. This transition, this decarbonisation transition, is going to be framed a lot by policy. So can you give us your current take on where we're at right now, please?
Well, so as you all know and may be engaged in, we now have an Inflation Reduction Act. We have $370 billion in incentives and other programs to encourage clean energy as a way to sort of reach for net zero. It's the most comprehensive climate package ever, energy package since 2007. So now, the legislation's passed, now we're in the implementation phase. And I think that's really good news. I think it'll help a lot getting to what Chris was saying about unleashing innovation. But I think in the transport energy space, I think what's missing is sort of a holistic, comprehensive view of energy solutions. So what I mean by that is the administration has tended to focus a lot on putting fuels and energies in different boxes. So for the light duty vehicle fleet, our cars and SUVs and such, we will do electrification. And for aviation, we will do sustainable aviation fuels until hydrogen comes along. And I think when you put fuels in boxes, it not only stifles the innovation that we need, it also doesn't take the holistic view. Not everybody will be able to get in and buy an electric vehicle, for example. So we need multiple pathways, we need multiple solutions, and I think we need to understand that this country and the world is complex. People need different types of mobility solutions. And I don't know that that's necessarily reflected, in both the administration, sort of policy and even in the IRA. And then I think the last thing is, it's really important, like we need a vision. So IRA is sort of part of that vision. We are in a transition. And the road is going to be, really, bumpy. And, we don't have a sort of comprehensive vision from the administration on how that will roll out. And I also think the communication to the public is sort of missing in that as well. People see $370 billion and they're like, what does this mean for them? How is this reflected in their lives? And so I think what we need is sort of to fix that. Because you can already see, like electric vehicles, it's coming into the presidential election space. It's like, we don't really want that. So I think we need to sort of look at how we engage with the public as well.
And Tom, would you like to comment on that?
I would. Thanks, Gareth, and good day, everyone. So I've been doing regulatory and policy issues for 35 years as a government regulator with the oil and gas industry, and for the past 23 years with Toyota. And one thing that's different now, I think, than I've seen in the past is the necessity to look more at the life cycle of the products and the fuels that we're talking about here. Now, that can go down a rabbit hole very quickly, as you know. We just look at ethanol and things like that with indirect land use and this, that, and the other. It gets very complicated very quickly. But I think from a regulatory construction and from a policymaker viewpoint, we need to find a way to start looking at the full life cycle. Battery electric vehicles, California calls them zero emission vehicles. Guess what, folks? They're not zero emission, not even in California. A few of them are. It depends where you charge and when you charge and what your grid looks like. Gasoline vehicles can use lower carbon fuels, for example, in the future, if that technology can get some policy support and get a little bit of a stronghold. And that's kind of Chris's space in terms of the technology to be able to accomplish that. But just wanted to add that point about life cycle is becoming increasingly important, I think, and including end of life, batteries and so forth.
So let's dig a bit more into the tech. So if there is going to be this range of solutions, not one size fits all, what are those technologies and low carbon fuels that we're missing out on at the moment? Maybe, Jose, if you'd like to start with that.
Yeah, you're right. I think the industry, when we talk about the commercial vehicle, we've been spoiled in a way that we have had one single technology, internal combustion engines that fit every application. And we're moving into a space that may not be the case in the future. As a supplier to the industry, we get this question a lot on why is this technology right for me? And being customer-centric, we always ask the customer, that's the wrong question to ask. The right question to ask, maybe this is what Tammy was saying at the beginning, is what are you trying to accomplish? Mm-hmm. What are your goals? What are your applications? What does your business look like? And then we can start having the conversation about the technology. Because it can get very confusing, because now you open that space, you're actually making it, in a way, you're making it harder because now you have more options available to you. I will mention too that we're actually working with Chris and Chevron on, and one is natural gas applications, which leverages existing technology. So these are internal combustion engines that you can fuel in with natural gas, which is abundant, it's available. You can actually produce it out of renewable natural gas, and it's proven technology. Mm-hmm. A hydrogen engine follows the same category. An engine, internal combustion engine that is fueled by hydrogen follows the same category. That hydrogen still needs to be developed, but at the very least, Garrett, you are changing one thing at a time. You are not changing technology and fuel. You're just changing fuel with existing technology.
Yeah, Gareth, if I could add to that, I'm glad the way the question was framed was around carbon emissions, because for us, that is the objective. Toyota's objective is to reduce as much carbon as possible, as quickly as possible. Yeah. Carbon stays in the atmosphere for a long time. Our objective is not to put X number of battery electric vehicles on the road, X number of hybrid electric vehicles on the road, or anything else. We want to offer a portfolio because, as Jose was saying, in his sector and our sector as well, it's all about the customer. They have different needs. They can afford different things. They have different access to infrastructure. They have different utility and so forth. And if we look at the resources to make batteries, we need a lot of additional mines to accomplish the objectives that we're all trying to accomplish. That's going to take time. I mean, they take 12, 15 years to permit. And I think we need about 300 of them additional to what exists today to achieve some of these numbers. So we're also looking at, what is the most efficient way to use the resources that we have in the time frame that we have them so we can reduce the carbon now. Yeah. One example, a battery electric vehicle, it takes about 500-pound wheelbarrow of minerals. That 500 pounds can make one battery electric vehicle, let's say a 300-mile range, reduce about 3.7 tons of carbon. You can take that same 500-pound wheelbarrow of minerals and make 6 plug-in hybrid vehicles and save 20 tons of carbon. Yeah. And you can make 90 hybrid electric vehicles and reduce 130 tons of carbon. Now, this isn't to say do this and not this and not this, but the point is that we can get carbon reductions from many different ways, and we can't just focus on one solution. Yeah.
Chris, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so I'll build on the technology conversation. And so I'll start with simplifying what technologies look like from an end product perspective. So in real simple terms, when it comes to transportation and fuels, you have electricity or battery electric vehicles, ideally supplied with low carbon electrons. And then you have low carbon intensity liquid fuels, hydrogen, and then natural gas and low carbon intensity natural gas. And very simple terms in the US, that's really what you're talking about from a transportation perspective. And so the opportunity in front of us is to through industry collaboration, innovation, as well as an evolution of policy, to promote all these solutions and then let the customers decide what works best for them, recognizing their ever cleaner or climate goals, the reliability goals, and their cost objectives. From a technology perspective, there's lots of opportunity in this space. And in one area, just around low carbon intensity liquid fuels, these fit well with existing infrastructure. And when you think about the existing infrastructure that supports the the transportation sector, think about all the refineries, the pipelines, the internal combustion engines, over 270 million on the road today. And so if we can continue to develop technology that reduces the carbon intensity of those low carbon liquid fuels, then we have an opportunity to tap into that infrastructure, and inherently that's going to be more affordable and a reliable versus alternatives.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and we can't move on without going a bit more into infrastructure, I think, because you're right, to leverage what we have now, but also there's probably some long-term bets that we want to be placing at the same time. So, Tammy, what are those things we shouldn't take our eye off whilst we're trying to leverage what we have?
Well, just to tag off of what everyone's saying, I think what we need to start doing, as the collective industries, but also really at the governmental level, is to start looking at assets. We have assets. We have refineries as assets. We have 150,000 plus fueling stations, they're assets. We have a diverse network pipeline system, it's an asset. And then even the internal combustion engine vehicles that we have on the road now, which is about 270, with about 10 million commercial vehicles, we need to start seeing them as assets. And how can we make those assets work for the people who utilize them, but also squeezing, every last drop of greenhouse gas emission reduction that we can. So I think what we need is a bit of a framework, mental framework shift in terms of, how we do policy that looks at things from the asset point of view. And there are entities out there that they'd love nothing more than to shut the refining system down. And I think that's such a mistake because they're enormous assets upon which I think our net zero targets will actually be built. But I don't think it's sort of viewed that way in all quarters. So the more that we can begin to look at things from an asset standpoint, I think the better off we all are.
I think also those are great points, Tammy, and regardless of what one may view the pace of electrification, and I look around the room and the viewers who are watching, there's probably myriad different opinions about when we'll get to all electric, if we'll get to all electric, how quickly that's going to take place. I can tell you what, no matter how long it takes, because it's not going to happen tomorrow, right? There are going to be hundreds of millions of vehicles in the US on the roads that burn gasoline. And globally, there are 1.3 billion vehicles today that burn gasoline, light vehicles. And so, the average ownership time is quite long. And even if you think we're going to get to all electric vehicles, let's say in 2035, which is what a lot of the policy targets in the US are, you're going to have decades of vehicles. We sell 10 million vehicles a year in 170 markets. We sell in markets where people don't have access to electricity. I mean, we need the whole portfolio of solutions. Yes, electric. Yes, plug-in hybrid. Yes, hydrogen fuel cell. Yes, hybrid. And yes, low carbon liquid fuels. I mean, it blows my mind that there's any kind of pushback on that, because those fuels are going to be around forever. Let's make them cleaner.
Yeah, and it's come up a few times as we've been discussing there. It's around the customer and people. It's easy to get lost in a technology-driven, policy-driven discussion, but at the end of the day, it comes down to what do people want and what can they afford as well. Jose, have you got some thoughts on that?
Yeah, and that's what I would refer in the question number one is, what is the job to be done? And in commercial vehicle space, to oversimplify, is we have a truck, we have a driver, we have a load, and we're trying to move that load or people from point A to point B and we're trying to do it efficiently for the economy. So that's the simple job. And for us as a supplier, that's our job, to don't disrupt the operation of the customer. I do think there is some space now to look at the network. For years, I think we've been trying to say, hey, the technology must absolutely fit the network on how we utilize these assets. I think there's some opportunity for perhaps looking at the network and say, what can change in the network to overcome some of the challenges that we have on the technology space? So I think there is ample opportunity to do that. If once you do that, I think you'll find that there are spaces for electrification, city deliveries, food deliveries within a known area, return to base. There's space for that, and then all the other technologies. The affordability piece is key, especially in the commercial vehicle space. These trucks are purchased as an asset, as a productive asset to make money. And in the end, it comes down to, are your customers that you're delivering to, are they willing to pay for it? So that's the affordability question. It's always about, will your next customer be willing to pay?
Tom, you got any thoughts?
Oh boy, I have a lot, but I'll try to keep it.
We've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we have, much like our country and much like our globe, our customer base is incredibly diverse, right? We have rich people who buy our cars. We have people who don't make a lot of money who buy our cars. We have people who need to tow, who love our trucks. People who want to take kids here and there. I mean, customers are all over the map, both literally and figuratively. And so, our job isn't to say, hey, you need to have this. Particularly as we're working towards electrification, we need to get more infrastructure out there. We need more minerals. We need prices to come down. And there will be progress in all of those areas. But between now and then, we have to have options for people. And if you give folks a binary choice and you say, we're going to ram this down your throat, or you can buy an ICE, they're going to, a lot of them are going to buy the internal combustion engine.
Yeah, and it feels like at this point, it actually becomes about communications. If there are these options out there, we need to bring the customer along with us. So Tammy, as an industry, what do we need to do better in order to actually make those customers better informed and bring them on the journey that clearly we see?
Well, I think what Tom is saying is so true, and I want to just lay a statistic on you. I think it's 30% of workers in this country make $15 an hour, which is the pegged or proposed federal minimum wage. So I think we need to be realistic about who can shoulder the burden for newer energy sort of technologies, and that includes electrification as well. So I think what's really needed, because you can already see this coming into the presidential debates and discussions and things like that about we don't really, I don't think it helps to politicize energy, but I think it's because customers, i.e. the voters, mainstream, don't really understand. The world is changing. We're in an energy transition. They don't know where they fit in. And when you don't know where you fit in, you don't feel heard, no one's engaging with you, what are you going to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to head to a rally. But, you will push back. So I think we need to, as an industry, and also, frankly, at the governmental level, to understand the concerns, the pain points of these people, and to engage them. They're not really part of the discussion right now. Things are dropped on them. Things are handed to them. And I don't know that that's really all that appropriate.
Yeah.
So Gareth, if I may jump in here. So in addition to enhancing our communication with policymakers, I think this is an area where industry collaboration can make a difference as well in terms of how we engage public stakeholders and then how we ultimately engage customers. And you asked a question around what are, from a technology perspective, some of the things we can look forward to. I'm going to give you 2 examples, one for liquid fuels and one for hydrogen, that kind of touch on both the customer and communication space. So first, low carbon intensity gasoline. So this is gasoline that has 40% less carbon intensity than traditional fuels. It's competitive on a life cycle basis versus battery electric vehicles. And recently, Toyota and Chevron partnered just to raise awareness about the potential of this product in terms of decarbonizing the light-duty transportation fleet. So that's one. The second one is really around hydrogen. We're working on technologies across the entire hydrogen value chain to reduce the cost. There's a great opportunity for companies like Chevron, Cummins, and Toyota to get together because they provide the vehicles, we provide the infrastructure, and ultimately by partnering, we can provide a more holistic and better solution for our customers and help de-risk that and make it more efficient for them. So that's just another area we're partnering together, not only as it relates to technology, but customer engagement and communication as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we've only got a couple of minutes left, and I'd just like to give everyone a couple of moments for some closing remarks. I'd like to frame it actually as if these people in the room could only take away one message from the last 25 minutes of discussion we've had. What would that message be? So start with you, Tom.
Well, we say this a lot, Gareth, so it's pretty easy for me to tell you, and it's 6 words. It's diversity is the solution to uncertainty. And we face, and now I'll add to that. It was simple until I decided to screw it up. But yeah, I mean, we've got to have options. We've got to have options out there. There's too many different people, different situations, different technologies available that can reduce carbon. Let's not kick any of them to the curb.
I'm going to give you 2 thoughts. One is simple: who pays? Just an open question that we need to answer. The second one is, like Chris said, this is too big, too important for any one entity to do it alone. We need to collaborate to do it together. It's too important and too big.
Chris.
So let's recognize that greenhouse gas emissions continue to go up, and we're facing a lot of headwinds as it comes to decarbonizing the energy system, including the transportation sector. And so you can look at that and feel pretty down and dire, or you can turn it around and be optimistic. And I choose to turn it around and be optimistic because I see a lot of potential through technology and innovation, through industry collaboration, and hopefully watching the policy evolve where we can get on a better track and realize our energy ambitions as well as our climate ambitions.
And Tammy, you get the final word.
We need real inclusivity, and we need to bring the public along and engage the public on this journey.
Brilliant. Well, if you can join me in thanking the panel today.
Thank you very much to Gareth and to all of the panelists. Right, we're going to take a coffee break. We've got 30 minutes, so go out and grab a coffee, grab a pastry. Come back here for, I would say, 11:05. The session then starts at 10 past. A conversation with our Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni and the Santander CEO Ana Botín. It'll be a good one. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to all those joining us in our global broadcast. We turn our attention once again to banking. We've had a number of fascinating interviews with leaders in the sector over the past day and a half. Lots of insight, as I said, into the macroeconomic environment, into global monetary policy, into how tough things are on the deal-making front. We're going to get a little bit more insight now. I am thrilled to introduce both of our speakers for this session. Anna Botín is Executive Chair at Santander. Alessandra Galloni, who you saw speaking with the UN Secretary-General and with President Zelenskiy, of course, is our extremely versatile Editor-in-Chief. Alessandra, come on up. And Anna, come on up. Welcome.
That was funny.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming back. I know that coming back after a break is always a little traumatic, so we will try to make this interesting. So thank you, Anna. Thank you for coming. I'm going to start with a question that I have heard you ask people all the time. In fact, first, it's often the first question you ask people, which is, where are the financial risks building up at the moment?
Well, it's thank you for inviting me, by the way. It's great to be here. You know, we're in a very different situation from when we had the global financial crisis. So the regulated financial sector, i.e. the banks and some other entities, but mostly banks, the system has 3 times more capital than we had then. So highly regulated, very close supervision, and really what we've seen is most of the bumps on the road as rates normalize have happened outside the financial sector and in certain areas with very specific cases. So I think that's where nobody knows what happens next, but from pension funds in the UK or some high net worth transactions in Asia, as we saw in the past, I think that's where people are looking in terms of assets that are not being marked to market, or it's very difficult to see. Now, what is very clear is that when rates go up as fast as they went, and countries like Brazil, for example, from 2 to 14% in 10 months, there's going to be problems. And so I think that's something we need to be ready for. When you add QT, when you add geopolitical risk and so on, it's clear that I was very clear at our Investor Day in February, we are in a conservative risk appetite mood. So.
Yeah, so you've raised a lot of things which we'll get to sort of over the next 17 minutes. But one is, you do say, the problems are, or the risks are non-banking. But what about recent problems in the medium-sized US banks, Credit Suisse? Sort of where do you see that? There are some banking problems.
Those were very specific cases of a combination of either weak business models and poor management. And at the end, what happened was they lost the trust. And there is no amount of capital that can compensate for lack of trust. So very specific cases that were not related one to the other and that are not indicative of the strength of the regulated banking system.
What about the sort of higher for longer interest rate environment in Europe and other markets? And you mentioned Brazil. So let's home in then on Santander. I mean, what does this mean specifically for you?
So the first very important thing to bear in mind is that this is the normal situation. What was abnormal was to have negative rates. So it's a normalization of interest rates, maybe a bit higher than the trend, but normalization of interest rates, which is a big challenge for consumers who, by the way, in general, with the exception maybe of the most vulnerable, have been incredibly resilient and have done much better than anybody thought, among other things because the employment levels continue to be very, very high. For Santander, we're accustomed to operating in high interest rate environments, but what's really important is that we are a retail commercial bank with 75% of our deposits being transactional, 75%, transactional deposits, diversified by countries, diversified by customer segments. So we will do better than our peers in a normalized interest rate environment because we have very, very small amount of markets and wholesale funding. But the key thing for us, of course, is, as I said, we remain in a conservative risk appetite mood. In this situation, and as we're accustomed to operating in high-rate environments, it just means being very close to your customers and being agile. I mean, you need to be able to react to unforeseen events because there will be some happening again.
So let's push this question further as a distinction between, well, first of all, I know we're going to talk about Latin America later, and you referenced it twice now, but let's talk about Europe versus the US. There are some that are quite negative about, sort of the clouds darkening for European banks, not just rates, but deteriorating loans, slowdown in the economy. Some are even suggesting shorting the European banks. So give us a panorama of the two regions. How do you see that?
Sure. Well, for the first time in probably a decade, European banks are facing much less regulatory headwinds than American banks. So that is a big change. European banks will finish the transition to Basel III or IV, as some call it, in the next couple of years. It's known. It doesn't affect Santander very much. As we've said, American banks are still going to be facing more capital requirements, as we don't know exactly how much. So having said that, in the last 15 years, the US has grown faster, significantly faster than Europe. That, of course, it's good for the economy, good for individuals, and good for the banks. And so Europe has to find a way. I always say that Europe is the best system we have in terms of balance between growth and the social economy, as long as we're on the right side of the range of options. And so what we need in Europe is to make sure we focus on how do we accelerate growth, because without growth, there are no taxes. Without taxes, there's no way to fund the social services. And so if we want to have that balance, which I think can be found in Europe, we need to find a way to make Europe more competitive and grow faster. And that's clearly something that the US has done better.
You've actually been more sanguine than most about the Inflation Reduction Act, which many in Europe sort of complain has been sort of the drag on European companies and European growth.
So the biggest opportunity we have ahead of us for growth and sustainable growth is financing the green transition. And in the US, the policy has been more carrot versus in Europe the stick. And I think that's the right way to go about it. I don't see this as being pro-America and against Europe. I think as seeing this, given the right incentives, so you in the private sector run the risk. If it works, I'm going to help you, because we do need incentives to help people and businesses make the transition. Many of our European customers are investing in the US. So, again, Europe has taken some steps in that direction, but we need to ensure that we do give, and by the way, the banks are the main source of funding. With government debts at the level they are, unless we channel the private savings, which happen mostly through the banks and even more in Europe, we're not going to be able to finance the transition, and we're going to have lower growth. And so I do think the US has taken a better approach. Again, I hope Europe continues to move in that direction.
So still on the comparison between the two, you have often said that regulation, which you just talked about, or over-regulation in Europe, is the part of the reasons that European banks have lagged US banks in terms of market valuation. But now the ECB, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, is thinking about raising minimum reserve requirements, basically as a way for banks to raise liquidity coverage ratios. Is that a changing, is that going to affect the regulatory environment for you?
Well, I mean, regulation is actually, regulation has a political consequence, and you're making political choices as you regulate. So when governments, we want a very safe financial system, but we also want the financial system to fund growth. And finding that balance is absolutely key. And I use this since a few months ago, and I use it on my social media. So where does Santander make its profit? 2022, a third in North America, a third in South America, and a third in Europe. Where does that profit go to? A third to pay taxes, a third to accumulate capital so I can make more loans and fund the growth in the economy, and a third to shareholders. And so every time you decide you want banks to have more capital, you're actually making a decision that there will be less available for financing growth and financing the economy. So, or less to shareholders, which at the end also comes back to financing the economy. So this is really what we need to make sure we find a balance. And as I said, the regulated financial system has 3 times more capital than before the financial crisis. And so we do need to ensure that banks are ready and willing to take that role, but we need to be allowed to do it.
So before we move over to US and LATAM, just a couple more questions on Europe. So the departing chief bank supervisor, Enria, said this week that, quote, a failure to tackle weaknesses that have been identified could lead to existential threats for banks. And he was referring to Credit Suisse. So how comfortable are we that there aren't other banks that are going to crumble under a digital bank run? And as part of that, what needs to be done, again, at the regulatory level?
So very clearly what happened with the failures we saw both in the US and in Europe, in Switzerland, was, again, weak business models and or poor management, and all of that leading to a lack of trust. There is no amount of capital that is going to compensate for that. And so trust is at the essence of the banking system, and these entities, again, highly concentration, not just of customers or of deposits, geographies, in the case of the US, and in the case of the European bank, that was a gradual loss of trust. So this is essential. And I think what we need to ensure we keep is that trust of the banks, which is also earned as we finance growth in the economy and do our jobs as we're meant to, taking our savings and making sure they're translated and funneled into growth projects and people's homes or whatever the demand for credit is. That is the most essential thing that we need to continue to achieve. Again, finding the balance between us being safe, having the trust, but the trust also depends on us being able to support our customers. And that is what we need to find that not just in Europe, but in the world, in the US also, of course.
So you often talk about good management and bad management. So what is good management in a definition, and what is bad management of the banking sector in a definition?
Well, it's understanding your competitive strengths. So again, weak business models. I mean, we at Santander, we have a very unique business model. We invest to play to our strengths. Our strengths, and we each have different ones. Ours are diversification. We are diversified by businesses and geographies. And the most important and most distinctive one is we have both global and in-market scale, which is allowing us to build global platforms. So when I come to the US, I bring my corporate bank global platform. I bring my high net worth global platform. I bring my retail, which is auto, and a digital bank global platform. So really having clear competitive advantages, investing to make sure that you not just sustain, but increase those advantages, and then having the right governance and the risk management, the people, the culture, is a number of things that lead to good outcomes based on a solid strategy. If you don't have a strategy, no differentiation, it's very hard. If you don't then actually ensure that supervision and the teams, I mean, some of the banks that failed in the US did not have a chief risk officer for a year or something. I mean, so that tells you the whole story, right?
So talking of bad management and good management, how does the UBS Credit Suisse merger look 6 months on?
Scale is important, and I don't follow the Swiss market, but I think scale is going to help, make the combined bank better in some areas. I really don't follow that. I'm too focused on making sure Santander continues to deliver on our commitments as we have done for the past 8-9 years.
Okay, so let's turn to Santander strategy. Give us a recap of the key tenets of Santander strategy, say the top 3 planks. Give us an update on that. Sorry? On Santander's strategy, and then we'll talk more specifically about the US market and the Mexico and Brazil.
Sure. So we start with our strengths. I already mentioned those: diversification, global and in-market scale. We, for the last 8 years until February of this year, we delivered 40 million more customers. We increased our ROTE from around 10 to 15%. We should be there by the end of this year. We returned to shareholders in these 8 years roughly 28 billion. But very importantly, this year we reached 39% increase in our cash dividend per share. So again, based on a very strong performance, what we announced at the beginning of this year is what we call a new phase of value creation, where we're aiming for double-digit TNAV and dividend per share growth. But what's very important, completing a journey towards these 5 global platforms. And that is where our global and in-market scale is going to help us increase profitability, continue to be growing ahead of our peers, and delivering for our shareholders. So again, leveraging that scale, making sure that on every customer segment, we are playing to our strengths. And that is really the strategy that we outlined in February to the market, and until September, we continue to deliver.
So Santander is building up its investment banking business. So what is it that Santander has that will allow you to go up against sort of the big guns of investment banking?
That is not the goal. So as I said, our strategy is very focused on playing to our strengths. So as we think about the US, we are thinking not just about the US as a geography, but what is it that Santander can bring to the US consumer, to the US corporate customer. And so the 3 main platforms we're building in the US is the corporate bank, is the high net worth, and is the auto with a digital bank. If I start with this last one, auto, we're number 5 in the US in auto lending. We're number 1 in Europe, number 1 in LATAM. We have, we just financing cars for consumers, where our customers actually are the OEMs, the auto manufacturers. On the digital bank side, what we're doing is transforming our bank here in the US to be much more efficient, to be much more competitive. We announced a very ambitious program, which is really changing the model, and we're delivering on that model. On the high net worth, again, playing to our strengths in terms of being very, very active in Latin America, probably number 1, number 2 in the high net worth market with a Miami base. And on the corporate side, exactly the same. So we have been building our corporate bank since the last 8 years. It was the first global platform we built. When we talk about global platforms, is that we are actually building ones for the whole of Santander. We added we have 8,000 people working in that division, of which 3,000 have been hired in the last 5-6 years. We are reinforcing the US with a very concrete goal of supporting our customers in the US, which is a critical hub for our corporate customers, and a lot of interconnection with LATAM, but also with Europe. So that is really the vision for the US corporate.
There's a good question here, though. Again, people are interested in investment banking. I know that you often say, well, but we do so much more. What is your secret sauce in how to make an impact in US investment banking?
Playing to our strengths and not trying to be all things to all people.
Okay. I mean, this is a good question, too. I have a couple more of my own, but what is Santander's strategy towards AI? Carlos Torres at BBVA has a 300 billion ESG loan target by year-end 2024. What is Santander's strategy for the ESG market?
Well, on climate and on finance and renewables, we've been top 3 in the world for the last 15 years. So we have a very strong track record. We have committed for 25, I think it's 225 billion in renewable finance across the globe. What's important is that we are very, very committed to financing the transition to green. And this is super important. We have to remember that we're in markets like Mexico, Brazil, where people don't even have a house. We're talking about mortgages. How can you have a green mortgage in Mexico when people are buying the house for the first time? Ain't possible. So as we think about transition, we're thinking, how can we collaborate with governments to make sure that there are transition plans for countries? Many countries are going to have to live longer with gas in emerging markets than in Europe. So again, we have very clear targets. We have been very active and leading worldwide on this for the last few years. And by the way, that's one of, when I say playing to our strengths, in corporate investment banking, that's exactly what I mean. So we're not going to do verticals in every single sector, but we are absolutely leading in renewables, in infrastructure finance, and we're financing, we finance the largest offshore wind farm of Martha's Vineyard.
Sorry, so that's the, on corporate investment banking, it's in that sector specifically?
It's in certain verticals where we have a value added, and that's what we can add to the US corporate market, but very importantly to our corporate customers that want to do things in the US. So that is really how we think about it.
You talk about Mexico. Let's talk about Mexico. You have been very bullish about Mexico. We have elections coming up. What is your sort of prediction about the Mexican market?
So, I often say Mexico, but not just Mexico, in general, Latin America. Mexico is a great example. When you look at what's happened with currencies, the Mexican peso is probably the only currency that has appreciated against the US dollar. So that tells you everything, What determines exchange rates over the medium term is the relative productivity performance. And Mexico has done incredibly well because the public finances are very conservative. So they have kept a debt to GDP level, which is among the best in the world of any large country, including the US, Europe, et cetera. So that means that they have been able to, they've allowed the private sector lending and financing to grow. Mexico benefits greatly from all the geopolitical trends. So nearshoring is actually benefiting Mexico in a huge way. It has a young population. Demographics in Mexico are the best of the top 15 countries in the world. If you look at the projection, it's one of the few countries that's actually going to grow in a very significant way. That is a great news for anybody looking to invest there. So, the things that should be reinforced, but what country can say that they cannot? But the world has become a much more dangerous place. So on a relative basis, Mexico is looking as a great place to invest.
And Brazil?
Brazil, the same. In Brazil, you have a system which is actually very similar to the American system with lots of checks and balances. So it's difficult to change things for the good and for the bad, in the sense that the influence that governments can have is not as much as other countries. The new government, and this was not the case 5 years ago, is now working with an independent central bank. They have actually passed quite sensible rules in terms of the deficits, government deficits. They were the first country to raise rates. I mentioned that before. We were late, both in Europe and the US, to tackle inflation. They were very fast because they know how deadly inflation is to the more vulnerable people, but in general to the economy. The sooner you cut it, the better. Brazil is going to grow 3% this year, one of the highest rates of growth. By the way, Mexico also. And so the commodity cycle is actually positive. Both Brazil and Mexico export energy. They have a lot of, in Brazil, a lot of also agricultural, agribusiness is huge there, and they're very competitive. So there's a lot of positives going both for Brazil and Mexico.
Last question. Yesterday, we had a senior executive of Apple here on stage who I spoke to. And you have said that over the next few years, Apple will be one of your biggest competitors. So how are you going to compete against Apple, and are you going to win?
I love to compete against Apple, as long as we are both competing on the same terms. I say this, if you're asking me to swim across the Amazon with stones in my pockets, it's going to be hard. So all we're saying is, in terms of taxes, in terms of transparency, in terms of the rules, let's have the same, because by the way, that is not just good for the banks, as it has been written, that's good for consumers. If we can exchange data in a similar way, that is going to mean that I can price risk better if I can have access to data on the same terms as now we're opening up the banking data to everybody. The fact is we collaborate with Apple. We offer you as a customer Apple Pay in the UK and Spain. Every time I turn on my iPhone, and this happens in many countries, not all, I get a reminder, you forgot to install Apple Pay. I didn't forget, I just don't want it. So this is what I say. We need to define what is a critical infrastructure in the digital age, operating systems, devices, so consumers can choose on equal terms between an Apple and Santander or Chase or any other bank. That's not happening. That's not happening, okay? So this is my point about competition. The current system only works, the market economy works if two things happen. There's full transparency and fair competition. And that, when you go from the industrial to the digital, and you continue to run your economy on the rules of the industrial age, there's many things that have to be changed. And it's not happening. That is my point.
Great. On that note, then, Apple, bring it on. Thank you so much, Anna, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much, Ali. Super. Okay, good. We are going to move swiftly on. You know, one of the best things about this event, I say this to everyone, is the huge variety in speakers and topics. Of course, that does make my job trying to segue from one thing to the other pretty tough. So in the interest of variety, we are going to switch focus to the luxury fashion sector. Lanvin, or Lanvin to us Brits, is owner of the eponymous French fashion brand. Its CEO is Joanne Cheng. Reuters global industry editor Vanessa O'Connell will be speaking to her now. Come on up.
Joanne, thank you so much for joining us here at Reuters Next, all the way from Shanghai.
Yes,
It's
my pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. So here in the US, the holiday shopping season is getting underway, very critical for luxury and retail companies like yours. What are you seeing, or what are you monitoring in terms of consumer demand for the holidays?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest seasons for us. Every brand is preparing for campaigns, collections, collaborations, and across the region in the States, in Europe, where most of our brands are located, their headquarters. So, and also we have an important market in China. I guess we prepared for deliver a good year of 2023.
And China, where you're based, has a property crisis, basically, and high youth unemployment. Are you seeing a slowdown in demand for high-end products in China, which is obviously a critical market for your company, as well as many other luxury companies?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just a very brief introduction about Lanvin Group. We have 5 brands. Lanvin is like a crown jewel brand in the group. In France, Wolford in Austria, the body wear, one of the top brand in that segment. Caruso in Italy, and we have a beautiful St. John where today I wear in US, and also Rossi in Italy. So basically, all the brands, their hometown is in Europe, but we have a headquarters in China where Lanvin Group established 6 years ago, like 6 years ago. So China, post the COVID time, the recovery is not as strong as we expected, but this is one of the largest economy in the world. And still people want to spend, and I see that the government have a long-term commitment to improve the consumption, especially in the recent months.
Is it becoming more competitive in China in luxury now that many Chinese haven't been traveling to Paris or to Milan, for example? They have been historically a big consumer base for luxury companies like the brands that your company owns, Lanvin and Wolford, for example. Now that Chinese haven't returned to Europe in the same level that they had previously, and they're not spending as much in Europe, how are your European boutiques adjusting to that?
Yeah, I mean, we see the traffic is coming back to US and Europe. I mean, in the 3 years during the COVID time, we had a lot of consumption in mainland. Basically that, drive a lot of new openings of the stores in China. However, our major market besides of St. John, major market is purely US, but for the rest of the brands, 85% of the revenue is still coming from Western, like Europe and the US. So China is a growing market for Lanvin Group. We are small still, globally, for example, using Lanvin as one of the brand. that we only have 32 stores. So we plan to open more, which we see great potential to grow. The China consumption is still strong. I mean, the slowdown of the consumption didn't have much impact on the high-spending customers. And they still shop everywhere. I mean, in mainland, and now you see the traffic is coming back.
So you're focusing more on the the ultra wealthy, I suppose, in China.
The luxury segment, right.
Lanvin Group was listed on the New York Stock Exchange with a special purpose company under Primavera Capital in 2021, and owns Lanvin, as you mentioned earlier, St. John, Wolford, and Caruso high-end menswear.
Yeah.
But the revenues are still very small, only more than 200 million euros for the first half of 2023. So how does Lanvin Group intend to compete with those giants like LVMH and Kering, for example?
Sure. I mean, we got listed last year, December end. So we are still young group, 6 years old, as I said. And actually, we don't compete with large group like LVMH or Kering. With a lot of respect, that they are doing pretty well. For a young group like us, we have blended the business model of kind of a startup entrepreneurship with a turnaround situation and the brand level. And we deliver a good result in the past 3 years, before IPO, and we're still on the track of bringing everything on track to the future growth. So I think it's very important for Lanvin Group to find our own way how we build up this group with our insight in China market and also global portfolios everywhere, and find our way to be ourselves.
What percentage of sales are in mainland China, at your stores in mainland China now?
Currently still small, like 10 to 15%, depends on brand level. But for mature big brands like LV or Dior, usually China is one of the largest economy luxury brands. They usually have like a 10 to 25% of the business in China. So we haven't really gone into all the first-tier cities, all the first-tier shopping malls. Still a lot of room for us to grow in future.
Let's see. In terms of China's property crisis and the high youth unemployment, has that triggered greater competition from LVMH, from Kering for the Chinese consumer? And have you noticed that? How have you noticed that?
I mean, fashion itself is already a very competitive industry, not only from big group, and we have a lot of local designer brands that is also beautiful and with a good quality. But again, every brand has a DNA, its own DNA. And the attraction to the younger customers in China is to make sure that the statement of the brand itself really fits into the statement of our customers, and improve our service level, and also build up more newest into every collections, and create a kind of newest in the business model. For example, in Lanvin, we have a Lanvin Lab, which is intend to build up a lot of collaboration with global talent, rising stars, to really set up our position as a luxury brand in the market.
Did you say an app?
Lab.
Oh, lab, the lab. Yes, that's right.
Lab.
The lab, that's right.
Yeah.
Very cool. I want to ask a little bit more about that too.
Yeah.
Your background is in accounting and finance, and so that's an interesting background to bring to luxury, which is quite different, I'm sure. What most surprised you about luxury and retail coming from an accounting and finance background?
Okay. In the beginning, I think that is good. As a finance background, I brought a lot of external views to look into this business as a kind of investor's views. So it's quite independent and also helpful for understand the numbers and then understand the business behind it. Now I have been in this industry for 7 years. I think the challenge for the luxury segment is still, the creativity. To build up the real creativity in the brand to lead the trend, not follow the trend. That is the beauty of luxury compared to fast fashion, for example. It's more like compete with the supply chain and follow the trend, but luxury is leading the trend. So we need to have the best people in the organization and the efficient process, and also the best retail location, and the digital social medias that can support the current conversation channels with our customers. So there's a lot of things that has been happening in the past, and I think that we deliver our result, and we will keep growing these brands.
And speaking of having the best people, and speaking of creativity,
yeah.
I know Lanvin recently parted ways with its creative director and is looking for a new one. What kind of person would fit the bill, given your goals for Lanvin?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we parted way with Bruno. He's great people. I mean, in the past several years, he contributed quite a lot to the brand. But we want to reset the whole model for future, for Lanvin to build up, all categories, products, including accessories, leather products, and also, to be more luxury and leading the trend of, being Parisian elegance, the DNA of the brand. So we're looking for talent that can really drive the brand towards, that direction.
What is currently the top selling product at Lanvin?
Well,
and how much does it cost?
Okay, all right. You mean retail price, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd be interested to know wholesale too, just out of just FYI.
Yeah, I mean, our best seller is our cat bag, pencil bag. So we are lucky we built up, the most important category, leather product, in the past 5 years, and the bags become one of the best seller. I mean, we have a kind of a very good price for the cat bag. It depends on whether it's with diamond or, it's a easy version. And also we have one of the best sellers is our shoes, our sneakers. Lanvin has these very iconic sneakers. Back to, I think, more than 10 years ago, CEOs in Silicon Valley, everyone has one pair of a sneaker fit into the suits, and that's quite cool. We still continue to build up that line.
That's actually is kind of surprising for Lanvin, which is sort of known for ultra feminine clothing, that sneakers would be among the best sellers. Do you think that trend is going to peter out anytime soon, or it still seems to be going strong currently?
Yeah, we want to build up, all categories, products, and different price range to serve all customers' needs. Because our customers, women customers, they are looking for evenings, which is quite iconic pieces for Lanvin. However, in the current situation, that more people want to dress comfortably and everyday wear. So that's important for us to have the sneakers to provide to our customers. They have a daytime wear, and they can look for evenings for the nighttime events. So sneakers still will be a strong category for us, but blended with our, beautiful evening and outfits for the fashion pieces.
Where is Lanvin Group looking for growth, either geographically or in product categories? Where are you looking for growth, and where are you trying to recruit new shoppers from, new customers, new clients?
That's a very good question. We always ask ourselves, being a young, small group, grow is super important. I think we will grow from 3 pillars. One is retail footprint. Like I said, our brand is still, in a relatively small size. Retail footprint is kind of changing every year. We're building up more, retail touch point for our customers. However, I mean, fashion is a fast-moving industry aligned with a lot of digital channels, social medias, that online e-commerce platform is also important for us. We're building up an e-com platform in every region, China, US, Europe, in order to really give the access to our young customers, the new traffics. Of course, the third one is the product categories. Like in the past, Lanvin has 80% of the revenue coming from ready-to-wear. But with these bags and shoes, we see that the accessory lines has become more and more significant in the revenue portion.
Now, Lanvin has recently arranged a collaboration with a rapper.
Future.
Yes. How will the brand protect itself at a time when Adidas, for example, has recently parted ways with the performer previously known as Kanye West after some very provocative and anti-Semitic remarks that he made? How does a brand protect itself when it does a collaboration with a performer like a rapper in case of any kind of reputational damage? And is that a risk?
Yeah, we carefully, partner with the global talents through this Lanvin lab. So it's more experimental, experience. On top of the May collections, we will collaborate with different performers or artists to bring newest and excitement besides the May collection. So we did quite a lot, not only Lanvin, but also Warford. Every year, almost every season, we have collaborations, sometimes in a large scale, sometimes in a smaller scale. It's just about, bring the attention of the new customers and try the new experience that when we partner with these global talents.
So I guess so far you haven't had any big backlash from any collaborations or any partners that have created a risk or an embarrassment for your brand?
Not so far, no. Yeah.
Going back to e-commerce for a minute, you were just mentioning e-commerce as an area of growth.
Yeah.
That has traditionally been very tricky for luxury brands.
Yeah.
Many luxury players have intentionally kept their most exclusive products offline, off the web.
Yeah.
How has that changed, and how are you trying to capitalize on that now?
Yeah, I mean, it is an education process, actually. For luxury, still feel and the touch of the fabric, the product is important, and the try-on of the evening pieces is important. However, like I said, luxury shoppers, especially young generations, they are actually looking for day wear, everyday, wardrobe pieces. So for standard product like a t-shirt or hoodie or sneakers, it's easy to get access online. So sometimes we provide a different product for online and offline. And also, I think, people get educated along the digital movement in our lifestyle. We cannot live without mobile phone recently, right? So basically, every minute, you can go online, check the pieces that you like. I think that is the trend that we cannot miss, and we dedicate our time and efforts and investment on this channel in order to really bring new traffic to our brands.
I know that you've been looking to try to penetrate Japan recently, too. How is that going, and what's attractive about Japan to you now?
Yeah, we have important partners in Japan, Editor-in-Chief Group. It is a very good partner for us to look at that market. We opened our flagship store in Ginza. So it is first access to the market. But I think we can really, in a long run, partner with the local partners, not only in Japan, I hope in Asia, like Korea and South Asia, that we can develop our wholesale and retail accounts there.
Joanne, we're out of time. Thank you so much again for joining us here at Reuters Next.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Joanne. Okay, back to finance, to investment, to money flows. Our next guest is the CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt, the country's investment arm. Ayman Soliman will be interviewed by Reuters economics and markets editor for the Americas region, Dan Burns. Come on up.
Welcome, and we've got a good agenda to run through. So I'd like to start off a little bit with some progress updates on the fund's plans for asset sales.
All right. So it is part of the economic transformation and the economic reform program. As an emerging market, the economic growth over the past 7 years has been driven by massive government spend. So as our own part of the world version of QE, and government spend left a lot of the private sector behind on their investment plans. They were crowded out. And as part of that reform, they said, we want to shift the economy back towards driving the private sector towards driving growth and leading growth. And they came to us because we as a fund, when the genesis of the creation of a sovereign fund was a bias towards the private sector. So we thrive on creating those partnerships with the private sector to take leadership and transform SOEs, so state-owned enterprises, going back to the private sector or with private management, they would be better suited to go public or to transact. And this is a big part of our mandate to also try and recreate those opportunities in sectors that make sense in our economy and probably future-proofed sectors. We're a big industrial economy, so a big part of the export-oriented businesses, government-owned enterprises in that space are now the cherry picks for foreign investors coming in because we're the 6th largest exporter of fertilizers globally, ammonia-based fertilizers. So these ones were picked up very quickly by the market, and we're seeing that. There's a good uptake in hospitality business and tourism. So Egypt is a touristic destination by design. Despite volatility of that sector, it remains to be a very resilient sector as well. So we're seeing also a good influx into that space, and we are transacting on some of those in partnership with the private sector to come in and turn around.
On that space, on that point, I believe there's a plan for bundling some of the historic hotels and looking
absolutely.
for stakes
Absolutely.
there. What's the progress on that specifically?
It's been awarded, so we're now in partnership, moving towards a close before the end of the year, closing with the winning investors that are coming to turn around those trophy assets of Egypt, and with a view of eventually taking those public as well.
What about some of the other companies that had, I believe, Eastern Company, the tobacco firm, recently listed? But there was
free float was thin, so now they're expanding free float. So they're shedding more shares to the market, expanding ownership base.
Telecom Egypt.
Same.
There was some talk about potentially looking for partners in the Gulf.
Well,
region.
no. As a publicly listed company, I cannot comment on any of those. But it is a company that's getting a lot of attention. Telcos generally. I spent a lifetime in telco in my previous career. So there's so much to be done in that space. But as a publicly listed company, I think the government divestiture program includes selling more shares to the market and makes sense.
Are you generally satisfied with the progress of asset sales? I think a year ago when you were a guest, you talked about headwinds from the Ukraine war at that time. Now you've got a war on your border.
Yeah.
What has that done to the environment, your conversation with investors about prospective investments?
I'll tell you what, we've been agile and we put our best foot forward. Given the diversity of the economy, you always find something, there's a silver lining. So whenever there's a challenge on, the COVID challenge was a supply chain disruption. We emerged as an economy as one of the largest export partner to the EU on the fresh fruits and vegetables category, alongside Morocco. So there is an opportunity there. So there are winners, there are losers, but we always try and find those winners. So in an industrial real economy, that cycle is not coming to a halt. War, no war, that does not stop. So
what about the risks of the war widening in the region, though?
Well, I hope not. I hope not, but I think there's enough global will to divert or avert that escalation. The industrial base, the agricultural base, the logistical base of what we're building on is not only ours. We're part of a route. We're a gateway to Africa. We're a gateway, a global trade route. So I think there's so much alignment of interest to keep that part of the world undisrupted, and I'm hoping and banking on that.
Within the portfolio, the hotels, tourism is such a big part of Egypt's economy. What's your sense of the impact immediately? And I mean, IMF Chief Georgieva recently just said, this uncertainty is just a killer for tourism in the region.
Yeah, but we've seen that with COVID. Mm-hmm. So the good thing is, during COVID, 2020, hotels are empty. A lot of construction plans to repurpose buildings towards hospitality was a big part of our portfolio in real estate. Turned to find actually we have a good pool of talent of linguistically proficient tour guides. So these guys became the highest paid business process outsourcing agents in call centers. So now we became a destination to call centers, and now we've repurposed one of the government buildings to be a hub for call centers with 2,000 seats. That's a massive growth in the industry in just a span of 2 years. They found that sweet spot, they went there, talent is there, and talent stuck there, and they never went back to tourism. So we'll always find a way. That's the beauty of a very diversified economy, and that's what Egypt is, and that's a good thing.
You say that one of your emerging themes is sustainability, green tech, so what role specifically do you see the fund playing there?
So we look at Egypt. We are a private equity fund. Our boardroom is all about investment strategies and directional positions. We dissected the economy into old economy. We have a real agri, logistics, transport, and infrastructure. And that's the old economy. And now we're looking at what's the next 30 years are going to look like, components into our economy. Developers, coders, UI designers. We are an India of the Middle East. We are 105, so we are a mini population. We are very mini compared to India, but in the Arab-speaking world, that's a big concentration of talent pool, and we're trying to bank on that. So we created investment thesis for our portfolios. We're very much focused around education. You create the right caliber. We're a very young demography, so more than 35% are under the age of 27. With that demography, you find those, you educate, train, so you find the fuel for financial services, fintech. You find services economy, industrialization, logistics, and technology and development. And the biggest theme that we have is our renewables. So now we are, while the world is changing, in the previous panel they were talking about alternative fuels, what's happening around the world, I think Egypt has a role to play to decarbonize not only North Africa or Africa, but also a big part of Europe's sustainable energy consumption that is required.
Last year you spoke a bit about the green hydrogen program and project. Can you update us? Where is that? Where do you see it actually? Are we near a turning point?
Oh yes, we are. The conviction is sinking in now with asset owners, asset managers, investors, technology providers, and what's happening here in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act and the subsidy or the incentive, if you call it, for the hydrogen production, is going to transform technology. So if you put the electrolyzer technology, which is one of the bottlenecks, it's a 100-year-old technology, but needs to scale up significantly. If that technology development goes on steroids, given the right incentives, and push towards shortening the life cycle of that technology becoming mainstream and cost efficient, the transformation of creating molecules that are more sustained, such as hydrogen, we are now proudly sitting with the largest pipeline of hydrogen production capacities next to Australia. So these are the two hubs in the world. In COP27, when we hosted that in Sharm el-Sheikh, we inked 23 agreements. Now 10 framework agreements. Framework agreements is actually where you allocate acreage and sustainable investments, and renewable energy production is all about acreage. Mm-hmm. Acreage of wind, solar, and Egypt has abundance of those. So we can generate up to 1 terawatts of renewable energy that's untapped as of yet. So we've allocated to 10 developers, mega developers. 10 partners have allocated plots of land. They are setting up their wind and solar resources, setting up their manufacturing facilities along the Suez Canal Economic Zone, which is an industrial park annexed to the Suez Canal, to the trade route, to generate and produce either green fuel, green hydrogen, green ammonia as a medium of transport or as a fertilizer, and methanol and e-methanol, which is the green fuel.
What are some of your target dates for some of these things coming online?
We have a production that came online, inaugurated during COP last October, so
Right.
that's already in production. This COP, we're planning to also inaugurate one more facility, and we've already done our first green bunkering with Maersk out of the Suez Canal in Egypt. So we have e-methanol happening already. Scaling up is now what's coming next.
All right. I'd like to shift gears and talk a bit about central banking. It's been a hectic 18, 19 months in that space. It's not just been the Federal Reserve. Your own central bank has jacked up rates by 1,100 basis points, and although they, like the Fed, in the last couple of meetings have sat still. How's that affected Egypt, the fund, and what do you see as the outlook from here and how with rates?
Yeah, in my professional career, I have not seen that hike. Maybe in the earlier years of my career, I saw those rates. The last 20 years have been phenomenally different. Now we're struggling. I was saying you earlier, I think the Fed has been bullying the rest of the world, especially emerging economies. And emerging economies are struggling with high interest rates. They're already staggering interest rates. However, the good half full cup part of it is projects in emerging markets have returns that are way above average. Growth rates are massive. And if you can stomach that inflationary drive in interest rates, you can stomach the cost of funds.
Well, with risk way above average.
It is a risk-adjusted return. So in EMs, it is all about risk-adjusted returns.
Yes.
So right before the hike of interest rates, Egypt was a sweetheart of what we call a carry trade. It's a fixed income haven where you get real interest rate. It's a good transformational direction. What everyone is looking for now is a firm reading on when is this cycle going to break and what is the yield curve going to look like. So I think certainty is the answer. It's not about, it's about reading when that cycle is going to turn, and there's an opportunity to invest around that. In infrastructure space,
are you convinced we're at the turn?
Yeah, I'm convinced it's coming to an end. There are so many stakeholders aligned globally to see an end to this tightening cycle. I think the world can't afford to see that tightening run much longer.
There's been so much talk in the U.S. perspective of this ending with a, quote, soft landing. That's obviously not going to be the outcome everywhere. Is there an Egypt soft landing to be had, or is it going to be a pretty chaotic period ahead?
No, I think if you know what you're in for, visibility. With good visibility comes good game plans, and the game plans are also the agility of the game plan when you have multiple sectors that benefit from that. Again, we are a real economy centric country. With real economy, when you have an industrial base, when you have a well-entrenched service economy and a resilient, sticky relationship with your business partners, I think you can survive that with good planning. The Brazilian central bank governor was sitting right here earlier today. He was discussing about the pains of hedging out currency fluctuations. And with the science that is out there and the scouting, so any forward contract, any future contract, these are good, very good forward scouting pricing instruments. With the right pricing and a good hindsight of what this economy offered in real returns to investors previously, I think we can bank on that appetite to really support that soft landing. So that's what we're solving for.
Well, I mean, the Egypt pound was at a substantially different place a year ago when you were talking with us than it is today. So FX volatility has got to have been something you've really had to actively manage through.
Well, contrary to common expectations, a weaker currency is always a good silver lining, especially when you are about controlling cost of production and controlling costs. So any investor coming in to set up a new manufacturing facility will be looking at making massive savings on pure local costs. And local sourcing, local components, local materials are available, so they get cheaper by the day. It's not a bad thing.
What about the local inflation outlook? So the central bank is at about 20%, I think, in its policy rate. Just
it is
about
actually
19. But inflation is almost double that, right? Inflation is closer to 40.
Yes.
So do you think really that the central bank can afford to continue pausing, or is there some indication, some confidence that inflation really is peaked in Egypt?
I think it is peaked, because a big part of the inflation that we're seeing right now is naturally hedged, because Egypt has a huge informal economy. Right. And that's one of the stats that you capture in an error entry on your GDP calculation. But in reality, you see that when it comes to economic activity, economic growth in tough times. So in the hindsight, you understand that with that level of economic activity, there's always a resilient base. We have $32 billion every year coming in from Egyptians abroad. That's the India model. Mm-hmm. So that influx is what drives that stability and tapers that science.
What about the impact of inflation specifically on your operating companies?
Well, actually, they pass that on quite comfortably. Because when you're an export-oriented business, it all translates into inflation goes well hand in hand with the exchange rate. So it's almost a wash for export-oriented businesses or services as well.
Well, I think that's all we have time for. It's been a great discussion, and thank you so much for attending.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Ayman. Right, we have one more session for you before we can let you go for lunch. This one is going to be a virtual one. It is a conversation with the French Finance and Economy Minister Bruno Le Maire. As head of the powerful finance ministry since 2007, he is one of the longest serving members of President Macron's government. He will be interviewed by our senior economics correspondent, Lee Thomas, who will also join via Zoom. I think we can pop that up on the screen behind me now. Go ahead, Lee, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Axel. Hello from Paris, everyone. Welcome, Minister Le Maire. I think I'd like to start off with a question about the European economy. Inflation is falling across Europe, but so is growth. The outlook is looking a bit weak at the moment, to say the least. So my question to you is, do you think that the ECB went too far in raising interest rates?
No, I don't think so, even if I don't have to make any comment on the ECB policy. But as you just said, inflation is falling down. And this is quite good news for all of us, because the impact of inflation on the households, especially on the poorest households, is absolutely key, a very negative impact with social and huge political consequences. So this is good news. We are going out of the inflation crisis, and it took us less than 2 years to go out of this crisis. And I really see this falling down of the inflation rates as a big success for all European economies and for the ECB. We have been able to take the right decisions all together on a coordinated manner to get rid of inflation in less than 2 years. Of course, the fact that we have higher interest rates does have an impact on the level of growth in Europe. And there is a slowdown in Europe, sometimes a recession in some European countries. I just want to emphasize that in that context, the French economy is doing well. We will have 1% of growth in 2023. We expect 1.4% of growth in 2024, because we should not underestimate the fact that with a lower level of inflation, it could trigger more consumption from the households. And we strongly believe that when we have today the level of investments of the private companies that remains pretty high in France, we could also have a higher level of consumption because the level of inflation is going down. So that's the 2 points I wanted to emphasize. Let me also add one final point. The conclusion that we must draw from this inflation crisis is that, first of all, altogether, we are more efficient. And second, there is a need for more growth and more productivity in Europe. We cannot be satisfied with that level of growth. We must take the right decisions to have more productivity in all European countries, which means more technologies, more innovation, more investment, and putting in place a capital market union that is urgently needed to provide the right funding and the necessary funding for innovation.
You've just returned from Brussels, where you were meeting with your counterparts in the European Union about reforming and making the fiscal rulebook of the European Union more flexible, the Stability and Growth Pact. Do you think that it'll be possible to reach a deal before the end of the year on a revision of the Stability and Growth Pact?
I strongly believe that we can reach a deal on the new rules for the Stability and Growth Pact by the end of 2023. And I strongly believe that it is needed. We cannot live with the old rules. The old rules are old-fashioned and they are not fit for the 21st century. So there is clearly a need to pave the way for a compromise and for a global agreement by the end of 2023. I would like to commend the excellent work that has been already made by the Spanish presidency that has just put on the table a lending zone, which seems to be a very interesting one. And I also want to emphasize that with Christian Lindner, the German Minister of Finance, we have decided over the last 3 weeks to have really a very close common work with the view of coming to an agreement between France and Germany by the end of November or beginning of December. So we spent much time here in Paris with Christian to enter really into all the specific details of the reforms. I will go to Berlin in a few days to try to make a new move in the right direction. And I really hope that we can get a common understanding and a compromise between France and Germany by the end of November, beginning of December. Let's not forget what is the political purpose of this reform. The political purpose is to find the right balance between sound public finances and investments. I strongly believe, as the French finance minister, in the necessity of strong rules that are efficient and that can provide to all the 27 member states financial stability. But I also strongly believe that we are at a time when there is a need for more investment in defense, because war is backed on the urban soil, and on climate transition, because of course climate transition is the key challenge for all European countries for this 21st century.
Now, I know that the technical parameters of the deal are still being nailed down, but given where the discussions are going right now, do you think that France will have to accelerate its debt reduction plans more than what is already planned under the revised Stability Pact?
I think that we have a trajectory which is a credible one. We have put in place this trajectory for the debt reduction with the view of accelerating the debt reduction by 2027. We want to be under the 3% of public deficit by 2027. And don't make any mistake about that. I'm totally determined to come back to sound public finances. And I'm totally determined to stick to that trajectory and to ensure to all European partners and also to the markets that France is credible in its determination to come back to sound public finances. When it comes to cutting public expenses, I take the decisions that are required to cut in public expenses that are not really efficient. When it comes to debt reduction and to structural reforms, with President Emmanuel Macron, we have taken the right decisions to put in place key structural reforms, the pension reform, the reform on labor market, with the goal to reduce the level of public debt. So I really want to avoid any misunderstanding. I am personally totally determined to come back to sound public finances. Coming into some technical details, I think that there are 2 points that are absolutely vital, both for France and for Germany. The first one is to have in this new Stability and Growth Pact incentives for structural reforms and investments. And we have been talking with Christian Lindner about those incentives so that all the 27 member states are incentivized to make more structural reforms, to get more productivity and more innovation. And on the other hand, there is a need also for safeguards, not only on the level of public debt, but also on the level of public deficit. We still have to discuss about the figures and the specific figures, but there is already an agreement between France and Germany on the necessity to have safeguards on both debt and deficits.
Now, if to stick to the trajectory that you've set of 3%, or the deficit under 3% in 2027, if growth doesn't meet your expectations, or if interest rates rise faster than expected, are you prepared to make sacrifices on the planned tax cuts in the next couple of years, or to go further on savings than already planned, if that's necessary?
I would not use the word sacrifice, but I can tell you that we are prepared. I am prepared to new and further decisions in the public expenses if the level of growth is not the one we are expecting. This is my responsibility. We have an expectation for 2024 and a forecast of 1.4% of growth in France, which is consistent with the forecast provided by the IMF and the OECD. Either we have that level of growth, and in that case, all the decisions that we have been already taking will be efficient, or there is a slowdown. There is a geopolitical difficulty with an impact on the French level of growth. And in that case, I have all the necessary decisions already prepared to ensure that we go to 4.4% of deficit by the end of 2024. This is my target. I will stick to my commitment. This is a matter of credibility, and this is a matter of responsibility. So all the further decisions that might be needed if the growth is not at the level that we expect are already prepared.
Okay. Now, in August, you said that you wanted to go further on tightening the screening of foreign investments in France, and you said that you were preparing a decree to do so. Could you tell us what you have in mind specifically, and should the 10% ownership threshold for screening that you currently have in place, should that be lowered even further?
No, we will stick to that level of 10%. But let's be very clear on the global purpose of the French government. We want to remain the most attractive country for foreign investment. This is the first point. And I really want to make clear to all the investors, you are most welcome in France. We have been the most attractive country for foreign investment over the last 4 years. And I really want France to remain the most attractive country over the next decade. So let's come to France. This is the place to be if you want to invest. But of course, as any other country, as Germany, China, or the US, we want to protect our key technologies. That's why, first of all, I have decided to make that threshold of 10% of voting rights, which triggers the screening procedure for non-EU investors. And I really want to emphasize non-EU investors. This threshold of 10% won't be changed, but it will be made permanent. So we will stick to that threshold of 10%. Second, I have also decided to broaden the scope of this decree by including the extraction and processing of critical raw materials. I think that we are all aware of the sensitivity of those critical raw materials and either the extraction or the processing. So that's why I have decided to include those activities in the scope of the decree. And the very last point is that we will extend our control to foreign investments, not only into French companies, but also into French branches of foreign companies, French succursal of foreign companies, so that we can get the guarantee that all our key technologies will be protected.
The French regulations on screening of a foreign investment were already tightened a couple of years ago. So what now at this point in time makes it necessary to go even further? Is there a particular threat that you want to, or from a particular country that you feel that needs to be addressed?
I would not speak about any specific country. We are just at a time where there are some key technological revolutions. This is the first point. We want to develop our own artificial intelligence in France and in Europe. We want to have our own data, our own cloud. We want to get access to our own supercalculators and exact calculators, which means that we need to protect those data and those new technologies. This explains the broadening of the scope of the decree. Second, everybody is aware that we are facing a radical change in the supply chain organization. And in these changes of the supply chain organization, there is a need to ensure the independence and the sovereignty of the nations, especially of France, on some very specific components, like the raw materials. That's why we decided to extend the scope of this decree.
Now, you were one of the driving forces behind the global minimum corporate tax agreement of a couple of years ago. And since governments can no longer compete for investment through tax rates because of this agreement, we're saying, I was wondering, how concerned are you that governments seem to be shifting their tax competition towards green subsidies and tax credits? Is that a competition that can only be won by those countries with the deepest pockets?
I really think that all the 27 member states must benefit of the green revolution and of the opening of new industrial plants directly linked to this green revolution and this green transition. But let's be very clear. The race for access to green industry has already started. China is providing subsidies to its companies to develop their activities on the Chinese soil. The US have been doing exactly the same with the Inflation Reduction Act, providing tax credits to foreign companies that decide to produce on the American soil. We need to do the same in Europe. Otherwise, we run the risk of being put beside and not being in a situation to play the game of the 21st century. So that's why there is a need for me to provide these green subsidies. The point is that we need to ensure that all the 27 member states can benefit of the development of this new industry and of this green transition. Coming back to your first remark about the competition through taxes, I really think that this was nonsense, and this was really a dead end for all developed countries in the world, because the race to bottom could not lead to any economic success.
Okay, I think our time is running short. So for just one last question, last week the US put sanctions on Russia's Arctic LNG-2 project, in which the French oil major Total Energies is a shareholder. So my question to you is, do you think that Total should remain in this project now that it is targeted by US sanctions?
Well, first of all, we are assessing the impact of US sanctions on the market, because of course the energy market is absolutely key for growth and for our economy. As of today, it looks that these sanctions do not pose any major risk on European gas supply. So this is my first point. Then we are monitoring the situation, assessing the consequences of the US decision. It is too early to give you any final response to your question, but we are assessing, of course, the situation.
And are you holding contacts or discussions with either US authorities or with Total about this?
We are in constant contact with the American authorities on this question of sanctions. So that's why we are making that assessment at the national level, but of course in close cooperation with our American allies.
Okay, great. I think we've just about run out of time, so I'm going to thank you very much for being
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much to both of our speakers. Amazing, actually, how well live Zoom interviews work. Right, we're going to let you go for lunch. I know things are thinning out a little bit here. You go get some refreshments, go get some food. There is a pretty busy afternoon ahead. Some really great speakers lined up as well, including the US Secretary of Education and a couple of finance ministers. We'll see you after lunch. Thanks very much indeed.
Okay, thanks for joining us. Basically, since 2006, Israel and Hamas has fought 5 wars in Gaza, but we're witnessing now the worst one, which is an invasion of the enclave. We heard yesterday the UN Secretary-General saying that Gaza has become a graveyard for children, that it's more than a humanitarian crisis, it's a crisis of humanity. Yet, nobody is heeding the calls for a ceasefire. Israel, and Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he's going to continue until the end, that his stated aim is to crush Hamas. And what I would like to ask you, given that now it's 1 month, how do you see the end game? And if they can crush Hamas, at what cost, and who will bear this cost in the future?
Tanya, the war has been going on for 1 month. We are over 10,000 dead, over 4,500 children dead. It is not clear that Hamas military capability has been weakened in any major way. What is clear is that civilians are dying. And I think that Israel's claim that it is trying to avoid civilian deaths, or that Hamas is hiding behind civilian targets, it just rings hollow. The fact of the matter is clear. There is a violation of international law. There are a lot of civilian dead. As you said, Hamas and Israel have been at war 4 times, 5 times before. Hamas military capability has not been weakened. I think it is becoming clear, 1, that there is no military solution to this conflict, and 2, that killings like these have to stop. We have to find a way to have a ceasefire as a first priority. Then we need to start dealing with the root causes of the conflict. Because if you don't deal with the root cause, you're not going to solve anything. And the root cause, of course, is the occupation. It is the longest occupation in modern history, 56 years old. And unless we understand that bigger context and do something serious about it, I'm afraid that the cycle of violence is going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, now, this is exactly what takes us to the next question. What comes next? There are supposedly 40,000 fighters, Hamas fighters, not to talk about Islamic Jihad and other factions. There are Palestinians, they didn't come from outside, like ISIS. They have families there. So if they think that they can, or Israel said they want to eliminate Hamas, where would they go? I mean, can they all be killed? Can they be deported? I mean, I remember in the old times they deported 400 leaders, as you remember, to Lebanon, to Majlis Zuhur. And these leaders came back, and they are the one now who are behind this kind of war or this, what we have witnessed against Israel. And these people are trained to blow themselves up. We have seen them carrying suicide attack. So how do you see the scenario evolving if they cannot, what would Israel do if they cannot, deport them, send them to Egypt? What would they kill them? I mean,
I think it's one, becoming clear that Palestinians have no intention to leave. They have learned the lesson of 1948. Those who have left in 1948 were never allowed to go back, despite numerous UN resolutions. So the only option is either to have a ceasefire or to have more people dead. And we are already seeing public opinion internationally is standing, against these civilian killings in a major way. This cannot go on for much longer. In my view, also, the US administration today is being seen by the Arab street as complicit in these killings, because the US itself is refusing a ceasefire until, they say Hamas is crushed. That is going to take a very long way, if at all possible. And, at what point does the international community say enough is enough? We're already at 10,000 civilian deaths. Palestinians are not going to leave, despite what many believe, and I'm among them, that this is Israel's objective. If Israel today does not want to end the occupation and establish a Palestinian state, and clearly they don't, and if Israel also does not want a Palestinian majority in areas under its control, then the only solution for Israel is to effect a mass transfer of civilians outside the borders it controls. We used to say in the past that this is something of the past, that mass transfer just does not happen. We cannot say this anymore after what happened in Ukraine and after what happened in Syria. Mass transfer is real, and mass transfer looks like the only logical choice to an Israeli government which does not want to end the occupation. That is the tragedy.
So the project of Nakba is still on the table. I mean, we heard it at the beginning that, you know, when U.S. Secretary of State Blinken was moving around in the region, touring the region, it was floated that, you know, that they push Palestinians to the south or to the zone in Sinai. And, you know, I think Kushner plan mentioned that also, that, you know, there'd be like this kind of enclave, you know. So it was, do you think that we'll reach that stage that, you know, after this kind of violence and, you know, all this indiscriminate shelling, that the Palestinians will be pushed, you know, like they're opening corridors now. They announced today that there's going to be a few hours for all the Palestinians, civilians to go south. Do you think eventually that there'd be a massive displacement of Palestinians, but Egypt has said no? Would they change their mind? Would there be pressure on them?
No, I think Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinians are all in agreement that a mass transfer outside Palestinian territories only serves to depopulate Palestinian territories and just serve Israel's purpose. And so when Egypt and Jordan declare that their borders are closed, they are not doing it in any way as a punishment to Palestinians, but in solidarity with Palestinians, to make sure that another Nakba does not take place, to make sure that Palestinian territories are not depopulated. If Israel was serious about its concern for civilian casualties, they can open their own borders. They can have Palestinians go into the West Bank, for example. It is clear to many that Israel's aim, I believe, is to depopulate Palestinian territories from Gaza to Egypt, and in case the conflict escalates, from the West Bank to Jordan.
So but that is not happening, you know, as you think, you know.
It is not happening because Palestinians are aware. And if you talk to any Palestinian, they would clearly tell you, we would rather die in Gaza or the West Bank than leave our homes. Despite 10,000 people dead, you do not see Palestinians from Gaza along the Rafah border, for example. You just don't see it. People don't want to leave, and that is clear. And I think that as such, the international community has to do everything it can to effect a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire, ahead of a real initiative to deal with the root cause, which we can talk about, the end of the occupation.
You know, there are also a lot of ideas floating by Blinken and others, like to rejuvenate or revive the Palestinian Authority, to let it govern Gaza, and also with the support of United Nations and multinational forces. There is another project that I'm in Dubai, that Mohammed Dahlan will be back in Gaza and will be the ruler of Gaza. I mean, there are all these things, you know, that are floating, and we know that the PA has been pushed out of Gaza. It's discredited. How feasible is all this?
Most, if not all, of the ideas we have heard are not feasible at all. The Palestinian Authority has no legitimacy and no ability to govern Gaza. The Palestinians in Gaza would not accept it. I think this is my point, my first point. Palestinians are in dire need for new elections to establish, you know, the leadership they want to deal them along any political initiative. But remember, we are not just talking about Gaza. This is not a solution. This is not a Gaza question only. This is a Palestinian question that involves the West Bank and involves the occupation. The idea of Arab forces coming into Gaza or any other ideas that we have heard are simply not feasible. I don't think that there is any clear thinking yet about what to do with the day after. Some people, including the US administration, are starting to talk about a political initiative. If that initiative, Samia, is to bring us back to the initiatives of past times, to an open-ended process that goes nowhere and does not end with the end of the occupation, nobody will believe or partake in such an initiative. If there is a serious initiative the day after Gaza, in my view, it has to define the end game a priori and talk about ending the occupation within a defined time frame, and then walk backwards to talk about the steps needed to arrive at that stage. But to go back to a political process which has been going on for 30 years since Oslo, without any political horizon to end the occupation, is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we covered the Oslo, the Madrid conference, the Oslo peace talks, and 30 years on. So do you think this government, the Israeli government, is capable of achieving peace? I mean, and why hasn't the US administration put pressure? I mean, they were the sponsor, they were the co-sponsor supposedly, and every time the pressure, we didn't see any kind of pressure on the Israelis to fulfill the agreement, the peace agreement.
This particular Israeli government is finished, in my view. The only thing that keeps it going is the war on Gaza. Once the war on Gaza ends, then Netanyahu and his radical coalition partners are going to leave, because they are going to be held accountable by the Israeli public themselves. The problem is that no one is sure that any successive Israeli government is going to be more forthcoming on the peace process than this Israeli government. Today, the divide in Israel is not between the pro-peace and the anti-peace camps, as was the case before. Today, it is simply a divide between the pro-Netanyahu and anti-Netanyahu forces. And so it is not clear at all. In fact, I would be very skeptical if any Israeli government in these conditions are going to be more forthcoming on peace. But the more important issue also, Samia, is whether the United States is willing to exercise pressure, not just to start another political initiative, but to start a serious one and put pressure on all the parties, but in particular the Israelis, to accept the notion of an end to the longest occupation in modern history. The United States is involved now in a presidential election. The United States has not started a political initiative in 9 years for the Arab-Israeli conflict. And so there are serious questions whether the United States is willing or able to exercise the needed pressure in order to affect a serious political process. Absent that, we're going to see a continuation of the cycle of violence. And we're going to see, in my view, a shift of focus from a two-state solution to the issue of rights, where Palestinians are going to demand equal rights within the territories they live in. And that is going to affect the conflict in a major way. Instead of us dealing with one state, two state with the shape of a solution, we are going to have to deal with the current reality, which is a minority of Israelis ruling over a majority of Palestinians in what is an apartheid state.
Yeah, and the future looks very bleak for the Palestinians. And, we're witnessing one of the, we lived so many wars, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, but even in Lebanon, people found a place to hide. Civilians were hiding either in the mountains, in shelters. But, Gaza is so exposed, and these refugees, most of them are refugees, they don't have shelters. And yet the world, we see total silence. The Europeans have taken a stand. The Arabs are not doing, they have done their own deals We see also total silence from the Arab world in pushing for a ceasefire. Nobody is calling for abrogating the accord or their deals. So what is left for the Palestinians to look for?
This is part of the problem. It has been part of the problem for many years, which is that the international community has either ignored the Arab-Israeli conflict for a long time or reduced it to normalization agreements with Arab states that ignore the Palestinian element. Gaza has been locked up in a prison for the last 16, 17 years without a political horizon that any political solution is in the offing. We should not have been surprised of what has happened. Maybe the size and extent of it was a surprise, but not the act itself by people who are hopeless, who have lost any hope that the occupation is going to end. The international community has to decide, I think, from this point on, does it want to keep on engaging in a nominal support for a two-state solution that does not come, and that gives time only for Israel to build more settlements and kill that very two-state solution? Does it want to stay doing that, or does it want to get more serious about the process and start talking about an initiative that ends the occupation? I'm not suggesting that the second alternative is likely. All I'm suggesting is if the international community does not get its act together, it will have to deal with not an occupation, but with apartheid.
Yeah, and I mean, what is also the backlash? What would this war leave us with, after, will you see, the violence turning into more attacks? There's a lot of anger, obviously, among fighters, people. I mean, we don't know what they're thinking, but, violence breeds violence, and we've seen it, after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, Hezbollah was set up, in Damascus, after every war, after the Iraq war, then you have the Daeshis and Al-Qaeda. I mean, what would that produce after this?
Remember that the anger that we are seeing did not start on October 7th. Let me, take us back to the West Bank, where in recent months we have seen a lot of violent actions by young kids that have no hope and that are leaderless. And such actions were taking place almost on a daily basis. So October 7, did not start sort of these desperate actions. And why are we seeing all this? It is again because of the lack of a political solution, because of the presence of a very radical Israeli government. Yesterday or the day before, the Minister of Heritage has asked or has presented nuking Gaza as an option. I mean, these are the kind of ministers we are dealing with in the Israeli government. And once again, if we do not understand that there is no military solution and that the occupation has to end as a prelude to bringing peace to the parties, this cycle of violence, particularly after Gaza, will only grow bigger.
Okay, I just want to ask you again about this attack. I mean, we have, lived to see the Israeli army, one of the strongest armies in the world. They have cybersecurity, they have all the intelligence, and yet they fail to detect, this and stop this attack. Where was the failure, do you think, in the system?
I'm not a military strategist, but I will say that certainly part of that failure came from two aspects. Israel has been domestically preoccupied with the judicial, what they call the judicial reform issue, where Israel was split. For 40 straight weeks, Israeli in excess of 150,000 people came on the street every Saturday night to protest what is basically an attack on Israeli democracy for the Jewish people, of course. And, you know, people in the government, such as Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, very radical people, have been assigned the responsibility of security in the West Bank and Gaza. These are not professional people. These are ideologues who have not done a great job at anticipating what has happened. I'm sure there are other reasons as well, but Israel also has to get its act together and decide whether it wants to be a democracy for everyone or, you know, an apartheid state. That is the real question that Israel will have to face after Gaza.
At what time, my last question, at what point, you know, there'll be a tipping point in every war, you know, there is a huge thing, I don't know at what stage they will call it a genocide, and then they call for a, you know, this to stop, you know, if it carries on now, we are 10,000, maybe next month it will be 20,000. So do you think there is an appetite for an international conference to be led by world powers to stop this and, you know, take us to a new course? Like,
what is clear is that public opinion in the West is changing and is exercising pressure on their governments. And it is clear that many European governments are starting to change their view. Take France, for example. I mean, President Macron visited Netanyahu and politically and physically hugged him. But now France, you know, sided with 121 states who have called for a ceasefire in an UN resolution. Public opinion is changing. Mr. Biden today or yesterday, in the latest polls, have shown that he is behind Trump in 5 key states that he cannot win without. So public opinion is changing. And in my view, it is that public opinion which is going to keep pressuring their own governments to do something more serious about stopping the war. How many deaths? Who knows? 1 death is too many. 10,000 is far too many.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all well watered and fed. We've got lots to get our teeth into this afternoon. Just to run you through a few bits. The Bank of Uganda Deputy Governor is coming in. We have the Philippine Finance Secretary, US Secretary of Education, and the US Treasury Deputy Secretary, Wally Adeyemo. So lots on this afternoon, but what better way to kickstart than with a deep dive into emotional intelligence and AI-fueled leadership. This is a session in partnership with DM Radio. DM Radio Chief Executive Officer Eric Kavanagh is going to moderate this one and introduce his panel. Come on up, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. For DM Radio, broadcasting live from Reuters next, Midtown Manhattan. Are you kidding me? What an incredible opportunity. Yours truly, Eric Kavanagh here, your humble, if excitable host, with three proven leaders, some of the nicest people I've met. We have Steve Lucas, CEO of Boomi, Radha Subramaniam, CBS CAO and CRO, and Steve McMillan, CEO of Teradata. But first, a confession. I have ties to the Kremlin. Nichivu strashnava, tavrish, orosho. I said it's nothing scary, comrade, it's all good, because they are severed ties. And in fact, they are severed ties, severed, because my ties were through Alexander Kananikin, we is a post-Soviet Russia. And in Russia, there are so many drunks, he would say. This is 20-odd years ago, working in the Empire State Building. Alex made a lot of money in his 20s in Moscow. He was studying to be a rocket scientist. That's a true story. And he found the earliest days of the interwebs. He launched a little construction company and made tons of money on commodities. So he could see that lumber is 5 rubles a unit over here, 50 over there, buy, sell. Did that for a couple of years, made a lot of money, got into politics. He supported an outsider who got into the Duma and then went up and up and up. And you would recognize this name as Boris Yeltsin, right? So I worked for Boris Yeltsin's financier here at the Empire State Building for a short period of time. And I learned a thing or two about Russian business ethics, let's just say. But why do I tell this story here, now? Well, we're going to talk about leadership. We're going to talk about success, right? So we should first understand what failure is. And I learned a thing or two about that. And let's face it, there's a war on, isn't there? And the kinetic phase of this war started when the Kremlin decided to invade Ukraine, their neighbor. And I would ask us to agree on a definition of failure that kinetic warfare, when one nation is blowing the daylights out of another, is, has been, and always will be a clear and undeniable lagging indicator of failed leadership. And there's a tendency to blame one leader or another. I don't think that's true. I think that's a bit deceptive because there are multiple failures that lead to a situation like this. So let's pray for peace and now make a hard pivot to success. One of the most effervescent and ebullient leaders I've met, Steve Boomi. You have 200 million integration patterns in a lakehouse that you're using to connect all sorts of different systems and data. How do you define success?
Well, thank you, and I speak no Russian, yeah, there you go. First of all, so how do I define success? I think it is, I saw a TikTok one time, and anybody have TikTok? If you haven't, try it, it's awesome. And a gentleman was being interviewed, and they asked him how he defined success, and he said, if your grown kids want to be, or choose to be around you as adults. Now, in a corporate context, do your employees choose to be around you and each other? I think that's how I define success.
Wow, that's cool, because they want to be there. You want to encourage them. You want healthy conversations.
That's right.
You don't want people hiding in the hallway when you come walking down, right?
That's right. Success is healthy conversation. It's people choosing to be around you. It's finding reasons to not just complete work and decouple from each other. Little tough in the world of COVID that we, post-COVID especially. There was a whole thing, I don't know if many people remember it, it was called an office, and you would come into this place and then you'd go hang out afterwards. And the world has moved away from some of that, and we get why. And I mean, my board asks me every 90 days, hey, so when is everybody going back to work? And you kind of like do your little dance around that thing. But for me, just to put it simply, is success is building a culture where people want to be around each other.
I love that. Steve McMillan, you are leading Teradata. You have led the charge to cloudify, to make it cloud native. I think like $250 million investment. How do you define success?
Well, I think it's important to think about success in the context of, are we making things better every single day? And I think from an AI perspective, we're all thinking, is this going to make the world a better place or a worse place? And you can think about AI and success in AI in terms of, can you trust the output? Is the output ethical? Are these AI engines sustainable in terms of execution? And it's interesting to think about it, success for an organization, and how we talk to organizations about success is thinking about it in 3 horizons. So the first horizon is, how are we using this technology to improve how our business works? And then the second horizon is, how are we embedding this technology into the products, the services, the offers that we have that we're putting out into the industry? And then I think the third way is, how are we transforming our industry? And success looks at each of these 3 horizons and how we're operating. So I think it's a super exciting time to think about success and think about how to use these technologies in a way to improve the world.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And Radha, last but certainly not least.
Yeah, hi guys.
In the creative world.
Creative world. So what's interesting though is that the creative world isn't that different from the other parts of the data ecosystem or the business world. And I will echo both the Steves, I was going to say Steve and Steve, but on
Steve squared.
The Steve squareds, right? On your workplace should be a place people want to be, where you're having fun, etc. But let me build on that a little bit as well. I think that, and this is easy for me to say because I'm in television, and you should be passionate about what you do. You should have fun at work. You should be moving things forward like you described. But I think the magic happens when things you believe in deeply, your values, and your business's success go hand in hand. And suddenly you have those magical moments where you're like, wow, I am doing something great and I'm doing something good. And that's quite, it's incredibly rewarding. But let me give you a very specific example of that. CBS has been #1 forever, at least in the US. 19 of the last 20 years. It's only when there's a strike that we fall off plan because it's a strike. But what's on air looks very, very different from what it did 20 years ago. The people look different. The people are diverse. There are more women. There are more people of color. There's LGBTQIA representation, right? And this whole diversity begets diversity is good for business has almost become a cliche, but we have been able to quantify that and quantify how it's only through diversity and diverse actions that we can be successful, because we live in a country that is incredibly diverse. And as a big tent network, if you think, even if you put in really brutal business speak and think of different segments that you need to aggregate for business success and so on, then you end up with a screen that looks really encouraging. And so when you put a woman president on screen before there's an actual woman president, when you have a gay marriage before gay marriage is legal in many states, and those things lead to incredible business success, that's magic.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And diversity is our strength here in the United States. We are an immigrant nation. We have all these different cultures. Colin Quinn has a really funny bit on this, by the way. If you haven't seen it, you should watch him. He does a whole special on all the different people that came into New York and what makes New York. It's worthy of a look. But Steve, on this emotional intelligence side, machines don't have emotional intelligence. They can reflect words back at us, large language models, but obviously don't feel things. You have to feel things. You have to feel and have empathy for your team in order to show emotional intelligence. And let's face it, people are concerned right now that their jobs might go away because of AI, because of LLMs. How do you leverage your emotional intelligence to keep your teams focused, confident, and moving forward?
Great question. I think, first of all, that comes with being direct, transparent, and truthful first and foremost. People know when you're lying. They just know. And if you're, like, let's be honest, AI is going to take people's jobs. If someone's out there that says, well, no, AI is going to augment people, no, that is absolutely not true. AI will take people's jobs. It's kind of like robots in manufacturing.
Yeah.
It took people's jobs. But jobs evolve. That happens. So you have to be direct with your team. You have to be transparent with your team at all times. I can't tell you, this is my third CEO role. And every time I come into a company, I was the CEO of Marketo, which was a take private, and then we sold that to Adobe. I was the CEO of iSIMS, which was a growth story, and we sold that to TA Associates. And Boomi is a different situation. But every time I've come in, number one, sit down with employees. What's going on? What do you want? What do you need? I just want you to tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. And stop trying to spin it. Stop trying to value judge it for me. Let me understand it. And it's difficult to do. Sometimes we debate, like, what is the truth? How do we think about this? But at all times, number one. And then when you do that, I think at the end of the day, people may not like what you're saying, but they know you're not lying. And I think that's the world we live in. People just want more objective truth, and it's such a difficult thing to go get in this world. So that feels like number one. But then number two is you have to get leaders that can live that. When I got in, and I'll just kind of pass it over the rest of the team here. When I arrived at this company, this is a high growth, high energy software company. But in the world that we live in, people want to know that you, the executive, the person in charge, you're there for reasons other than money. There are two kinds of people in this world, I've decided. There are patriots and mercenaries. And they're very different. They operate differently. They have different cause and reason. They're both very useful. But there are times where you have to self-modulate carefully with your team. Am I in mercenary mode or am I in patriot mode right now? And you can operate between those two things from time to time, but you also have to understand your team. Is this person a patriot? Are they here for the cause, or are they here to maximize their income? And I found, by the way, most salespeople, case in point, where are they?
Mercenaries.
Absolutely. Don't need a test for that one. Most developers, most engineers.
Patriots.
Patriots. Now, there are people in the middle. But I think it's understanding that and not value judging that one is good or bad, but that you interact in different ways.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Steve, I'll bring you, the other Steve McMillan, bring you back into it. It's all about the people. I got a good buddy who went into the music industry and loved it, and they thought, oh, it's all about the music, it's all about the music. No, it's all about the people. And it's always all about the people. In any industry, in any business, it's the people. Now you have to get to know the people, and as Steve number one says, you do that by being candid. What do you think, Steve number two?
Yeah, I think it's really super interesting. The whole concept of artificial intelligence can generate a lot of fear around the world and inside your organization. But also to know, fear and excitement is processed in the brain by the same system, the limbic system. And so I think the real key is how do you turn that fear into the excitement for the future?
That's good.
Yeah. And I've been in the technology business for longer than I would care to say, but if you think about how we started the 2000s in the decade of the cloud, and then the 2010s were the decade of data, and Steve and I are both in the data and the technology business around that. And then we're in the 2020s, where we've got a decade where analytics and AI is starting to accelerate. Now, none of those 3 decades have actually come to full fruition in terms of the promises of the technologies that have been offered. So I think there's tremendous excitement, as long as, and for these AI solutions that we're developing, as long as you can trust them, as long as they're operating on an ethical basis, as long as they're operating on a sustainable basis, I think it gives that reassurance in terms of the outputs that are being generated to ensure that we move forward in a positive way. I would liken the AI revolution to the Industrial Revolution and the disruption that potentially causes in terms of the different types of jobs that we have and that we execute. But ultimately, I think it elevates human potential and human fulfillment. And I'm incredibly hopeful if we use these systems in the right way, that it does exactly the same thing. And at Teradata, we think that people are empowered by better information. And so that is something that we live every single day when we work with our customers to put in these kind of solutions.
The one thing I'll just comment on, because we were chatting about this right before we came out, this world that we're entering is going to look so remarkably different 5 years from now, given AI, generative, large language models. What all of us should be watching out for is one simple thing, and you kind of touched on it, it's explainability. As we rely more on these black box models to come up with a decision or generate something that looks like Julia Roberts or whatever it may be, explainability is going to be paramount in our businesses.
Yeah, and that's going to come from embeddings. So if anyone knows anything about large language models, your embeddings are basically, in a human sense, your memories. So if you think about it, you go to school, you learn things, you study things, but you also have big events that happen to you. Maybe it was a great thing, maybe it was a bad thing. Those memories in the computer LLM world are basically embeddings. So how you train your model, what you feed it, and that's why you want to feed it highly curated, trusted data. Don't just turn it loose on the interwebs. Someone had a great quote yesterday that Reddit is like the road rage version of online social media platforms. You don't want that stuff. No. You want trusted, curated information. Back to you, Radha. Speaking of that, trusted, curated, creative people. We're like magicians, right? Creative people create things out of nowhere. How do you keep those folks motivated? How do you leverage emotional intelligence to keep your creative teams on track and doing cool things?
Actually, it's kind of funny because people think creation happens out of nowhere, but creation's actually based on a lot of embeddings and a lot of process and a lot of rigor, and in many cases, a lot of data. But let me answer your question more directly, right? From a management perspective, it's exactly what the Steve said. It's radical transparency, radical candor, truthfulness, no pretense that you know all the answers, because you don't. This is a whole new world, and we're learning alongside our teams, and we just have to figure this out together. And the thing that I hire for, more than anything else I've come to learn, is resilience, right? You can teach skills, and the fancy schools and all of that don't do that anymore, right? So I'm really looking for resilience in teams, because in a time of radical change where things can change overnight, those are the people you want in the trenches with you. People who are like, okay, that came out of left field. How do we figure this out? How do we do something different or build on what we did? And so resilience is very, very key, I think, in hiring. But I want to go back to this question of creativity, because the way I think about it, and I actually believe it, and I'm not just saying it, but there's a lot we don't know about what's going to happen with AI, LLMs, and so on. What I do know is some things are going to become highly commoditized. And it could be some code writing. It could be some data analysis. They're just things you can tell the machine to do pretty easily. What we're going to need more of are artists and creatives who can ask interesting questions, right? Anyone can say, can you tell me the 3 things that happened yesterday in blah, blah, blah. That's not a very interesting question. But to generate growth and to generate your next $1 billion idea, you're going to need really creative thinkers. So all of your analytical minds are going to have to tap into and become more creative. And so I actually think the world, we're going to start to appreciate creatives in the way we haven't before.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you know, as I think about this, Steve, your CTO made a great comment on DM Radio a few weeks ago. I asked him, what do you think is the most significant aspect of these large language models and machine learning that we should learn to appreciate? And he said, learning. And he meant human learning. And you've talked about this before. We've all talked about it. You have to play around with these technologies. You have to kick the tires. You have to entice them and ask them interesting questions and see where they go. And it's like learning to ride a sailboat or something. It's learning to ride a unicycle. It's a very interesting thing. But the key is to keep your mind open, keep yourself fresh, and absorb the information. What do you think, Steve?
Look, and I've said this to folks in my company, and we're actually getting ready to launch a mandate for my business, which is everyone will use generative, everyone. This is kind of like, I know some people go, wow, you know, using ChatGPT is kind of cheating. Well, then cheat. Go ahead. The reality is, like, name me a tool anywhere in the world, basically for free, that improves the productivity of your entire workforce by 5 to 10%, slightly more creative or better research. Name that thing. It's called generative. It's here. It is, in 30 years of software, it's the first time I've seen anything where you can just turn it on. Now you need to practice, you need to get better. I use ChatGPT all the time when I'm looking for what's that extra bit of thinking that I wasn't thinking about, that one extra question, and I'm finding incredible use with it. Now, what I will say is this. Let's fast forward to 5 years from now. Today, this stuff seems like pure frickin' magic, right? You've got ChatGPT and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. Let me type in a bunch of stuff and make it talk like Yoda, right? We were like, that's it. So I literally had it write a story and a song about my 2 cats in Star Wars language. Truly amazing. It's amazing. But the reality is that those things will become a commodity. 5 years from now, there will be thousands and thousands and thousands of large language models over here on the right hand. And on the left hand, there will be companies that are getting incredibly good at prompt engineering and the like. What's in the middle? What's in the middle is your data. How are you using it? Where are you capturing it? How are you creating a set of data that is truly unique to your company and creates competitive advantage? That is the difference. And I'm not talking about all data, because data is sand. It's everywhere. It's infinite. Not much of it is useful. So what are the bits and pieces that you're going to use? So sorry, I've ranted long enough on that, but I will just say, we have to think about the world that will be 5 years from now. And you're so right, because the strength of prompt engineering, the people that have the titles like data analysts today, they need to become your top tier prompt generators, prompt engineers going forward.
Yeah, and there's a great question from the audience here. I'll throw it over to Steve McMillan of Teradata. There are opportunities for new jobs. There are opportunities to do things in new ways. That's what we're going to be doing in the next several years. How do you talk to your team about new ways to do old jobs?
Yeah, I think the whole concept that we're talking about here, leadership in the world of that's influenced by artificial intelligence. You know, if you think about what's the most positive leadership style that you can operate within an organization, and it's the coaching leadership style. And the key to being a great coach is being able to ask those great questions. And the same is true for a world that's powered by artificial intelligence. I think you have to encourage your people to think about what are the great questions that you want to ask. You know, we curate within Teradata some of the world's most valuable and large data sets from an enterprise perspective. And some of the things that we do with that data are just amazing. The transformational capability that we've got in terms of using AI to do things like early prediction of diabetes. So something that transforms the world, something that transforms healthcare. If you think about that leadership, asking questions around, you know, what is a disruptive technology and what is an industry that really needs disruption? And I think healthcare is a great example of that. A real industry that needs disruption, and I think artificial intelligence, with the right kind of questioning, the right kind of data, can really improve the quality of people's lives. We spoke about on your show the organization that's actually developing that technology thinks about it in terms of developing solutions which give more years of smiles in a family, right, as you extend people's lives.
I love that.
And I think that's what we should be aiming for from the implementation of these technologies.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great segue too. I believe the ultimate metric in business and life is happiness. If you're happy, everything's fine. If you're unhappy, something is wrong, and you have to find out what that wrong thing is. And Rod, I'll throw this one over to you. And I think we started late. I think we should have a few more minutes, but I remember the first time I had a really good manager. I was 37 years old. I moved to Seattle with my now wife, and I go into his office, and we're talking about things. And we get to the end of my first meeting in a whole new place. I went from New Orleans to Seattle. And we get to the end of the meeting, he goes, "Now, what can I do for you?" And I was like this. I was like, did some VP walk in the room? Like, you talking to me? I had never heard something like that before. What a great manager. Tell us about how you effect that kind of empathy and care and emotional intelligence, real quick.
So it's such a great question, and I'm going to probably overshare a little bit. But we're meant to be radical and transparent and candid, right? And I almost joke when I interview senior leaders that I'm like a tiger mom. Like, I'm gonna be your best, biggest advocate, but I'm also gonna push you and tell you to do better and tell you you can be better and to think outside the box. And that's just one management style. The four of us sitting here, right, have completely different styles. And the key is to not value judge, as Steve once said, right? There are many, many different kinds of leadership. All of them should coach. All of them should have empathy, but we also can't be in a cookie cutter box of leadership. So we have to allow our leaders to flourish their own way. And in turn, we have to see each of the leaders who work for us as individuals with very different styles. So that kind of diversity of management style and approach is also key and key to resilience.
That's fantastic. And folks, we never did get to my story about my role in the lead up to the Ukraine war, so maybe next time. But until then, let's all pray for peace, be there for each other. We're all here together. It's always about the people. And as they say in Austin, Texas, hook 'em horns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is that how you do it?
Hook 'em horns.
All right. Thank you, Eric. And Steve, I'm looking forward to telling my kids' teachers what you said about cheating and ChatGPT. All right. We're going to get back to monetary policy and banking for the next few sessions. And first up is Bank of Uganda Deputy Governor, and he will be in conversation with one of our own reporters, White House correspondent Andrea Shalal. Come on up, Andrea.
Terrific. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming all the way from Uganda. It was a long flight.
Yeah, very long flight. It's about 20 hours.
Oh, wow.
6 from Entebbe to Dubai and about 14 from Dubai to DC.
Oh, well, we're so glad you could join us. Uganda's actually doing pretty well in terms of inflation. We've talked a lot about inflation here today, and it's still a problem for a lot of countries. You've seen a very sharp decline in inflation. And in August, the central bank cut its benchmark rate for the first time in more than 2 years. So since inflation's well below the central bank target, are we likely to see any more cuts of that bench rate mark?
Well, thanks, Andrea, for asking that question. I think, let me first of all give a background to this. At the onset of COVID-19 in 2020, we saw average inflation around 2.8, largely driven by the transport sector. Because of the aspect of social distancing and what have you, it meant that for the transportation sector, instead of vehicle carrying maybe like 14 passengers, they were obliged to carry 6 or so because they need to social distance. So what did they do? They had to cover the costs by raising the transport fares. So transport basically drove inflation in 2020. And also because of the lockdown, the aggregate supply side was a bit affected, which led to slight increase in some prices. Now, come 2021, when we began to reopen the economy, we saw inflation come to average about 2.1 in 2021, largely driven by the fact that we had a strong currency, because at the onset of the COVID-19 in 2020, there was a depreciation as there was a flight by portfolio investors to safety, and we saw the currency depreciate as a result of the portfolio flows, which kind of like impacted on inflation through the pass-through via exchange rate depreciation. But then we saw a reversal. These flows now came back strongly in 2021 in search for higher yields because the risk appetite was still there. So we saw the currency appreciate. So the appreciation of the currency kind of like impacted on the pass-through through lower import prices in local currency. And then there was also a good harvest because there was no social distancing and subsistence farming. So there was increased output in terms of agriculture. We had a bumper harvest, and still aggregate demand was not that strong. So inflation came down to about 2.1 on average. Now, the game changer was in 2022 for obvious reasons. The Russia-Ukraine conflict that kickstarted around February 2022 changed everything. We saw commodity prices begin to pick up. But as a central bank, we did not react to that because these were isolated prices, right? So there were some specific commodity prices that had shot up. But then we began observing what was the impact of that on the overall consumer price index. So for the month of March, April, we didn't see anything. But then come May 2022, we began to see the second round impact, right, of this increase in the commodity prices that were seen in February and March, now begin to spread across the consumer price index. Now, for us, we didn't argue whether this was transitory or what. We just said, look, once you have a generalized rise in the price level, monetary policy has got to kick in. And having a history of high inflation in the past, we didn't want any inflation to get entrenched because it would have been difficult to bring it down. It would have taken a longer time, would have been much more painful. So what did we do? In the month of June, we began hiking the policy rates. So between June and October, we hiked the policy rate by 350 basis points. And not only that, we also went ahead and increased the cash reserve requirements by 200 basis points. So the impact of that was to suck in liquidity from the system. So we took aggressive monetary policies in the first 4 months once we had started doing that. But at the same time, we also realized that as a result of the growing inflationary pressures, the advanced economy central banks began adjusting their policy rates upwards. So the portfolio players who are quite strong in our market now began again to exit the market. So the currency began to depreciate.
Yeah.
So the currency began to depreciate, and now we're saying that, look, this is going to affect our inflation outlook through the exchange rate. But the action that were taken to remove the liquidity from the system kind of like mitigated that sharp depreciation. Although we'd seen depreciation up to August, all right, that reduction in liquidity mitigated. And in the past, we used to intervene in the foreign exchange market to smooth out these volatilities. But as a result of these policies, we have not sold a single dollar to the market. We last sold dollars to the market in the month of June 2022. To date, we haven't sold anything. But because of the tight monetary policy that we've been pursuing, the currency has been stable. It has tended more towards appreciation. Mm-hmm. So that helped us contain the import prices that would have otherwise contributed to inflation. But we were not helped by the fact that we also got a drought, which affected food prices. So if you ask me, what did we do exactly? One, we pursued aggressive monetary policy. Immediately, we saw the second-round effects of the commodity prices, and then we coordinated very well with the fiscal policy to support our actions. But most importantly, the fiscal authorities did not go for subsidies. They allowed a full pass-through of these prices because we argued that in a situation where you do not know for how long this price shock is going to last, it's not advisable to put in subsidies because subsidies have got to be well targeted, they have got to be time bound. So we did not know for how long this was going to happen. So we did not go in for subsidies.
What do you see happening going forward? I mean, what's your prediction or expectation now for further, monetary moves?
Okay. Inflation peaked at 10.7 in October last year. And
right.
Since then, we've seen it gradually come down. And the 10.7 was for headline and 9.6 for core. But the recent numbers that we have for the month of October suggest that the headline is 2.4, core is 2%.
So and well below your target.
Well below the target. Now, we have begun reducing the policy rate. We reduced the policy rate in August. We maintained it in the October Monetary Policy Committee meeting. We also slightly reduced on the cash reserve requirements, both by 50 basis points. Now, going forward, it's all going to be data-driven. We will have to look at the data on the inflation outlook. We'll have to look at data on growth. But of course, the outlook has been clouded by some developments. You know, this geopolitics, what might be the impact of this on some commodity prices. We still have the Russia-Ukraine, and then now we have the Israeli-Hamas. We don't know to what extent that's going to spill over. So the outlook, there are certain uncertainties that we're dealing with. So we need to see to what extent these uncertainties are likely to impact inflation going forward. That's why we kind of like paused the reduction to better understand and to see how data is going to inform the formation of monetary policy going forward. But it's all going to be data-driven.
Do you think that you have a bias toward tightening, though? Are you reluctant to?
Look, I think
let go after the successful policy.
I think to avoid entrenchment of inflation expectation is a key thing. Now, to the extent that we are getting a firm hold on inflation, we now need to sustain this going forward. And we cannot sustain this going forward using demand management policies. We now need to trigger the supply side. So that's why we're saying that fiscal policy now has got to come in to see how we can trigger the supply side to support this low inflation. And indeed, the fiscal is coming on that. And that's why and of course, we'll also be easing, all right, going forward based on data. But because from our analysis, we think that we should be easing once these uncertainties become clear. And that's why we think that inflation in 2024 is going to average anywhere between 3 to 4% before coming the medium-term target of 5% in 2025, knowing that the impact of monetary policy takes about 12 to 18 months to impact on the real economy. So even as we begin easing, it will take that time before we see inflation come back. That is the baseline. Of course, there are risks that are surrounding that baseline, that outlook. And those risks, we are watching them carefully. And so these risks include things like maybe bad weather that could again affect food crop, because Uganda is self-reliant in terms of food production, but it's highly vulnerable to weather changes because it affects that. The geopolitics, we don't know what impact will have on the commodity prices, and the financial conditions in the global markets. If they continue to tighten, it might affect also the portfolio flows, and that could have an impact on the exchange rate. But our baseline is that we should be having inflation of 3 to 4% next year, and then in 2025 we are back to the 5%, subject to this upside risk not materializing.
So there's been some unease over Uganda's rising public debt burden. And the central bank itself has expressed worry in the past, saying the cost of servicing debt is putting pressure on resources that are available for social and infrastructure spending. Are you still worried about that? And do you see any effort on the part of the government to lower the public debt?
Yes. No, I think you're right that the rising public debt is a source of concern. But I think we need to ask ourselves, why did we see a rising public debt? One, as you're aware, Uganda is in the stages of producing oil going forward. So we needed to invest in the infrastructure that is going to support oil production going forward. So government borrowed quite a substantial amount of money for infrastructure development, the roads in the oil producing region, and then of course they've contracted debt also in terms of the pipeline and all those kinds of infrastructure. Now, the challenge, of course, is that it now depends on when will the oil come out. Now, the projection we have that the oil should be coming out in 2025, and we think that once the oil comes out, government revenues and even export receipts for the economy should be able to support the servicing of debt in that area. And then besides that, the exports are also picking up because a lot of effort has been put in place to ensure that we have exports pick up.
You mentioned this, beginning of crude oil production in 2025. How long is it going to take before that really starts to impact the economy?
Beg your pardon?
How long will it take before the production, the start of oil production, flows through into the economy?
I think we have already begun seeing that, because if you look at the total cost of these investment, particularly following the final investment decision signing sometime last year, this is estimated to cost about $15 billion, anywhere between $15 billion to $18 billion. But most of that is import related. But there's a component, a local component, that is coming to support the oil production infrastructure. And we think anything between 20 to 25% of that 15 billion is a local component. So it is that local component that is really having an impact on the economy. Take, for example, transportation, services like legal services, things like financial services, and supplying of the oil fields with the basic services to support the ongoing investment. So that is a component that is already impacting on the economy and is having a multiplier impact already on the broader economy. That's before the actual oil production begins.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have an awful lot of time left, and I wanted to ask you, earlier this year, the World Bank cut off new lending to Uganda because of the anti-gay law. I gather that there are discussions underway to sort of ensure that that can resume. Can you give us an update on what's happening in those conversations, and what was the impact of losing that new lending, not the current lending those payments continued to be made, but.
Okay, before I come to the ongoing discussion, let me just look at the impact of that. When the World Bank statement came out, I think sometime in early August, regarding cutting new lending to Uganda for any lending that was in a pipeline, but it hasn't gone to the board yet for approval. The immediate impact on the financial markets was a depreciation in the currency, because, of course, the market players factored that in, being a fundamental in the exchange determination. The currency depreciated very fast, 2 days. But then what happened after that? We saw the currency again begin to gain some of the losses that had been eroded by the statement. So what does that say? In my view, I think it says that, one, how much of the new lending was coming to support the current financial year budget? It was very, very small. It's under $40 million. Now, the bulk of the lending which would have come to support the budget is for the medium term, but it was yet to be approved by the World Bank board. So the budget for the medium term has only been appropriated by Parliament, so this has not been factored in. So the only impact that was seen to date is for the current year's budget. Now, of course, that one government can consider how to rationalize, maybe cutting expenditures here, or maybe looking for alternative financing at similar terms, right, to cover for that. So that is the issue. But most importantly, government is in talks with the World Bank to understand where they're coming from and what their concerns are regarding this law here. And I think they are making progress in that. The government is trying to put in place measures to address those World Bank concerns that led to them saying that they will not take any more requests to the board for approval. However, all the ongoing projects that have been approved by the World Bank will continue to disburse, subject to the fact that this disbursement does not exclude any minority. It should be inclusive. It should not be targeted at anyone. And I think this is what government is putting in place to make sure that the concerns of the World Bank are addressed.
Do you think you can get it resolved this year?
Sorry?
Can you get these discussions resolved this year?
I cannot speak into that, but I know that they're making some good progress. At the time when we were in Marrakesh for the annual meetings of the IMF World Bank, there was indication that there was a lot of progress being made. So I don't know when exactly when they will come to a conclusion on that.
Well, sadly, we have run out of time. I'm sure we could keep going, but thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Governor. Thank you, Andrea. You'll see Andrea again, by the way, a little bit later on, 3:30 with Wally Adeyemo. We'll look forward to that. All right. Lessons from the 2023 banking crisis is the title of our next session. The moderator for this session is our financial markets editor, Paritosh Bansal. I'll let Paritosh introduce his panel. Come on up.
Thanks, Axel. Thanks, Axel. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our panel. Lessons from the banking crisis of 2023. As I think about earlier this year, I think the banking crisis sort of showed what can happen when interest rates rise suddenly and quickly. As you would recall, in March earlier this year, Silicon Valley Bank failed. It kind of put pressure on the rest of the banking industry. Authorities had to come in and prevent the situation from spiraling into a bigger financial crisis. And then in Europe, Credit Suisse got into trouble and had to be sold to UBS. The situation seems to have stabilized, at least on the surface. But with central banks still kind of keen on keeping interest rates high for some time, I think a question on a lot of people's minds is what other risks lurk out there and what should we be mindful of? To work through that question today, we have three really experts in their fields. Anna Arzov, she heads up private credit at Moody's and also leads financial institutions. Tim Venice, he's the CEO of Santander in the US, has a front row view of banking like nobody else. And Jean-Paul Servet, the chairman of IOSCO, the global securities regulator, plus he's got many other global titles.
Two victims in one cup. So.
And so let me start with Anna, you. Are we out of the woods? Is banking crisis done?
Well, thanks for having me first and foremost, and thanks for my panelists. I think we'll have an insightful discussion on this. Look, we are not necessarily out of the woods, but I'm not saying that we're in a banking crisis, and why that's the case. We know that the fastest ever rate hike in the history created quite a lot of disbalance on banks' balance sheets, and particularly some banks were caught short on their interest rate risk management. We'll talk about post-financials crisis reform. Everybody was focused on credit risk, we're focused on trading risk, they were focused on particularly the Basel reforms and on the G-SIBs in particular, but there is a cohort of banks who obviously did not manage interest rate risk appropriately, were not ready for this. So why we're not out of the woods is because we have $700 billion still of losses on banks' balance sheets. So what does that mean in practice? It means that the banks will be constrained to lend, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. They'll have funding strains in a way that they're paying more for deposits to keep those deposits, so there is a profitability pressures. And as they're building capital, there is obviously risk of other asset risks coming in, which we really haven't seen, and that's primarily commercial real estate. We'll talk more about that.
Tim, what do you make of that analysis? Do you agree from your vantage point?
I would agree and think that I would characterize things as stable, and that the three failures from earlier in the year were largely idiosyncratic. Those were kind of unique business models, very high growth. I think certainly brought to bear some of the risks related to uninsured deposits. And so what we're seeing here at Santander is that things have been very stable, really since April. I think there was some fear in the system there. And the banking system has very solid capital levels. We're very well capitalized, and I think have good interest rate risk mechanisms and practices in place to manage this. That being said, there is an overhang here with respect to the Treasury securities and the marks on those because of the change in interest rates. But I think that things are generally stable. There could be some impaired growth and profitability in the near or intermediate term as we are seeing higher funding costs. And those higher funding costs are largely driven by quantitative tightening and deposits leaving the system. There are some very attractive substitutes today, right? Money market mutual funds north of 5%, CDs, treasuries, et cetera. So deposits are leaving the system. and that does impact the growth rate for banks going forward and put some pressure on the net interest margin.
On the sort of the more credit side of that equation, what are you seeing in areas like auto lending or commercial real estate where sort of stresses have been building up? And you've spoken a little bit about it, and Santander obviously has a big position in both those areas. Are you seeing sort of how is credit holding up there? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, I'd characterize it as credit is normalizing. I'd say post-pandemic asset quality for us and in the industry was at record lows, high quality, low delinquency and credit costs. And we've seen a steady normalization. Different portfolios and customer segments are performing differently. Actually, in the prime areas, upper income and prime areas of consumer, it is still very benign. In some of the areas, we have a full spectrum auto lending business. So we're one of the top 10 auto lenders in the country, and we lend from super prime through non-prime. And what we started seeing last year about this time was some stress in the non-prime and lower income segments. And in fact, we've seen delinquencies there approach or are now at pre-pandemic levels. That being said, credit content and losses are not back to those levels for some other reasons that I can talk about. But in the prime and super prime areas, we're seeing that the consumer's holding up very well.
But in 6 months from now, do you sort of see those levels rising? Like, what's your projection there?
I think I don't think I see those rising significantly. We still have very strong employment. Historically, right, consumer credit, unemployment has been a key driver of that. And with sub 4% unemployment, even if that moderates to 4.1, 4.2, I don't see meaningful challenges for prime consumers. And we've still got a lot of those consumers. There's still some excess savings built up from the pandemic, particularly in the upper income stratification. So the consumer's been even more resilient than what we anticipated this year. And so we see things as generally benign but normalizing for consumer overall.
Got it. And I'm just coming back to you before we move on to other stuff. So Moody's downgraded US banks earlier this year and put a bunch of them on negative outlook watch. And I quote, you wrote in that note in August, quote, funding risks, weaker profitability, and turn in asset quality will test bank credit strength. Are more downgrades coming?
Well, we cannot talk about obviously future downgrades. A nice try, but we do maintain negative outlook on the banking system. And again, I want to reiterate, it's really more about the profitability pressures. The U.S. banks were one of the most profitable systems on a global level, which is why they were probably one of the key reasons. Very well capitalized system, very well profitable system compared particularly to the European systems, and it was traditionally 1 to 2 notches higher rated than the Europeans for that reason. Now, when you look at that profitability, that's waning down, which is exactly what we talked about. And it's really about how much interest costs to remain those deposits in banks' balance sheets is increasing. Like, for example, our analysis shows that roughly we have increased quarter over quarter, or 14% of interest cost, but only 4% increase in interest income. And if you look at where the benefits of the rising rates really peaked, was in December, and then it's been declining, and probably last quarter, second quarter was actually the worst in terms of that kind of increase in costs versus benefits from the higher rates. And it's all coming, we think about this of a layering of risks. Things are not gonna go better from an asset quality perspective. So we are concerned about, okay, now we are in this sort of no room to maneuver. And what does that mean? We have pristine almost asset quality, except for office. Obviously commercial real estate and office is one asset class, and that we're tightly watching, but everything else seems pretty okay. So there's only down from here, and profitability pressures exacerbated by increase of credit costs is not pretty.
So let me ask, I'm a journalist, so I'm going to ask that question a slightly different way, right? So between August and now, are you more negative on the outlook of banks or less?
I would say that the competition for deposits, it's still there. But in terms of the other, what we are monitoring from a macro perspective, how the money market funds are playing in the market, they're basically, they're thinking, okay, at this point, I think the Fed is done. So there is not as much pressure on banks' reserves. And bank reserves are still 150 billion higher than where it was for Silicon Valley banks, which is a positive for the banking system. Our concern is if we are all wrong, obviously, on this, and particularly the forward curve, that there is going to be rate hikes, rate cuts next year, and the money markets start playing back and competing for deposits, while credit costs start to come out, it's not going to be a pretty picture. So I would say it's stable, but there are some downside risks that we are watching.
Got it. The great thing about this panel is everybody's coming at it from a very different vantage point. So let me turn to Jean-Paul for a second and sort of take a more global look at it. I know you do mostly securities and banking is not your space, but when you look at Credit Suisse and what happened there, are there any lessons there for global regulators and how they coordinate?
No, thanks for the very useful question. Maybe one comment about IOSCO, because I'm not sure that everybody knows what it means, IOSCO. We need to be modest. Even if we're one of the few real global standards set at the international level, in fact, we are the global membership organization of all financial supervisors involved in the supervision of financial markets, stock exchange, financial product, infrastructure, and consumer protection. So everybody knows the Basel Committee. We are the Madrid Committee, I would say, because we are working together. And it means that we have 130 jurisdictions on board. We have national members, like for instance in the US, it means the CFTC and the SEC, and all our members are involved more or less in the supervision of almost 95% of the total financial sector all around the world. So that's a place to be in order to address, I would say, lessons to be learned from a crisis and new risk. And what does it mean for me in 2024? First of all, how to limit, I would say, market fragmentation. It's still a risk. How to tackle, I would say, climate risk, I would say. And you know that John and Mary in the street, if I may call it that. So it means retail investors are not interested at all in having a toolkit at national level in order to decide in which product, in which listed company they would like to invest. They are just waiting for a global toolkit. And that's what we have been able to do by the endorsement of the ISSB standard. So I would say that's a very important step. The same for, I would say, substitute product. I would say, what about, I would say, digital finance, CDA, crypto assets, DeFi? Again, we have been able to have a consensus because we work like the United Nations. I would say it means consensus. And the day that we have a consensus, it means a fantastic game changer, an incentive in order to. And of course, last but not least, and there is a link with what happened, I would say, in the first quarter of the year, NBFI, I would say. Many people would have expected that Jean-Paul Sartre would say, okay, the focus is about Credit Suisse, Silicon Valley, so it means BFI, and normal non-bank financial administration, the former shadow banking, I would say. At the contrary, I think that we have to double down on this, because let us be clear, there are some, I would say, bridges between two, and that's the reason why we have important work stream. The problem of open-ended funds about the use, I would say, of anti-dilution tools, so the famous liquidity management tools. We have consulted on this, and we will publish very rapidly a revised version of recommendation. The same, I would say.
Jean-Paul, let me interrupt here. So I will come to NBFIs in the next one. I just want to kind of stick for a second to banking before we move on. Just on the Credit Suisse situation, though, there were sort of aspects of securities regulations that should have been sorted, right? Like you read the Financial Stability Report. There is sort of clearly some, they say that there is more kind of need for further coordination among global regulators. What's the conversation going on specifically on that issue right now?
A very useful conversation because, you know,
so there is a conversation going on.
I was already there in Belgium. So I'm native from Belgium in 2008.
Yeah.
So it means that there is a world of difference between 2008 and now about international coordination, I would say. So we all know that sharing information is instrumental when you have to face possible aspect of disruptive market, recovery, resolution of banks, listed banks. And that's the reason now, I would say, we are dealing with this issue, of course, with the FSB. We have now the possibility to work on this, and exchange information on time is important. And that's the reason why the involvement of securities market regulator is important. When you speak about 81, it means that there can be different legal jurisdictions, and that has been rightly stressed by the FSB report on this, and we are working on it. But let us be clear. I would say when I see what happened in Europe, the new SRB, it was launched in 2015. After 7 years of experience, there is no case of bail-in, I would say, which is the underlying philosophy, the starting point of many aspects, which is a major difference with other jurisdictions like the US. So it means that we have, I would say, a new institutional framework, which is going in the right direction. Of course, we are fine-tuned. There are still lessons to be learned. But it exists, so it means it's a kind of Pavlov reflex to exchange information because we all know that from sophisticated instruments, it will be sold, I would say, abroad most of the time. And that's, I would say, a real new world for some years.
So do you think the securities regulators, let's talk specifics here for a second, when there was Credit Suisse crisis going on, SEC was brought in November of 2022. Do you think they should have been brought in earlier?
Well, I don't intend to give comment about.
But in general, in a situation,
I don't have the legitimacy.
The next time this happens, should regulators be brought in?
Contact were launched on time, I would say, but you must be ready, and it was the case, as stated rightly in the post, I would say, crisis report launched just for information very rapidly.
Yeah.
If you have a look on what happens in 2008, it took 1, 2, 3 years before having a report. No. The same year, a report coming from the FSB and also on national level. So we know that I would say the speed is very important. We have, I would say, many different kinds of examples. In Europe, you can have the Single Resolution Board for Eurozone. You have college. You have other aspects. It's how to be agile, I would say, because I would say there is no one-size-fits-all approach, I would say.
Got it.
And for instance, in Europe, you have different kind of college, and nesting one, a core college. The objective is to be, I would say, match with the business model of the bank that we are supervising. Is it a listed one or not? Is it I would say, a global systemic bank? But at the time, we have the toolkit, let us be clear. And the objective, of course, is to work with these different national regulations. Again, the framework, the Istanbul framework, is not the same in all jurisdictions, but that's the pleasure.
That's kind of what, that's for you to solve now, right? Like in your role as the global kind of coordinator for all the securities regulators. All right, let's move on to maybe sort of the non-bank sort of piece of the risks that are out there. We speak a lot about private credit. You guys just started the new unit. Congratulations on that. Thank you. As well. And I know I'll again quote you on this first. I mean, you've said that the true risks in private credit won't be known until they're spilling over into the broader economy. I know you're just starting to look into this more. But are there any specific areas within that that are already sort of giving you pause?
We actually have been looking at it for 4 years and publishing research continuously. We're just formalizing a cross-functional business unit within and research unit within the firm. But we have actually been writing quite a lot because we noticed quite a lot of change. And it really comes, again, there's a regulatory aspect of this. If everybody remembers the leverage finance guidelines that came in the OCC in 2012, then 2015, the Fed sort of tightened that gap for the European banks that were players in the market. And then suddenly in 16, 17, very large funds started to do increased fundraising in this space. So there's always this kind of regulation comes in, it tightens the banking system, and ultimately it pops up eventually is what we're trying to say, because these funds are not isolated from the banking system. And what do we mean by that? At the end of the day, they do get funding for banks. Yeah. There's a $200 billion of dry powder, and roughly we estimate around north of $1.3 trillion in the ballpark of private credit. Direct lending is the largest piece, which is really a big chunk of that is sponsor finance. That used to be done by a broadly syndicated loan market, some of the regional banks, et cetera, but mostly ended up on CLO's balance sheets. Now it's on balance sheets of these funds, which have permanent capital. They don't have really overnight liquidity risk, which is a better structure. But because the industry, I was just at a conference on Monday, and BlackRock was saying that this is going to go north of $3 trillion in 2028. So what do we think? And I think that's a question for the regulators, that a big chunk of the credit provisioning in the system to middle market borrowers is happening by non-banks with very limited or lack of prudential supervision. SEC is the primary regulator, but SEC is not the prudential regulator, it's not a bank regulator, and this is a bank-type product. And how this is going to bite the banks is ultimately the banks provide the leverage to these funds.
Yeah, that's a question for you, Jean-Paul. She just said regulators have to answer, and she looked at you.
For which aspect do we?
Well, private credit in general, and having the shadow banks provisioning more credit in the economy.
Okay. No, on the aspect on BFI, as I just told you some minutes ago, many people would expect that we would slow down, I would say, work stream about in BFI. At the contrary, I think my first comment, I would say, during meeting chaired by Klaas Knot at the level of the FSB, is that we have to double down on efforts about in BFI. It's not because the focus is about BFI, liquidity, how to go ahead with the Basel Committee agenda that we would stop. So we have two important work streams, I would say. So anti-dilution tools, that's for open-ended funds. That's a very important partnership because that's the first time that we have a partnership on equal footing in the FSB. For you, it's quite obvious. I can tell you when the FSB was launched at the time of the Obama administration, after the Pittsburgh summit in 2000, there was some stress. What's the new rule? Frankly speaking, my first reaction, fine, excellent idea. We have a kind of arm and wings reporting to the G20. If we are working good job, it means that we'll have the support of the FSB. And that's what happened. If you have a look on the last letter sent to the G20 leaders, Joe Biden and co., by Klaas Knot, 4 pages, 2 about what we are doing at IOSCO level, climate risk, crypto asset, and NBFI. And NBFI, it means open-end funds. We will be able to publish with the FSB a revised version of a recommendation. And we just published our first paper about private finance, which is a new trend. Let us be clear, there was no tradition for the IOSCO. But of course, we know that the world changed a lot.
Correct.
In comparison to 15 years ago. There are new risks we have to address. And last but not least, leverage. Leverage against a new work stream, against a new partnership with FSB. So it means that the FSB recognized that the place to be for market infrastructure, for, I would say, open-ended funds, for leverage, for private finance, it's, I would say, the IOSCO, which means credibility and capacity to come back to the table with a consensus. We just start a new work stream, co-chaired by 2 representatives from the FSB and IOSCO. It's a real ambitious challenge. Won't be easy. Let us be clear how to collect sufficient granular information about what it means leverage. And it's a step-by-step approach. So it means that we are there in order to address at a global level NBFI, because this kind of business and risk have to be addressed at global level. So it means IOSCO.
Correct. The question that we are asking is it maybe because it needs coordination and the regulators are focused on it, we understand they're focused on it, just my personal interaction with the global regulators on this subject, really from all parts of the world, has really increased. The question is this going too fast, where the regulatory reforms maybe don't keep that pace? And just to give you an example, this market was really third of a size only 5-6 years ago. But everything was ready for this market to really pop up because we had zero rate environment, a lot of dry powder by the private equity firms to deploy, and somebody need to provide the financing, and the banks were really squeezed. So now when you look at the balance, we have a $1 trillion high-yield bond market and a roughly $1 trillion of leveraged loan market, and this market is going to be basically larger than that, which is the lead market. So the question is it going to get, are we going to not see the risks, and it's going to be too late when we see those risks?
Yeah. So let me come to It's part of the DNA to be agile, I would say. The speed is never a problem. We know as financial market supervisor that we need to have sufficient speed. Look at what's been able to do in less than 1 year of endorsement of ISSB standard for climate aspect. The same for crypto asset. I can tell you when I have the pleasure to organize a press conference, the press coverage for me was impressive. Maybe because many journalists were surprised that we have been able to come back, I would say, to the stakeholders so fast. The same for private market. Frankly speaking, the paper we published, I would say in July, it's a first step. That's our first, I would say, step in order to monitor. It means to extract data, which from time to time are beyond the remit of our mission statement or for members at national level. And you don't have to underestimate, I would say, what it means to have sufficient granular, I would say, data. That's what we are doing. The same for leverage, let us be clear. And the objective is, of course, we are not against innovation. At the contrary, and we need to see if there is a necessity to regulate, to have principle, to have good practices. And that's the job that we are doing at IOSCO, which is more and more recognized as the place to be in order to deal with it.
I'm conscious of time. Let me come to Tim, because I want the bank's perspective on this, both from a squeeze on the capital piece of it and then, opportunities. A lot of banks are kind of forming partnerships. Are you looking for one too?
Yeah, there's opportunity, but I think there's also unintended consequences as a result of some of the earlier bank failures this year, and a proposal to increase capital standards for the banks further reinforces the push out of additional or private credit outside of the industry, as Anna mentioned. So I think there could be some unintended consequences. There's also some unintended costs, right? As we put more capital, it's going to be pricing up in terms of credit to people. So I think it could further exacerbate the trend, in fact. That being said, there are also core relationships that the banks will have. And of course, generally the banks think that they have low enough leverage that this shouldn't be a big issue, but you don't know exactly all the unintended consequences.
Well, are you actively looking at any asset management kind of, are you talking to any audits about some kind of a relationship so that you can lend together or take their
We have some partnerships in this space, yes.
I think most of the partnerships that you're referring to has happened in the asset management businesses of the larger banks. Wells Fargo obviously announced a very interesting partnership with Centerbridge recently, but it's really to enhance their core kind of clients rather than sponsor finance, which is a little bit different. And I think ultimately every bank will have to figure out where to play. It's a growing market. You need to have a point and step in this market. The question is about transparency, exactly, and where is the data going to come from? Are we going to know what kind of quality underwriting or not is happening in this space? Is it consistent? And who is going to report on it? It's the question that we're asking.
But anecdotally, since Tim, you're kind of in the market, what do you see? Like, are you worried about any kind of underwriting standards, or when you sort of compare with?
Look, you see it is very competitive, and there's new competitors now at scale in those spaces, in the middle market, mid-corporate, et cetera, and in the leveraged lending space. So yeah, you can see the market is different today.
I want to give one statistic. We actually published on this that bank provisioning of middle market just in 2012 was 60%. Now it went down to less than 50%.
Yeah.
So just in one decade.
Okay.
Just to know that it means that the world is changing, especially about the quantitative. That's our first job, to explain that.
But you have the same thing on the mortgage side now, right?
Oh, the mortgage is dominated by non-banks. Yeah.
Let me ask one final question with just one word, two-word answers. Looking out into 2024, what's your top risk, Jean-Paul?
The top risk, I would say.
What keeps you up at night?
It's a combination, but the objective is to tackle this issue and to come back with solution. That's already done for climate risk. I would say digital risk, already done. And then NBFI, we're already done a lot about NBFI. The objective is to reach objective and to explain that when you have global challenges, it has to be tackled at the global level with the support of IOSCO and the FSB.
Tim?
I'd say two things. One, cyber is a key risk for us all the time, and so that is one that we spend a lot of time on all the time. I think the market that right now we're seeing the most significant or rapid deterioration is in the office space. So I'd say from a credit perspective, commercial real estate and specifically the office sector.
How about you?
Reinflation and everybody being wrong on the forward curve, and what that may mean, obviously, about both bank capital, in a real sense, what may mean about provisioning of credit, and then think about if the rates really have to go beyond what the market is estimating, north of 6%, 7%, can really disleverage in the system and in the NBFI sustain it.
Got it. All right, we're right on time. Well, thank you so much for joining us. So I wish you had more time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paratosh, and thank you to the panel. Okay, we come to the first of two conversations with two finance ministers. We're going to hear first from the Philippines, after that from Angola. Our moderator is Rodrigo Campos, emerging markets correspondent at Reuters. He is first in conversation with the Philippine Finance Secretary, Benjamin Diokno. Rodrigo, come on up.
Welcome, Secretary, and thank you for joining us. And
thanks for inviting me.
To the audience as well. I want to start with very fresh news because this morning we got GDP growth numbers, and the data surprised on the upside. That triggered some upward revisions from the likes of Goldman Sachs, which now sees growth at 5.5% for this year. However, that is still below the government target of between 6 and 7%. Is that target still attainable? And will government spending continue to be a main engine for growth there?
Let me answer the last part of the question. The economy slowed down because of the underspending of the government, but it has picked up. So that's no longer a problem. We have a CATSA plan immediately after the numbers came out. And so the third quarter numbers are pretty strong. So for the government spending. So the economy grew by 5.9% in the third quarter. So the first 3 quarters, the economy grew by 5.5%. That's the fastest growing economy in that part of the world, faster than China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, etc. So that not only, the next question is that our target for this year is 6 to 7%. So it's still doable if the fourth quarter growth is 7.2%. So we're still fighting for the 6%.
The other bit of good news earlier this week was a sharp fall in inflation. But again, it remains well off target.
Correct.
On an annualized basis. You said this week you would vote to hold rates steady after the off-cycle hike that happened late last month. But the bank separately said it's ready to take more policy action. So do you still think that the interest rate peaked in this cycle at 6.5%? And what else is in the government plan to tame inflation?
So with the inflation going down to 4.9%, the average inflation for year to date is 6.2. That's still high because our target really is up to 6%. But we expect the inflation forecasted by the Central Bank of the Philippines to be within the target range of 2 to 4% by the first quarter of next year and 2025 also. So we're on target as far as so it's coming down, and we have done, we have adopted several measures, food and non-food, and it's mostly the food items that has actually still out of the range. The non-food items like wages, transport, real estate, they are within the target 2 to 4%. It is really the food items that has driven inflation to that 6.2%.
Infrastructure investments are high on the agenda, and the government is banking on private capital to help finance some of these projects. Can you walk us through not what's been done, but what else is in store to bring in more foreign investments, which remains relatively low compared to some other countries in the region?
Yeah, before the previous administration, which started in up to 2022, the Duterte administration, the average infrastructure as a ratio of GDP was only around 2%. That was not sustainable, I said at that time. I served under the previous government also. And I said, we have to ramp it up to around 5 to 6%, which we did, despite the COVID, okay? And so we intend to continue that 5 to 6% of GDP for infrastructure, but with a twist. Now we will involve the private sector more on public-private partnership. And in fact, we did a lot of measures, including a more recent law, which actually simplified the procedure for public-private partnership. And also, we also passed the Maharlika Investment Fund, which could finance some of the 197 priority projects. Under the previous administration, when they entered, there was no ready-to-implement projects. So it takes a while before you can implement infrastructure projects. You have to have feasibility study, detailed engineering, and so forth and so on. Now, this time, under the new administration, the Marcos Jr. administration, we have 197 ready-to-implement projects. So that's some of around 30% of which are ready for public-private partnership. So that's the new twist.
Is that going to be ready with enough time to allow the Philippines to be a big player in this rejigging of global supply chain?
Yes, indeed. In fact, we have actually conducted at least 10 economic briefings globally. We've been to Frankfurt, London, US, Singapore. We'll explain these 197 top priority projects. And these are huge projects. And by the way, under the previous administration, they opened up many sectors. We didn't sit idly by and let the virus, the pandemic, the COVID-19 virus to subside, right? We opened up many sectors like telco, opened telco. We opened airports, toll roads, shipping, and also renewable energy. So wind, solar, ocean, geothermal, They're now can be owned by foreigners. They can come in and invest in the Philippines, can be owned by foreigners.
Okay. Speaking of the budget, the government proposed a record $100 billion for next year, and you have done in the last few years retail bonds, bonds in yens, euro, yuan, and now you announced the Sukuk bond that was announced before the beginning of the war in Gaza. Those plans were for to raise $1 billion in investments from the Middle East. Is that still in place?
Yeah, that's part of the, if I remember right, $5 billion part of the financing of the deficit. And we have already raised $4 billion. The most recent one is a dollar-denominated retail bonds, 1.2 billion. And so we intend to continue with that Sukuk bond, maybe before the end of the year, around November or early December.
So later this month?
That's still on.
With the same amount?
With the same amount, $1 billion, and the minimum amount is $200,000 US dollars.
Now moving along to trade, there's the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, IPEF. Does that show that the U.S. is serious about engaging with the region? Is it ambitious enough?
Quite frankly, that's not within my domain. It's the Department of Trade and Industry that's responsible for that. I understand there was a postponement of some of the forum because they are saying we have an election next year. So, but that's not my domain.
That was going to be the other part of my question. Right. How concerned about you are about the election? But then you talked about food inflation, which goes hand in hand with the plans of the government to reduce poverty. And food inflation has been pretty sticky. Does that get in the way of your target to reduce poverty to about 9%, which would be about half of where it was in 2021?
Yeah. On poverty, the previous administration, their target was to reduce poverty incidence to 14.5 by the end of their term, 2022. But again, COVID-19 got in the way. So it kind of deteriorated to, actually it was declining, but it did not decline to 14.5. So we have to reset that. But under the new plan, the plan of this government, which is 2022 to 2028, our plan is to reduce poverty incidence to single digit, around 9 to 9.5%. And we're still on track, despite of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which resulted to higher food prices. But we are doing that by targeting the poor. In other words, we provide subsidy, but only for that group, jeepney drivers, the poor, etc. So it's unlike other countries where they have general subsidy for everyone, we are targeting the poor. So we are still on track.
How big is as part of the GDP, how big is those subsidies?
I have no numbers at the moment, but it's huge, okay? So it's a subsidy on food and subsidy on fuel prices also, but also targeted on those who are really affected, like the farmers and the fisher folks, okay?
Okay. President Marcos said earlier this week that the rules for the Philippines' first sovereign wealth fund were finalized. How soon will it be operating? When will those be made public?
I think the rules will be released, if not this week, next week. The fund will be operational before the end of the year.
Fully operational? Fully operational. And the base amount for the fund right now?
The initial capital, the capitalization is something like $10 billion US dollars, but the initial capitalization is around $2 billion US dollars. Okay.
And that's
fully
subscribed,
fully funded, yes.
I also have to ask about artificial intelligence, which is one of the main subjects of this event. And specifically for the Philippines, are there concerns over AI replacing jobs in areas where you have seen growth, like call centers and some other so-called back office
That's the challenge for the Philippines, because we derive something like 8 to 9% of remittances, 9% of GDP from remittances abroad, and this could be potentially replaced by AI, right? But that's why we have invested, if I remember right, something like 24 billion pesos for digitalization and for this year, and maybe a similar amount for next year. In fact, we just recently contracted, or rather asked a loan from World Bank, around $600 million US, and 400 million from the AIIB, Asia Investment Bank. So that's about $1 billion, and we're preparing for this eventuality. Okay.
Is the ministry using AI itself? Do you see it as transformational?
I think at this time, nobody really knows how it will displace many of the workers, but we are preparing money for infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and also human development, upskilling, and investment in science and technology.
You've been part of the previous government, this government. You've been part of the government for
I've served 4
now.
presidents in my entire career.
Yeah, we were talking about that backstage. Do you have any plans for what is going to be your next step?
It's hard to say that. Okay. The first time I accepted a job in government, I was supposed to be a visiting professor to Canada, right? And so I asked the Canadian ambassador, I already have a contract, but I got appointed or offered to serve the government. And he said, you know, in our country, if you're offered such a position, it's your patriotic duty to serve. Okay. So I don't know what will be next.
Secretary, thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you to the audience. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both. Thanks, Rodrigo. All right, I said we'd move on to Angola now. We have an interview with Vera Davis de Souza, Angola's finance minister. She is in conversation with Reuters Africa senior markets correspondent Rachel Savage, and we're going to play this one now. Right after that, Miguel Cardona, the US Secretary of Education, and Wally Adeyemo, US State Treasury Deputy Secretary, will round out the conference.
Welcome to Reuters Next, the Minister of Finance for Angola, Vera Davis de Souza. I'm Rachel Savage, Africa Senior Markets Correspondent for Reuters. Welcome, Minister, and thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
So Angola is one of Africa's biggest oil producers, but oil production has been falling recently. Could you give the Reuters Next audience an idea of where oil production is currently and where you see it at for the next year?
Well, we are seeing the oil production underperforming. You are right. We prepared our 2022 budget counting on 1.18 million barrels per day, and we are expecting close the year with 1.08 million barrels per day. So underperforming. To be as conservative as possible with the 2024 budget, we have prepared it based on assumption of 1.06 million barrels per day, and the oil companies assured to our Minister of Mineral Resources and Oil that they are comfortable with that level, and probably they can even do slightly more than this. But we, on the fiscal side, we prefer to work with a more conservative scenario, even if we find positive surprises coming from the oil companies. So some regular maintenance happened this year. Some like stress regarding the fact that some oil fields are old, some of them operating at marginal costs. So we are at the same time putting in place, enforcing the right incentives for the oil companies continue to operate those old oil fields, and at the same time launching new blocks to start drilling and hopefully find new discoveries. Some of them are onshore, and we hope that based on that we will see a more quicker results in terms of exploration after the finalization of those tenders.
And these new blocks, both the onshore and offshore, do you and the oil ministry have any particular idea of how many barrels could be in those blocks and what therefore production could be raised to if those blocks are successfully tapped?
Well, we closed our 2023-2027 National Development Plan considering that we want to stabilize the production for the next 5 years around 1.14 million barrels per day. So the prospectus around those discoveries is to compensate the natural decline of the oil fields in a way that we will stabilize our oil production around those levels. So we are working on that. The Minister of Oil and Mineral Resources are working on that. Of course, we can see some surprises happening because it's a process that we will be sure after the oil companies start drilling. But based on the predictions, that's the amount or the levels that we are expecting for the next 5 years.
Thank you for that, Minister. A big budget item for Angola has been fuel subsidies, which the government began to remove this year, and the subsequent price hikes provoked protests in which at least 5 people died. Was the increase in petrol prices this year a mistake?
Well, for this year we are done, but we continue to keep moving on a path of removing the subsidies, not only on fuel, but we also have some on public transports, and we have some in electricity. The tariffs still have to be adjusted, water, and we want to continue working on the prices, the general level of prices of the economy, and also work with the public enterprises to make sure that we are removing the inefficiencies, because the inefficiencies of the companies could not be passed through the final consumers. So an approach of normalize the prices of the economy, find the fair price, enforce the reforms that we already put in place, especially on electricity and water. We already have the legal framework. We only need to enforce it, and also work on the efficiency of our electricity and water companies. We are working closely with the World Bank, with technical assistance on that. And regarding the fuel subsidies, we are also working with the World Bank, thinking about how we can improve the mitigation measures to make sure that as soon we continue, because we already started, as you know, as soon we continue at the beginning of next year with the gradual adjustment, we are able to implement also mitigation measures that are quite effective, and we can also protect the most vulnerable citizen in Angola.
So what would these mitigation measures look like, and what time frame are we talking about for the adjustment in electricity and water and fuel prices?
Well, we are looking at the revenue side, the revenue of the families. We prepared 2024 budget with a proposal of a 5% adjustment in the wages of the public servants, and also the increase of the exemption limit for the national wages. We were talking about 70,000 kwanzas of exemption limits for personal income tax, and we are proposing now 100,000 kwanzas. Is something to release some income for the families to address those challenges. But we are also working on the side of strengthening and gaining speed in terms of the cash transfer program. We want to keep moving, not only implementing an increase of amount that we already started from 8,000 to 11,000 kwanzas, but also implementing faster on the rural area, but also in the peri-urban areas where we are also seeing some poverty coming out. At the transport levels, we are working with a card, so like a social pass for citizens that need protection, to targeting them, students and elderly people, targeted citizens to protect their access to public transports, and somehow make sure that they can move across the city around the country without constraints.
And these protection measures, will they be paid for by the reduction in subsidies, or are there other fiscal measures that you're planning in the 2024 budget?
Well, we will see a gap, okay, in between the moment that we are taking out the fuel subsidies, because we need to wait to the effects to be transmitted to the oil companies, especially Sonangol, and after that the profits the revenues to increase of Sonangol, the profits to increase, and after that Sonangol paying dividends. So this will take time, but it will release some fiscal space. The amount of money that we put in the budget to do it will be released to increase expenditures and social expenditures. That it's also a way to compensate, to put more money on education, to put more money on health. This is an indirect positive effect that we expect that could help for us to manage the social expectations of the citizens. But considering the treasury issue, because some of the measures need to be paid, we are working closely with the World Bank to see if we can, under a budget support, have access to some liquidity to manage this transition process of having enough treasury to paying some of the mitigation measures, or compensate a drop in the revenues, considering what we decided to do in terms of personal income tax, and have time to breathe while we are not seeing the positive effects in the treasury of Sonangol start performing better and paying also better dividends, and also paying some taxes, because we used to compensate when we are not able, on a treasury perspective, of paying Sonangol with the subsidies, we are compensating it with taxes that Sonangol should pay for the state. So removing this from the way, we will be able to see Sonangol normally paying taxes and also improve their profits and paying dividends to the state.
When do you hope that Sonangol's finances will be such that it's paying dividends and taxes?
Of course, Sonangol needs to continue doing internal work, as I mentioned, to improve their own efficiency, to reduce their own costs. It's an internal work that do not depend from the treasury, do not depend of the efforts coming from the shareholder state. This we will continue motivating Sonangol to do so. On the part that is the shareholder state responsibility, we are expecting to do the reform on fuel subsidies in the next 2 years, or close in the next 2 years, 2025, end of 2025. We expect to see this process stabilized and closed as much as possible to starting on 2026, seeing a different Sonangol, combining both efforts, the state efforts to see more efficiency on the prices of the economy, and the Sonangol efforts on reducing costs and being more commercially aggressive and viable.
And speaking of Sonangol, your government has had a sort of long-standing plan to part privatize Sonangol. Could you give us an update on the status of that process?
Sonangol is doing his way to reorganize himself, to get rid of all the lawsuits that is ongoing, to recover some assets. And we expect after that, seeing Sonangol able to be part of the companies that it's ongoing in terms of privatization program. We expect Sonangol is closing this process in between 2024 and 2025 to start the due diligence process, and hopefully in between 2025 to 2026 be able to move with an APO. Sonangol, we're talking about dual listing, listing himself here at Bolivar and internationally, but we are pushing. We are pushing to see this process happening as quick as possible.
And the dual listing, does the government have any particular, or Sonangol itself have any particular international destination in mind yet, or is that still being considered?
Still being considered. That decision was not taken yet. We are studying different opportunities and approaches, and Sonangol, of course, has a word to say.
And I wanted to ask you about the kwanza. It's been trading in a sort of relatively narrow band since being devalued in June, around sort of 830 kwanza to $1. There have been some media reports that the central bank has been restricting foreign currency trading. Could you comment on whether these reports are accurate?
Okay. Before that, just to let you know that we do not have only Sonangol for the privatization program. We also have ENSA. It's our biggest insurance company that we will see in 2024 a process also via our stock exchange. We will be selling it. We are talking also about the aviation company. We also want to study if we can find a private partner for a part of it to help us with management and probably also selling a share of it. So we have more 43 assets to start the process of being privatized, and 24 process ongoing. We are talking about Unitel, we are talking about BFA, a huge bank that we have here, very good assets. So while we are not done with Sonangol, we have interest assets to present and also to capture interest from the international investors that want to be part of our stock market. About the exchange rate, well, as you know, this is a hot topic for the central bank. The exchange rate and the inflation is something that the central bank are the main, the central mandate coming from our BNA. BNA is putting a lot of energy on inflation to protect the capacity of the families to buy goods and services. So the monetary policy has been conducted for us to recover the descendant trajectory of the inflation. So the energy is on that. Regarding the exchange rate, we understand that the central bank is letting the market float, seeing what happened in between offer and demand side, and avoiding intervention as a way of also protecting our international reserves. What we are doing at our side is to putting all resources that are requested from the Treasury available to public financial instrument, public initiatives to see more happening from sectors and from projects that can allow us to have hard currency coming apart from oil. So the diversification agenda, the food security is something that we are working hard because we understand that is the main source of pressure for the exchange rate. We import a lot, especially goods for coming from the agri side, and we are only seeing hard currency coming from exports of oil. So this is a structural challenge that we need to address, and the Treasury contribution to address this is to put money where is necessary, and the right incentives also contribute to the improvement of the business environment, despite being the Minister of Economy and Planning the owner of this challenge, but we keep contributing, looking to especially to the fiscal environment, just to make sure that structurally we address that challenge. While this do not happen, we need to keep following what the central bank is, how the central bank is managing the situation, and when we have space after fulfilling our commitments in terms of debt service, in terms of paying some dollars or euros or other currency responsibilities, but also participate in the market selling some dollars. So the Treasury can also participate selling, and we continue selling more modest amounts as a way also to see some of the demand attended. So I cannot predict where we will see the exchange rate at the end of the year. I cannot. But what I can assure to you is that we are working within the economic team to address the structural challenges, while in the conjunctural side, we need to continue managing, considering the amount of money that is available for doing so, especially looking on the treasury participation in the market.
Minister, this has been absolutely fascinating. Unfortunately, we're at time, so we'll have to continue our conversations on other subjects another time. But thank you so much for joining us at Reuters Next.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much to the Minister from Angola and, of course, to our correspondent, Rachel Savage. All right, we've got two fascinating conversations for you to round out the conference. The first is with the US Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona. He will be interviewed by our very own Jeff Mason from our White House team. After that, we'll hear from Wally Adeyemo, US Treasury Deputy Secretary. Andrea Shalal will speak to Wally after Jeff has spoken. Jeff, stage is yours. Come on up.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Of course.
Thanks
Happy to be
for
here. Happy to be here with you, Jeff.
Let's kick off with student loans. It's a big issue for a lot of Americans. It's also a big issue for the world of finance. I know you guys are doing something today with regard to servicers. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. Let me contextualize this by saying, the president made it very clear when he selected me as secretary that we have a broken system that we need to fix. So we've been very intentional, very bold about ensuring that higher education is accessible to more people across the country. If our country is going to compete and we're going to reach the potential of our country, we need to make sure we increase access to higher education. Today, we've provided over $127 billion in debt relief. We've increased accountability at colleges, and we released a roadmap for accountability for our servicers. What we're finding is, as we're bringing folks back onto repayment, we need to make sure that the servicers are doing it well and that they're responsive to the needs of the borrowers. And when they're not, we're going to hold them accountable. We withheld over $7 million in payment to one of our servicers because of some of the errors that they made that created issues for students. We're going to fix those errors. We found those errors. We called them out on it. We held them accountable. We're rolling out a roadmap that increases accountability, support, and incentivizes those servicers that do exceptionally well or go above and beyond.
For the layman, I would account myself as one of them. Explain what a servicer needs to be doing and what kind of activity would a servicer perhaps not do well that you want to hold them accountable for.
Well, the idea of going back to repayment for a borrower after 3 years of a pause is anxiety producing. And we want to make sure that our borrowers are receiving accurate information, timely information, that the information that they're getting is reflective of what they owe. And when mistakes are made, can you imagine the anxiety that people feel that maybe they're told they owe more, or they're not told that a payment is supposed to start and they're not given the grace period that they need? So that's what we're holding them accountable to. And that's a basic expectation that our students are put front and center, our borrowers are taken care of as they return to repayment.
And what sort of consequences are out there that you're going to use?
Sure. Well, ultimately, we don't want to get to the point where we have to use consequences. It's really important that we're monitoring more closely and working to receive data more regularly. So we've increased those monitoring and accountability measures to prevent issues, but withholding payment to these servicers is something that we've done. I told you before, we withheld over $7 million to Mohila. And we hope not to have to do it again, but at the end of the day, we're going to keep it student-centered for us.
I saw that one of these things is a secret shopper campaign. What's a secret shopper campaign? That sounds very devious.
It is, what it sounds like, right? We want to make sure that we're looking at the work that they're doing from the lens of the consumer. Think about it. Folks are getting back into repayment. Many of them are parents that have children, they're trying to make ends meet. And we want to make sure that the experience that they're having is one that's acceptable. So we send out folks on our team to go through the process as if they're a borrower. Are they getting the correct information? Are they getting it at a time when they should be getting it to prepare? Are there questions being responded to? We have a high expectation to make sure that our borrowers are cared for and treated with respect and dignity, and we're going to send folks out there to make sure that that's happening.
You only have an ability to affect this during the time that you're in office or that the president is in office. Over the years, the Department of Education hasn't always had a robust, I think, reputation for having had the teeth to do this. How would you assure people that this time is going to be different?
Well, we're setting up systems that should outlast us, right? And I think key to a successful program is that it's not dependent on the people that are there. We're putting in regulations that should outlast us. As I said before, I want to contextualize this, and we're fixing a broken system. In our country, higher education oftentimes separates the haves and the have-nots. That's why we focus on public service loan forgiveness. Talk about a system that was broken. In 4 years in the previous administration, only 7,000 people benefited from this. So what that means basically, if you're a public servant, you're not going into this profession of teaching or nursing to become a millionaire, right?
No.
You're not.
True that.
I became a 4th grade teacher because I wanted to help children in my community. I loved it. It was great. We're encouraging public service by rolling out public service loan forgiveness. That means if you serve the public for 10 years and you pay your loans for 10 years, your loans are forgiven. Well, from 2017 to 2021, there was a 98% denial rate in that. And we wonder why we have shortages in nursing and teaching. I think that's part of it. So we fixed it. We've provided, in total, $127 billion debt relief to over 3.6 million Americans. Many of those are public servants, military folks, nurses, educators. So these are the things that we're doing that will outlast us because the regulations have been changed and the processes within the Department of Education are fixed.
And you wanted to do more, obviously, and the Supreme Court sort of...
We're gonna do more. We had a bump in the road.
Pretty big bump.
Pretty big bump. The plan had 40 million folks that were gonna get debt relief, 10,000 or 20,000. The Supreme Court struck it down, but we are eager. Within an hour, we put up another plan through the negotiated rulemaking, which is totally different than the HEROES Act authority that I was using before. But again, we're committed to making sure that we make higher education more affordable, more accessible. And I think while we get a lot of attention around the student debt relief, I'm just as proud of the work that we're doing to hold colleges accountable for a good return on investment. We got into this problem because these runaway costs for degrees in the United States that often didn't lead to high-paying jobs put us in a position where we have so many people in this country that can't afford to buy a home, struggle with basic necessities, or hold off on family planning because they can't afford it. So we're getting to the root of the issue while we're providing targeted debt relief.
Let me ask you one more about debt relief broadly. There was a long period now, up until just a month or two ago, where people didn't have to pay these loans.
Right.
Now they do. And in some cases, there's been delinquency. There's a rising cases of delinquency in other debt areas. Right. Does the administration have a plan, or is the administration concerned about, now we've got add student loans into the mix, some people may have to make choices between, do I pay down my student loan, do I pay down my mortgage, et cetera. Is there a plan for that, or is there a concern about that?
Absolutely, and history shows that after a crisis, there's usually more defaults. Yeah. Keep in mind, the reason why we rolled out debt relief is because we were seeing more than 1 million people a year go into default. The system was broken, something was wrong.
Yeah.
So we have a short-term solution and a long-term solution. The short-term solution is to provide a year's grace period so that when folks come on and they're struggling to, let's say, pay their monthly payment, because of things at home, that we're not sending their information to debt collectors or credit agencies. We're holding them harmless for that first year as they get back into the rhythm of making payments, short term. Long term, and I'm really proud of this, we introduced the best income-driven repayment plan in our country's history. Basically, it says, you pay what you can afford. It's called the SAVE plan. We rolled it out 3 months ago, I think 2.5 months ago, and just earlier this week we announced in 2 months, 5.5 million people signed up for it. There's a need for an income-driven repayment plan where folks they want to pay their bills, but they want to do it in a way that they don't have to give up their home or make sure that their children have food to eat. So the short-term plan is that grace period. The long-term plan is the SAVE plan, which is the most affordable income-driven repayment plan in our country's history.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's talk politics a little bit. There were some elections this week. There's another one coming up in a year, which you're aware of. Education is a pretty hot button issue. And this week, it seemed like people on the Democratic side for some school board elections ended up doing better than people on the more conservative or on the right. What's your take on that? And what do you think it says about the influence of groups like, what are they called? Moms. Well, I'll get back to you with that name. You probably know the one I'm talking about. Moms.
I think I do.
Yeah. It's in my notes here, but I can't see it. So I'm going to pitch to you.
We're focusing on what families, students need. We want to increase literacy in our country. We've normalized underperformance of our students for decades.
You think?
We need to double down on literacy, numeracy, STEM. We're focusing on mental health supports, making sure that our kids are okay. 1 in 3 high school girls has considered suicide in the last 3 years. Our plan has dollars to get 14,000 new social workers in our schools. We have a plan for pathways to careers and college that's more affordable. We increased Pell Grants, so students that are financially strapped can qualify to up to $8,000 per year for college. This president is focused on the things that matter, while the other sides are creating boogeymen in education and creating fear. And we're defending public education, they're defunding it. So it's very clear, and I think parents, they see who's working on behalf of kids and who's trying to divide schools. It's not a surprise to me. I'm a lifelong educator. So if we focus on the things that really matter, making sure kids are well, making sure we're funding our schools and supporting them and giving them what they need, we're always going to continue to thrive. And these distractions make headlines a lot, but if you look at the work that we've done in this administration, we're focusing on literacy and numeracy, mental health and wellness of our kids, and providing them options when they graduate. Not to mention making college more affordable and accessible.
Moms for Liberty was the group I was struggling to come up with. Yeah. And I think your point is good. I guess my broader question is the pendulum swinging? Because you agree, or you believe in these things that you just expressed, but there's a good chunk of the population that votes and disagrees and thinks that money should not be going into the public school system, or that teachers have too much autonomy.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, look, our job is to make sure that our country continues to grow. And I often say we want Finland results, but we don't make Finland investments. Let that sink in for a second.
How do you get those Finland results then?
So what we do is we invest to make sure that students have the supports that they need in the school, that we have highly qualified teachers with a competitive salary, that we have pathways to options when the students graduate, and that they have access to higher education, not based on wealth, but on intellectual ability and drive. That's what we're focusing on, right? And I've had conversations. I hosted 28 ministers of education in DC this past summer, and we had conversations about the focus of education. And while we're excited about the opportunities that artificial intelligence brings, at the end of the day, what matters most is ensuring that our students are supported, that they're well, emotionally well, that they have the supports that they need, and that we have highly qualified workforce. And those are the big rocks, man. I've been in education since the 90s, and I can tell you that doesn't get old. No matter what the fad is in education, having a highly qualified teacher, having supports for students, and making sure they're well, that doesn't go out of style. And by well, we're talking a lot about mental health now, but we're also talking about hunger. We're also talking about making sure that they have access to the internet so that we can level the playing field. Those are the things that the president asked me to serve and to lead with, and that's why he wanted a teacher in this role.
You mentioned artificial intelligence. We've been talking a lot about that at Reuters Next today and yesterday. The president just put out a big executive order on AI. What's your take on this technology and the impact it's going to have on education, not to mention all the other industries that we know it's already having an impact on?
And let me put on my father hat. I have two teenagers.
Ages?
My daughter's 17, my son is 19. I want to make sure that their schools understand the potential this has to help them reach their potential. Oftentimes the question is, do we embrace it? Of course we embrace it. Of course we embrace it. We'd be shortchanging our students if we didn't look to see how this could enhance learning. Quite frankly, I think it can help the profession too. With adaptive supports for students, our teachers could focus on the FaceTime with our students instead of some of the administrivia that takes up a lot of their time, right?
I like that, administrivia, nice.
So yes, we need to embrace it, but we have to learn from the experience of when the internet rolled out, 30 years ago? We need to make sure there are guardrails that we're protecting our students. You know, the president, in collaboration with a lot of the larger tech companies, have committed to working together to make sure that we embrace the opportunities that come with it while making sure we have guardrails to protect our students and protect our systems.
I mentioned to you in the green room that I teach a class at Georgetown, and I had to put in my syllabus this year, you're not allowed to use AI to write your stories. We had a previous panelist, a really good panel before, who said, some people say it's cheating, I say cheat.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great quote, journalist head, sure. But as a very, very part-time educator, I thought, no. What do you think?
We want digital results, but we have an analog system.
Explain.
We have to evolve. Have the students use AI and have them compare the assignment and say, how can you tell which one was written or which points are made differently if it wasn't an AI? It's there. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the calculator was, when we were going to school.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to learn long division. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that students know how to use the calculator so they could get to the complex thinking. So when I say digital, we need our students to be critical problem solvers, not rote regurgitators of information. What we're finding, whether it's the calculator, the internet, and now artificial intelligence, that part is done for you. It's analysis and synthesis, application of skills. Those are the skills that we want our students to have to be the problem solvers of tomorrow. Oh, interestingly, this topic came up during the ISTP conference, which is a conference on the teaching profession, the International Summit for the Teaching Profession. And, like I said, we had 28 different secretaries of education ministers, and AI really dominated the conversation. Okay. So we're going to convene again in Singapore next year, and that's going to be a big focus. And I'm going to bring the report that we shared in May here at the Department of Education of how we can utilize AI to enhance the work we do while protecting students. And I think if we can work together and listen to parents, students, educators, we can come up with the best plan moving forward, and I'm excited to engage in that work.
Also in the world of politics, but more geopolitics, the war in the Middle East right now has an impact at home.
Absolutely.
And on schools. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are two really big topics and issues right now. What is the department, what is the administration doing to combat that in schools?
Yeah. I had a conversation with students last week at Towson University, and it was very raw. We could talk about it at a level of just abstraction. But when you hear from students who are afraid to share their background or to say that they're Jewish, or are afraid to have their laptop that has a, their Star David on it because they don't want to be identified in 2023 in the United States of America. It's sobering, really touching the emotional impact this is having on our students who are hundreds of miles away from home, right? My message is very clear. There is no space for hate. There is no space for unsafe behaviors on our college campuses, and we take that very seriously. There's no room for anti-Semitism. There's no room for Islamophobia. We cannot allow our campuses, places where free speech should be happening, turn into places where students feel unsafe. So we put out a letter last week being very clear about the legal responsibility universities have to protect Title VI and protect students' rights. And we want to be support there, but we're not afraid to hold them accountable if we find that universities are not protecting our students. That's the most basic expectation that we have in our K-12 setting and in our higher education settings. Students need to be safe.
And what's the teeth? What are the consequences behind that letter?
Look, if it gets to a point where we have to start withholding federal dollars, which we could do, it means that it's gotten to the point where they're refusing to provide safety for their kids. More often than not, they need guidance. They're struggling with providing free speech while also making sure it's a safe environment, and they need support. So what we're doing is convening best practices, making sure that they have our guidance, and kind of helping them through some of these issues. Where we believe that student civil rights are violated, we investigate. And if we investigate and we find wrongdoing, we'll bring it to the attention of the university. If we find that they refuse that, that's when we can start thinking about withholding dollars. But I don't expect it to get to that level, because I think these education leaders right now are facing a challenge, and I want to make sure that the Department of Education is supporting them while making sure the standards are high for making sure students are safe.
Another big issue in education in the last few months is affirmative action and the Supreme Court decision on that. President Biden came out and made his position very clear on that after the Supreme Court's decision. I'd be curious to get your take on the impact so far, just in the short time period since that decision, and going forward, particularly in higher education.
Like the Supreme Court decision shutting down the student debt relief, we had a very strong and immediate reaction to how we believe the Supreme Court decision was wrong. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, our system is not one where all students have equal access to higher education. The diversity on campus does not reflect the diversity in our country. That's an issue for us, especially because the number of Black and brown students in our country is growing. If we're not opening opportunities for these students to have higher education access, what does that say for our country 15, 20 years from now? So we, as you know, we brought college presidents together. We published a report within 2 months of the decision with best practices. And I have to tell you, for the most part, I'm seeing college presidents and universities embracing the opportunity to increase diversity, whether it's through the application process, the essay process, or they're doing better recruitment now in K-12 institutions that have a high number of students of color. So I'm seeing better practices now. We want to make sure we see the results with the next incoming class. But I am particularly disturbed in some states that follow the same rhetoric of political leaders that say we're not doing that. And if anything, they might extrapolate the Supreme Court decision by doing things that create further obstacles for students of color. So we're paying attention to that too.
But aren't the universities constrained, even if they have a list of best practices, aren't they constrained by that Supreme Court decision in terms of what they can do, even if they wanted to make choices to increase that diversity and are committed to that?
Right.
The rules have changed.
Well, no,
right?
there was a tool that was taken away. You can't use race as a determining factor for admission. Doesn't mean you can't recruit students of color. It doesn't mean that while you're not asking explicitly, or that's the reason why, you might have in the application process questions or essays that show a student's how they overcame adversity. And it could be that a student overcame racial adversity in a school, or there's different ways to create a diverse student body, particularly with the recruitment piece of it. I think that's really important. I don't want to kind of skip through that. It's the responsibility of universities to have a robust learning environment. Students learn best in a diverse learning environment. I know that as a parent whose children learned in a diverse learning environment. So, and students will tell you, I learn better when I learn alongside someone who had a totally different life experience.
Sure.
Right?
Or work with someone like that later.
And right.
Life,
I mean, we're
right?
preparing them for a life where it's a globally competitive market now. We'd be shortchanging our students if they don't have that experience in college. So the college presidents get it. I think the more politics gets out of education, the more our parents and students could work together with our schools, and our kids will be okay.
All right. Well, we're just out of time, so I want to thank you for coming to New York for this and for your comments today.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you so much to both of you. And by the way, my kids are the same age as Secretary Cardona's. They're of course educated in the UK, so it was fascinating for me to hear things how things happen here. They're told to use ChatGPT, by the way, as a resource and not to let it write for them. They're also told by their teachers that the teachers have AI to know if they've used AI. So that keeps them off it, I think. All right, look, we're going to run into the final session of the day, the final session of the conference, in fact. This is a conversation with the US Treasury Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo. Our moderator, you've seen before today, Andrea Shalal, also a White House correspondent. So Andrea, do the honors for us and finish up the conference.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I'm hoping that I can see Wally one of these moments. Thank you for joining us.
Here with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's great to have you back. Last year you were here in person, so it's wonderful that you're able to join us, even if you're only beamed in on the screen above us. Wally, we've been talking about the U.S. economy. We've been talking about the global economy. The U.S. economy has been going strong, but growth is slowing. Congress has failed to pass the appropriations needed to keep the government running. We're looking at a possible shutdown next week. There's a new war in the Middle East, the ongoing war in Ukraine, and Congress is resisting your push to ensure funding for both Israel and Ukraine. Given all of this, what do you see as the biggest risks ahead for the US and the global economies? And does the war in Gaza heighten those risks?
Let's start with one of the things you said, which I think a year ago, people may have disputed that we would have a strong economy. And you're right, the US economy today is strong. It's stronger than people predicted last year. It continues to have momentum in terms of growing. Unemployment remains below 4%. Inflation is coming down. You're right, there are also a bunch of headwinds that we face, but the US economy is better prepared to deal with those headwinds than any economy around the world because of the choices we've made and the flexibility and dynamism of the US economy over the course of the last several years since the pandemic. We want Congress to act as quickly as possible to pass money that will help Ukraine and help Israel and help Taiwan. We think that they will, and we know that there's a bipartisan majority of members in Congress who are in favor of doing that. And we look forward to them taking that step. We are working hard to ensure that we work with our allies and partners to both stand up against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but also to stand with Israel as they work to dislodge Hamas from Gaza, where they have used that as a launching pad for the attacks of October 7th, but also in many ways held hostage the Palestinian people who, through no fault of their own, have been unable to get access to food and medicine and the things that they need to be able to survive. And we're calling for taking actions to make sure that we protect civilians as well. But through all of this, the thing that I think we see in the US economy is that our economy is strong. It's stronger than our peers. It's stronger than our competitors. And our goal is to make sure that we continue to add that strength by implementing the president's agenda.
So does the war in Gaza heighten the risks for the United States in any way? Does it reduce the resources that are available to take care of all of the social agenda items that the Biden administration has not been able to get passed. For instance, an expanded child tax credit, child care funding, community college, universal pre-K, some of those things. So are those things that you're worried about as you head into this next year?
I know Secretary Yellen has spoken to this, but we have the capacity to be able to both support Israel and support Ukraine. And we have that capacity because of the underlying strength of our economy. You're also right that we need to make sure that we take steps to raise additional resources. That's why what Congress did as part of the Inflation Reduction Act and providing money to the IRS was so important. Ultimately, that money was intended to do two things. One, improve customer service, which has happened dramatically over the last year, and the Secretary addressed ways they're going to improve that even more next year. But the second piece is also important. It was collecting the taxes the IRS was already owed. This isn't increasing people's tax rates or changing the tax code. It's simply making sure that, frankly, mostly wealthy Americans who have for some time tried to hide their real income from the IRS are forced to pay the taxes that they owe. We believe that doing this alone will help us close what we call the tax gap, which is the gap between the amount of money that the government is owed and the amount we collect, which amounts to about $500 to $600 billion each year. Doing just that will help us address some of the challenges we have in terms of fiscal sustainability over the medium term and provide us with resources that allow us to continue to invest in the American people. As you also know, the president has called for us to increase revenues modestly by $2.5 billion over the next 10 years, which is part of a plan to make sure that we have the resources to invest in the economy while having a fiscally sustainable outlook over the medium term.
When you just got back from a trip overseas where you were talking a lot about sanctions and how to proceed against Hamas and try to coordinate that, are you, when you talk to your counterparts in England and other places, does the dysfunction in the US Congress, is that a big thing? Do you talk about that? What do they say? Are they worried about that? Are they worried about President Biden's sinking polls? Or is that, do they just sort of consider that part of a functioning democracy?
When I meet with my counterparts, as I did last week in the UK and in Europe, the thing they often start out with is thanking the United States for our leadership, because they were in rooms with us starting in October, November of 2021, when we were warning them that it looked like Russia was preparing to invade Ukraine. And they had their doubts, but they were willing to sit down with us and talk about what we would do together if that actually happened, what sanctions we would put in place, what actions we would take. And it was because of the president and Secretary Yellen's leadership, frankly, that we were able to build an international coalition to hold Russia accountable that included more than 30 countries that represented more than 50% of the global economy. So the thing they do is they thank the president for his leadership when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, and also for his leadership given what's happening today in the Middle East. His leadership in terms of both providing support to Israel, but also calling for us to make sure that we're doing everything to support the Palestinian people in terms of making sure that we're following the humanitarian laws and the laws of war. And they're also a bit jealous about some of the things that we've accomplished domestically. They all raise with me the Inflation Reduction Act and the ways in which the Inflation Reduction Act is leading to investments in America that are being made not only by American companies, but by European companies as well. Over the course of the last year, we've had more than $200 billion worth of investments made in America with 110 projects for the Inflation Reduction Act. In addition to that, we've passed legislation like our infrastructure law and our Chips and Science Act. And what my counterparts tell me is that for them, they're looking forward to taking actions that are similar where they can, and to working with us to make sure that they have the ability to take advantage of a global economy that remains led by the United States.
Just want to ask you about those conversations you had last week. Are you able to say anything more about additional new steps that could be taken against Hamas? And then I've got a follow-up question about the efficacy of sanctions. But I'll ask you that in a second. So tell me first, are we expecting more measures? You know, you've already announced measures against 10 Hamas officials that are affiliated and financial institutions. Can we expect more?
The answer is yes. We're going to take more actions against Hamas. And we've taken over the course of the last 20 years more than 1,000 actions against terrorism financing. And what I want those who seek to harm Israel or harm the region or to harm us to know is that we're going to continue to act as long as you act, to cut off your access to financing, and to do that not only here in the United States, but with our allies and partners around the world. That's what I was doing in Europe, was coordinating with Europe actions we can jointly take. And my expectation is that in the coming days and weeks, we're going to see actions taken by our allies and partners, some of them that will be publicly announced, some of them people will not see in terms of shutting down charities, going after individuals who may be helping to facilitate payments for Hamas. But we know that the only way that we can shut down the financing of these terrorist groups is to do it with other countries, because when the United States acts, what often happens is these groups try and move to other jurisdictions where they try and hide their financial assets that they're using to promote instability. So in addition to my travel, as you know, Undersecretary Brian Nelson went to the Gulf and co-chaired a meeting with Saudi Arabia, with the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, to talk about what we can do with them also to go after terrorism financing. But we are committed overall to not only taking steps here in the United States, but to building the type of coalition that's necessary to make sure that we make it as hard as possible for these terrorist groups to get access to the financial resources they need to spread their hateful ideology.
When you were here last year, we talked about the oil price cap. That was when the oil price cap was just going to be taking effect. And what we've seen since then is that the oil price cap has worked to some extent, but it's really, there's been the creation of a whole new infrastructure, the ghost fleet, as it's called. And I know that you've said that Russia is spending money now on having to spend money on insurance and other things to keep the oil flowing, which is reducing the revenue that it can put toward the war. But given that, are you not concerned about the creation of a whole new infrastructure that will exacerbate the fragmentation of the global economy?
So as you know, and people who are watching know, the shadow fleet existed long before Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's going to exist long after. What has happened is that since we put in place the price cap, we should just review the math. Russia's revenues from oil for the first year after we put in place the price cap was down somewhere between 40 and 50%. You don't have to take my word for it. The Russian finance minister and central bank governors spoke to the impact the price cap was having on their revenues. So what Russia decided to do was they went out and they decided that they weren't going to use G7 services to sell their oil, because in order to do that, they had to follow the price cap. So they went out, and not only did they set up their own insurance scheme, they did a lot of things that were far more expensive, like they went out and bought their own tankers. And from my standpoint, them buying these tankers and spending money on tankers was far better than them spending money on tanks. So now Russia owns a series of inadequate tankers that are on the ocean trying to move their oil with their insurance. And our goal is going from just being focused on their revenue, which was the $60 price cap, to being focused on their costs, because as you know, it's revenues minus expenses that equals income. And we want to make sure that Russia has as little income as possible that they can use to fund their illegitimate war in Ukraine. By some outside estimates, the price cap and the regime we put in place with Europe has cost Russia up to $35 extra on some barrels of oil that they have to sell, partially because they have to ship them longer distance, partially because they have to build their own ecosystem to do so, and they're not taking advantage of the economies of scale that exist in the G7 ecosystem. And what we're focused on now is making sure that we enforce the price cap as it exists, but also we take additional steps to increase cost to Russia in order to make sure that they have less income to fund their illegitimate war.
Secretary Yellen is meeting as we speak here in San Francisco with her counterparts from China. This is a series of conversations that have taken place, both with Secretary Yellen and other U.S. officials, all with the kind of goal of sort of relaxing tensions. Some people say that relationship is fundamentally fractured, can't be fixed. Given your oversight and really intimate knowledge about sanctions and the efficacy of sanctions, I'm wondering if you are seeing any additional evidence of China helping Russia circumvent the sanctions. There have been a few isolated cases where you've noticed this. Are you seeing any kind of a trend? Is there more? Is there less? Or is it not an issue?
Let me just speak to the broader relationship. And the Secretary did this in a speech that she made, where she outlined three things that matter to us in terms of the relationship. One is national security, and we're always going to take steps to protect our national security. Two is competing with China on a level playing field. We want and we believe that healthy competition with China is important to us. And the third one, of course, is cooperation and finding places where we can cooperate with China, for example, thinking about debt in emerging market and developing economies. We think the best way to advance all three pieces of that agenda is to talk to them directly and to make very clear to them what is in America's interest and what we're going to do to try and make sure that we can work with them where possible and where we're going to take steps to protect our national security. That's exactly what we did when it came to our outbound investment regime, where we outlined for China what we were doing that would be narrowly scoped and targeted to make sure that we protected American technology and American know-how from China's military industrialized complex. That's exactly what we're doing with China when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, where we're making very clear to China how important it is to us, but not just to the United States, but to our allies and partners who, as I said earlier, represent 50% of the global economy, that China does not provide material support to Russia in their war against Ukraine. And we know that part of our conversation will include these issues. And we think that having those direct conversations means that they understand us and we understand them. It also gives us the ability to talk about the places where we think that we can work, where we can compete, which includes the economics. And we think that here, by having a level playing field for American firms and for Chinese firms, it puts us in a position where American firms have the ability to do well as well.
I just want to hop back to the Hamas issue. You mentioned in a speech this week, actually, that cryptocurrencies are an issue in regard to Hamas. Can you say a few more words about how Hamas may be using cryptocurrencies to do business?
Hamas, other terrorist groups, cyber criminals, they're all looking for ways to illicitly move money through the financial system or through any system that they can in order to make sure they have access to the resources they need to conduct their illegal activity. Cryptocurrency is relatively new, and it provides avenues for people to potentially move illicit funds. This includes Hamas and other terrorist groups. While I would say that crypto is not the majority, it's not where the majority of their assets come from today, over time, if the crypto industry doesn't put in place safeguards and take seriously their anti-money laundering responsibilities, Hamas and others will grow in their use of cryptocurrency in order to make sure that they can hide from regulators around the world. That's why we're so focused on making sure that we work directly with the industry. But also, when the industry doesn't act, we've made clear that we're going to. That's why a few weeks ago, we took an action called Section 311, which identified mixers, which is a type of tool in the digital currency ecosystem that is used to, in lots of ways, hide the beneficial owner of currencies as a primary area of money laundering concern. And we're hoping that taking that step will put us in position to learn more about how mixers are being used, not only by Hamas and Hezbollah, but by countries like North Korea and by cyber criminals to try and obfuscate their ultimate owners.
Are you seeing Iran in that sector as well?
I didn't hear your question, Ed. Do you mind repeating it?
Are you seeing Iran in that sector as well, in that kind of engaging in that kind of activity?
So Iran's activity is largely not in the crypto sphere, but our expectation would be that Iran and other state actors would use crypto as well to try and hide the ultimate beneficiary of assets.
Okay, we're in New York. We've only got a few minutes left, but I want to just very quickly ask you about banking. The banking crisis sort of came and the mechanisms that were in place dealt with it largely. But are you seeing concern that there should be more regulation of non-banks, in the sort of, other parts of the sector that may be at risk?
So my view is that coming out of the financial crisis, one of the most important lessons that we had to have learned was that oftentimes the financial sector innovates faster than we can regulate. And that's why it's been critical that the FSOC be stood up as part of Dodd-Frank. It gives us the ability to make sure that we have a group of regulators who are sitting together to look at financial stability risk and thinking about what tools we have to address it and what additional tools we may need and how we can make sure that we're protecting the system. Ultimately, what we've seen and what we'll continue to see is that risk migrates often to the least regulated parts of the system. And that's why we have to make sure that we're always vigilant going forward. I can't speak to where the next pocket of risk is going to be. But what I do know is that because Congress has given regulators tools as part of the Dodd-Frank Act that passed during the Obama administration, it puts us in a better position to mitigate those risks.
And just very quickly, you visited Nigeria, the country of your birth, in September. There's a lot of discussion now about what to do about AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Are you supporting the legislation that would see that extended by something like 16 years? It's going to expire in 2025. And are you seeing any increase in the willingness of American firms to invest in Africa? There's been a big push by Biden administration officials, yourself included, to try to expand that relationship. What do you see for that future?
So it was great to be in Nigeria and get a chance to meet with American businesses that are doing business there, from our technology sector to our airlines to others that are selling things in the real economy. They want to do more business in Nigeria, but in order to do so, Nigeria has to make the type of economic reforms that makes it easier for foreign direct investment to come in and for money to get out. I had a chance to meet with the president, and he was committed to taking those steps. Ultimately, we have a real opportunity in Africa to make investments that will allow Africa as the continent and countries like Nigeria to grow, but also create real economic opportunities for our countries and firms. Take Nigeria, for example. It's a country of 200 million people today, but by 2050, it'll be 400 million people, larger than the United States. That creates a real demographic opportunity for the country, but they need to be able to take advantage of it and make sure that it doesn't become a challenge for the country. I think American businesses have the ability to help contribute to that. AGOA has played an important role in Africa, and my hope is that Congress will act to make sure that we continue to have tools that allows us to deepen our trade with Africa, because it not only matters to Africa, but it matters to us. We need to see the strategic opportunity that it is for us to engage with Africa, a continent with a burgeoning young population that is central to so many of our economic but national security interests as well.
Thank you so much for joining us again. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Andrea. Look, that is it for the agenda for the day. In fact, that's it for Reuters Next 2023. I'm going to keep this closed very, very brief. I know it's been a long day of sessions for everyone. We started yesterday with the UN Secretary-General, with the Ukraine President. We talked to leaders across many industries, with central bankers from across the world as well. We finished, of course, just then with the US Treasury. This agenda was very carefully created and nurtured to give you all an insight into what we think are the major stories of the day. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your attention. We hope you had a good conference this year, and we really, truly do hope to see you all back here in 2024. I don't think they're serving drinks out there right now, but I'm sure they're serving drinks around it somewhere. So go grab yourself one. Thank you very much indeed.